There is no good, there is no pure, only forces out of red. felt light. You called it evil when it cut too deep. But nothing here was born to save you. Nothing here was built to care. Every function has a shadow. Every strength a road somewhere. Pushing far enough, it breaks the frame. Hold it long enough, it turns on you. No God is good, no force is clean. Every system fails when it leaves. There is no virtue, there is no blame. Only balance or collapse by name. Order rots when left alone. Chaos eats what it sets free. Reason sterilized the world. Fever burned it down for me. You crowned the side that served you. You fed it until it grew. Now it calls itself the center and demands the rest of you. This is not a fall from grace. This is load beyond design. No God is good, no force is clean. Every system fails when it leans. You don't break it with rebellion. You don't save it with belief. You misjudge the load it carries, and it fails beneath your feet. You ask for purity in the constrained world. That was the error. Necessary, destructive, held too long. Corruptive, necessary, destructive, out of balance, self-consumptive. No God is good, no force is clean. Balance is the narrow line between survival and release. There is no mercy, only equilibrium. Not good, not evil. Aligned or unstable. We arrived inside a world already running. Systems in motion before we could name them. Languages layered into every interface. Rules embedded so deeply they felt like physics. Grids beneath cities, protocols beneath conversation. Invisible invisible architecture shaping what we see, what we try, what we believe is even possible. We inherited the defaults, called them reality, inherited the limits, called them truth. But every system around us, every product, platform, institution, constraint was imagined once by someone operating with less context than we have now. Every tool we use was once a decision. Every standard we follow was once a guess. And somewhere along the way, we stopped asking, who wrote this? Why does it work this way? What would I build instead? We adapted, we optimized, we learned to move within the lines. But the lines were never fixed. We were always builders, not observers, not users. Builders, this world is not given, it is made. And what is made can be remade. No permission, no waiting, no approval coming. If it exists, we can change it. If it's broken, we can replace it. We don't inherit the future, we build it. Nature sets the bounds, but everything else is choice. Every system is a draft, every interface a decision, every limit a question. So the only thing that matters now is what we decide to build next. Welcome to AI Engineer Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage your MC for AI Engineer Europe 2026, Phil Hawksworth.
Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Wow, what a lovely full, is it a full room? Goodness me, it is a full room. Welcome everyone, welcome to sunny London. Lots of smiley faces here this morning. I think it helps that the sun is shining, right? That helps us a little bit. Come to London, we said, because we'll be guaranteed sunny weather. We lucked out. Well, good morning and welcome to AI Engineer Europe, our first soiree into Europe with this event. My name's Phil Hawksworth, and I'm very, very happy to be your MC for just today. You have Teja tomorrow, but today you have me, and it's my great privilege. It's a full day. I don't know if you've looked at the schedule. I'm sure you have. I'm sure you've been looking at that with a great deal of eagerness. It is a very, very jam-packed day, and it's a jam-packed room. I was going to say squeeze in to fill in the spaces, but it's like a jelly mold in here. You guys have really filled the spaces beautifully, so welcome. So this is our first time here in London. I'm curious, before we get rolling, where have people come from? People from London here today? Ooh, okay. One of you is delighted about being from London. The rest of you are kind of unsure, but okay. Elsewhere in the UK, people from the north of England? That's fine. I'm not trying to out anyone. That's fine. One person came down from the north. People from the south of England? It's interesting gauging the different levels of enthusiasm. Difficult to know also where the north-south divide is. People from just around England. People from England here? Okay, we're starting to understand the levels of enthusiasm for where we come from. People from elsewhere in the UK? Yeah! There we go. Where's that enthusiastic person from? Wales. Wales. Had to ask. Of course, the deep, rich, thunderous voice was from Wales. From wider elsewhere in Europe. People come from further afield, people from elsewhere in Europe? There we are. Okay, there's people from the UK. That's how you do it, by the way. That's how you do it. I'm curious, who thinks they've come the furthest? Anyone wants an opening bid for who's come the furthest? Shout out where you come from if you think you might have come the furthest. Canada. Okay. Good luck, everyone. Anyone want to be, which coast of Canada? We're talking east or west, whereabouts? Whereabouts, east? Ottawa, okay, which is on the east coast, I know. Anyone prepared to try and beat that bid? Sri Lanka. Where's Sri Lanka? Okay, I'm going to start needing to get Google Maps out to try and look at the exact. Okay, so safe to say, welcome. Thank you for coming all that way. Safe to say, I'm sorry, where? Dominican Republic. Yeah, you came here for the sunshine. Well done. Well done. I'm so glad it isn't grey and miserable here. It never is in London. Ever. Well, thank you for coming all of that distance from all of those places. We're very happy to have you here. Welcome to all of you. And why do people travel so far for events like this? Why do we gather? It's kind of an interesting time, I think. Our industry is changing all the time. I think it attracts people who have a thirst for knowledge. I suspect all of you here have got a real thirst for knowledge. Our industry is changing all the time. And I remember when I first got started, I was putting numbers on screens for traders to trade off on the stock exchange and using very antiquated old technologies for that, using kind of video switching. And then web technologies came in and we started doing various bits of like DOM scripting with very sophisticated Java applets behind the scenes. And then there was Ajax and then there's WebSockets. Technologies were always changing. I've worked at software houses, I've worked at agencies, I've worked at telecom companies. And all the time, the flavors of web development and software engineering I was using were changing. And I have to admit, I'm a bit nervous standing here in front of you and admitting this, but I was very, very reticent about adopting the kind of surge in AI tooling and the kind of surge in what we're seeing now. I was really cautious about it. I'd kind of like to think, I know best when it comes to craft and touching the codes and the engineering. I was very, very cautious about actually putting my trust in the emerging tools and the emerging ways that we're building with these new tools. But I'm becoming more and more optimistic and more kind of cautiously optimistic, but very, very excited about the possibilities now. And it's because of the kind of work that's been done by the people who are on this stage and people in this room and how we're talking and sharing this kind of growing knowledge about how we can build with these incredible tools. And so my fear, I think, in the initial thoughts of, well, my craft is kind of going away, that fear is starting to subside now. And I'm just seeing that the craft isn't going away, it's just moving to a different part in the abstraction. So I think with that in mind, I'm really excited that I can be here and I can absorb all this, because this is really the place to soak up all of these new developments in the world of AI, to understand how we can use them better, how we can further the craft of software engineering, and as you'll see throughout the day, how that is definitely changing. So this is definitely the place to be for that. And we're very fortunate that we've got the support of some wonderful sponsors. Google DeepMind are today's presenting sponsor, so our thanks to them. Also thanks to our platinum sponsors who are Braintrust, WorkOS, and OpenAI. And by crikey, there's incredible support from such a wide range of folks. The gold and silver sponsors here, we thank them as well. So many of the people from all of these companies you've seen are here at this event. They're out in the expo hall, they're around, they're available to talk to. Grab them, make the most of the opportunity, and have some great conversations with them. So before we get on, I'd like a quick round of applause for all of our wonderful sponsors, please. So, we're going to get started in just a second, but just a couple of quick comments about the format of the day and how the day is going to work. So we're squeezed in here together in this lovely room, which is where the keynotes are going to happen. So we have a number of keynote talks kicking off in just a moment right here. And then we'll have a short break, so you can get to go and talk to some folks, talk to each other, make new friends out in the expo hall and around the event. And then we're going to split into 6 different tracks. So we have a number of tracks that have different specialisms and topics of areas of focus where you can choose. One of them right in here and others around the venue. The details of that are in the schedule, and we'll have a little recap of that before we break a bit later on. I think we're almost ready to start. I think you're probably itching to get started, and it's kind of exciting because I think the the growth of this industry and the growth of adoption and just the groundswell in all of these technologies and businesses being formed around these technologies, it's just exploding. I mean, and that's been borne out as well by the growth in this particular event. You know, from being in the US originally and now branching out into Europe and having such an amazing full room of people and just a bustling communities of people out here. So I know that the team at AI Engineer wanted to say a quick hello and a quick thank you and a bit of a welcome before we get started. So I'm going to hand over the reins very, very quickly to them for that, and then we'll get into the talks for the day. So as we get started, I hope you have a wonderful day today. I'll be back. We'll talk more during the course of the day. But to get us rolling, is the General Manager of AI Engineer. Please welcome to the stage, Lia McBride. Here she comes.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. So you're going to be able to tell from my accent very quickly, I'm actually Scottish. So this conference for me is very, very special. I spent most of my career in London, over 15 years, right at the heart of European tech growth. And so today is very special for us to be bringing our first European conference here. This is our 6th conference now. Obviously our first in London, and honestly the energy around it has completely exceeded all of our expectations, so thank you. AI Engineer has actually grown at a rate of 900% over the last 3 years, from our first small event in 2023 in San Francisco. We did 3 events last year, hosting almost 5,000 attendees. We're just getting started, as you can see. As well as our core events, we also have a series of licensed events that we do, our partner events, across different cities as well this year. We're doing Miami, Singapore, Melbourne, and Paris. So if any of you happen to be in those areas, check out those dates on the website. But yes, London was our top priority this year because really it is some of the most important work in AI is being done right here and of course in Europe. Just this morning, myself and Swyx were at 10 Downing Street with Kalbir Sohi, who is the first ever UK Chief AI Engineer Officer, who was appointed in January. And what was very clear from the conversation in that room is the ambition of the UK is accelerating very fast. And that creates huge opportunity for everyone in this room to do very meaningful and career-defining work in the very near future. So over the next few days, I encourage you to do 2 things. First, learn, go deep, ask questions, challenge ideas. And second, connect. Speak to each other, speak to our sponsors, our speakers, and just make connections that will create opportunities and progress. Because this community only works when we're open, collaborative, and practical. So enjoy this experience together, paving the way of the future of AI. Welcome to AI Engineer Europe. Feel free to come say hello at any point. I'll be here for the next couple of days. Enjoy, everyone. Thank you.
Our first speaker draws on over 25 years of software engineering experience. From his time at Google and now Vercel, he will explore what it means to build infrastructure and applications in a world where agents are both the builders and users of software. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the CTO of Vercel, Malte Ubl.
Good morning, everyone. This is awesome. I'm so glad to be here. Welcome to the first ever AI Engineer Conference in Europe. My name is Malte, and I'm the CTO of Vercel. Now, this is not, usually I give technical talks, but I thought, because I'm apparently going first, that I need to give a proper keynote. But I did want to feature what I call my vibe coding stack. I've been hacking on a thing called Chat SDK, which is a way to hook your agents to whatever, like Slack, Telegram, WhatsApp, chat app you like. And I've been working on Just Bash, which is a bash interpreter written in TypeScript that gives you something like a sandbox with nanosecond startup time for your agents, because they love bash. All right. One thing I wanted to mention is that the reason why I'm so excited to be here is that I used to run a little conference in Berlin called JSConf EU. And I feel once in my life I had completely impeccable timing because it was the summer of 2019, and we decided after 10 years it was enough, and we went out with a bang. And the reason why this was such great timing was that there just wouldn't have been a conference 1 year later because of COVID. But also, when we decided that we would step away, we were hoping that someone else would take the reins. And again, that did not happen because of COVID. So it's now been more than half a decade, and I'm very excited that things are finally starting up again. But it was also clear that it wasn't going to be like a web development conference that would really bring the tech community in Europe back together in 2026, right? In many ways, I think AI engineering is the legitimate successor to web development as a really mainstream discipline of engineering that will shape the next decade of software development as software engineering itself faces an unprecedented disruption. So you're definitely in the right place today, and it's more important than ever to come together as a community and to reflect on both our profession as software engineers and AI engineers. And that's because we're facing a disruption of both how we build, which is with AI, and what we build, which is AI and agents. And of course, disruption can sometimes lead to anxiety. In fact, I really actually very often get asked, hey Malte, is there still a place for engineers in the future? And what about that next generation of engineers? And I couldn't be more convinced that the answer is yes. I often give this example of envision me doing a TikTok video. They mentioned in the intro that I have 25 years of experience, which is actually substantial understatement. And so I would not be good at a TikTok video. I should not be recording TikTok videos because I didn't grow up at this, right? And in a very similar way, the next generation of junior engineers are going to be so much better at this discipline because they get molded in the AI world, just like all of you are. But it's not only the kids that are going to be all right. Well, I'll be fine, and this is why. One of our main theses is that agents are a new kind of software. Because there was always all this stuff we wanted to automate. But not all of it was economically viable to do with traditional software. But it is with agents. And what that means is there will be just so much more software in the future. Indulge me with a Venn diagram. Maybe the circle should be better, because the circle represents all software that should exist. Imagine all software that should exist. The problem was that we couldn't write all of it because it was too expensive using traditional methods. You can envision all these things where you have all this if statements, you have all this knowledge about the business, you have to figure it all out, you have to hard code into the application. So much of this software you just would never write because it would be obviously too expensive. But now with agents, that part of software becomes economically viable. I can build it now with not that much effort, right? And that means that with AI agents, essentially all the software, maybe not all of it, we'll find more in the future, but that circle gets filled out, right? All of this stuff that should be automatable is automatable. There's going to be so much more software out there. And in a similar line, more and more companies, when they ask that question, whether they should buy some software, like a SaaS product, or make some software themselves, they're answering that with the make side, right? Over in Silicon Valley, where I live today, we are talking a lot about the SaaS apocalypse, I think is what it's called, right? People make their own stuff, and they don't buy the SaaS software anymore. I actually think the SaaS companies will be all right, don't worry about them. But as engineers ourselves, more companies making more software, again, leads to us having more work, even if it's faster. And in fact, the way I've been kind of framing this for a while is that we are speedrunning what's really an experiment in economics of how elastic the software market is. The thesis being that the cheaper it is to make software, the more software we're going to make, right? And as a consequence, what's actually happening is that demand for software engineers is going up. Now, we don't know, there's going to be an S-curve, But there's no signs of us reaching the S-curve. In fact, because we're getting better at agents, et cetera, there's so much leeway in the future, I think we'll be all right. So as AI engineers, it's our job to build that next application layer. And of course, what that actually means is building agents, right? I want to spend some time talking about archetypes of agents that I'm seeing actually being built today, actually being effective, actually something you can do today without, having to make major changes. I think we're all a little bit drunk on the coding agents because they're so great, right? They work so well, and it seems so obvious that you can translate that to all other domains. And sometimes these things don't go so well, right? But the thing is that we don't really have to be doing the most advanced agents you could possibly imagine. There's just so much low-hanging fruit to be done where you can really, really help companies, save them millions or billions of dollars without actually making these massive changes of processes that in practice will always take a long time, fail often, etc. So this is what I'm actually seeing in the wild. The first part, when you think about what agents you can build, is people think, well, agents, that rings a bell. I have a team of support agents. Maybe I can automate part of that, right? And that's also where kind of the first generation of what we call agent as a service, you can make that acronym in your head, startups are shipping, right? Like the CRS and Decagons of this world. But more generally, I think it's worth asking yourself, in your business, is there a job where it would be quite transformative if that, we went from a 9-to-5 thing because, people need to sleep, and I can actually do it 24/7 because agents don't need to sleep, right? And I think there's many places for that. The next one is probably actually even more important. I call it compress the research. Because every business has a certain type of business process that in a very abstract fashion has the following shape. There's some business event, then you have to do some research, and then you make a human decision, right? And you can just build an agent that does the research phase automatically, and that's all you do, that's all you ship, right? And the important part why this is like such an easy thing to ship is because the process is still the same. There's still that business event, there's another research, and there's a human decision. The research goes faster, and maybe it goes from something that took a human 30 minutes, now they can do the same thing in 5 minutes, and if you run that process 100,000 times a year, you just save the company a whole lot of money, but you didn't increase the risk profile, and you didn't have to change the process. At Vercel, we actually have like at least 2 agents of this shape. When you go to vercel.com and you hit the contact sales button, that message actually goes to an agent, right? And I hear about 75% of the time that agent says, well, actually, they just wanted support and hand it over to the support team. But then in the other case, it will go, oh, that's interesting. Let me check out their LinkedIn. Let me Google the company. Let me figure out how large they are. Let me route it to the right person, right? And then there's a human eventually taking a look at it. Makes sense, but that obviously was something that took maybe a person 15 minutes before, and now they don't have to do it anymore. And another example is exactly the same process. If you sent us an abuse report, again, there's an agent taking a look. Is that website abusive? What should we do, right? Still, obviously, the decision in the end should be done by the actual professional, but they don't have to do all this research themselves anymore. Next is what I think is probably the most magical thing that you can do in any company today, which is to surface information that already exists. It's extremely common that there's information somewhere in the company, right? But for all intents and purposes, you cannot practically use it. Take, for example, you're all engineers, you have issue trackers, right? So is it up to date? Probably not all the time, right? Could it be up to date? Does the information exist? Did you Slack it? Did you have a granola recording that technically contains the information that could update your issue tracker? Yes, right? Probably yes. And so you can, build an agent that does this for your company, right? Whenever you have a manager saying, well, give me a list of updates, right? Why don't they already have the updates, right? Why doesn't an agent have already kind of done that research already? So again, this just takes advantage of existing information, which is so powerful. And finally, for the last big category, there's a magical question that you can do to figure out agents you should build in your company, which is to ask folks, what do you hate most about your job? And I actually have a case study about this at Vercel. So we actually did build our own in-house support agent, and it has what's called a 90% deflection rate. So 90% of the time, it just helps the person in real time rather than going down somewhere else. And what happened? The job satisfaction rate on our support team exploded. Why? Because they no longer have to do the boring stuff, right? Oh, my credit card got rejected, blah, 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 right? Now they get to actually go and figure out actually interesting cases, actually help people who really need help, rather than doing all the toil, right? So that's, like, I think eliminating boring work is a very noble mission that we should all kind of strive to do for the companies that we work for. Cool. So clearly that new application layer are agents, but we also have to shift, we have to consider another shift, that the software itself is going to be used by agents now, right? And I work in software development, developer tools, et cetera, and I think we're kind of ahead of the game here, speed running that transformation. What I will share, though, is that on our own web properties, humans are actually now on the minority. So in the last 7 days, and we have not shared this before, over 60% of page views on Vercel.com were AI agents. And in a similar way, we're seeing the way you use our platform going from people clicking around in the dashboard to usage shifting to our API and CLI. So whenever I now have someone proposing a feature to me and they show me like a UI, I'm like, guys, what's the CLI? Like, how do I automate this? How does an agent use this? UI is now something that's so cheap. The other thing that we're observing is that kind of the relationship changes between software developers and infrastructure, right? If I didn't write the code myself, I also don't have maybe as strong feelings about how that stuff runs in production, right? And so for a company like us, it's really important that we shift how we deploy infrastructure to a model where most of the software was written by agent and has to just run. And people expect it to run just like they prompted the agent to do the work. And finally, and nobody here obviously is surprised about this, the applications themselves are, they're agent now. And that requires us to have different infrastructure available, right? Everyone's now shipping sandboxes. I think it's almost a meme. I was mentioning earlier that I created this thing called Just Bash, and I'm really interested in kind of this innovation of how you can give an agent a computer, maybe without giving them a computer. There's lots of interesting stuff there in the market, and I'm sure this conference is going to have lots of stuff there as well. And then also more broadly, again, it was mentioned, I've been here for a while, we're marching head on into a security nightmare. It almost feels like a little bit like 1999, where really everything can be hacked, right? And we just didn't know how to make something secure. I think we'll have a rude awakening, but what that really means is that we have to be open-minded for how to change things. I will give one example. I think almost all currently popular agent harnesses have fundamentally the wrong architecture. And that is that they combine where the harness runs with where the code that it runs, that it generates runs, right? As of actually yesterday, I did see that Anthropic agrees with that thesis because they on their new agent product, they do have that separation, and it's really, really key. And that's really just also a point that these are all solvable problems, but my main message today is that we are still in the very early innings, and we have to be prepared to be open-minded about paradigm shift happening in the future, right? We just had the paradigm shift of agents being kind of these very general sandbox using things. In the future, we will see more of those paradigm shifts. Cool. Last point I want to make is that this new application layer that we're building can thrive independent of the models, right? Because sometimes model X is better, sometimes model Y is better, but we are, as AI engineers, building a stable layer on top. And one of the very interesting consequences is that we don't have to work at a model lab to drive AI innovation. In fact, and I think this is almost like a narrative violation, Europe is the leader in AI engineering innovation, right? Our own AI SDK, which Vercel makes, it takes now over $10 million a week, and is led by Lars Grammel, who lives in Berlin, right? Is working on this. Then there's obviously Pi, the coding agent made in Austria. You'll be hearing from Mario about it tomorrow. And of course, probably some of you have heard of it. There's a little thing called OpenClaw, and Peter will be on stage here in an hour. And so it appears to me that Europe, against all odds, is taking actually a leadership role in AI engineering. But we also have to be realistic, right? Like, Europe isn't going to play a major role on the model side. But I don't think it needs to. In fact, I do see kind of two big futures ahead of us. One is where the big model labs win. In that world, AI will stay very expensive. All the value of all that cool agents tech will accrue to that company. And we won't really be AI engineers anymore, right? We'll be like forward deployed engineers, whoever the winner is, if it's OpenAI, Anthropic, or Google. But I don't think that's very likely. And I think what's actually going on is that the opposite is happening. The model companies are commoditizing. Claude is amazing. Codex is amazing. Google will catch up. And importantly, I'll give them props now, because I think Google's playing an amazing role here because they have the cheapest infrastructure on the cost side. And so in that commoditized world, they will always decide to make it cheaper, right? And that will keep the price floor where it should be, which is very low, and that's the outcome that we want, right? Because in that world, we, the AI engineers, are the powerful ones. Our agents are the ones that actually create the business value, and it's the application layer where the real innovation happens, right? This is where OpenClaw gets invented, and that's where the next paradigm of AI engineering gets discovered. And that's really all I wanted to leave you with today. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is VP of Research at Google Deepmind. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Raia Hadsell.
Hello, everyone. Wonderful. What a lovely full room and good smiles. I heard the dig on Google there at the end. I did catch that. So my name is Raia Hadsell. I've been a part of Deepmind for the last almost 13 years, and I'm very happy to have AI Engineer come here to London. I'm also very proud this year to be a UK AI ambassador, so I help the government, academia, industry sort of bridge those gaps. Yes, I'm American by birth, but I've been here for long enough that I can count myself among the proud Brits as well. So I'm going to talk a little bit about frontier AI and the future of intelligence. To start, a little bit of a longer introduction to who I am. It's good to be as old as I am. You get to look at this by the decades. So in the 90s, I did my undergraduate degree in philosophy of religion. It's definitely not a computer scientist yet, but I really enjoyed it. Before you ask, yes, I learned a lot, and I'm glad that I did it, and no, it hasn't been very useful since. In the 2000s, I did a bit of a pivot, moved into computer science after some good advice from those close to me, and spent my PhD years in New York City working on convolutional networks, neural networks for robots with Jan LeCun, which is a lot of fun. I then, in the 2010s, made the decision to join a small group of curious, scrappy individuals working at Deepmind. It's a group of about 30, 40 people at the time. And we spent the rest of that decade working on things like Atari video games, Go, StarCraft, and some robotics. A lot of fun. And now I am a VP within Deepmind. I help run about a group of about 1,200 scientists and engineers across 10 labs. We're working on a lot of different things. I'll tell you about 3 of those. So first, frontier AI is an area where we really are trying to make sure that we are staying in the front. So we're thinking about what are the next architectures that we're going to use for Gemini? What are the next problems that only AI can really address? And how are we going to build the future of intelligence? And that's thinking not just about artificial intelligence, but it's create the future of human intelligence as well, and even robotics intelligence as well. We are all on this journey together, and I think that it's important to think about how humans change as well as the technology. Our approach, we look for root nodes. You know, we're not going to waste time on the leaves. We're going to really find for a big problem space that hasn't been solved, how deep can we go, find the deepest problems, and solve those in order to then enable a lot of downstream impact. We partner, you know, really with the world. I really think about it very broadly and think about who are the partners that can help us find those root nodes and solve those problems, and also bring it to the leaf nodes. And solving problems that are worth solving. The motto, or the mission of Deepmind is to build AI responsibly for the benefit of humanity. So I really take that seriously. We want to solve problems that are worth solving. All right, so we work in a lot of different areas within frontier AI in Deepmind. These are sort of some of the different categories. I'm not going to tell you about all of them, so you can just maybe keep those a mystery. But I'll just pick out a couple. So first, in advanced models, I actually wanted to bring up an embeddings model. So the theme of this talk overall is things that are not directly language models. And in the modeling space, I wanted to talk about embedding models. To start that out, I'll ask if anyone knows what a Jennifer Aniston cell is. Aha, I got a few neuroscientists in the room. So this is actually a concept from neuroscience where we've discovered that there are not just a single cell, but a small number of neurons that will encode for a specific thing, as in a specific person. And that those combinations of neurons that only activate for that one person, or that one thing, or that one place, those cells are actually very robust. They activate regardless of modality. And this is used by the brain, very, very, very fast retrieval for recognition and for comparison functions. So that means that when I say the name, Jennifer Aniston, or if I showed you a picture or a video, or if you even heard her voice, if you knew her, if you were enough of a fan, then all those different modalities lead to the same set of cells activating. So we want that in a artificial neural network for the same reason. We want fast retrieval, recognition, and comparison. And so we can trade what's called an embedding model in order to encode for those concepts, in order to be more robust to different ways that the information can be presented, and to be very, very good at sort of understanding what is the comparison between these different activations. I use contrastive losses. One of the reasons why I like this space is that because I did my PhD work in part looking at Siamese neural networks, which was an early way of understanding what is a contrastive loss function. And so these embedding functions are really critical companion to generative AI. Sometimes we want to generate, sometimes we want to retrieve. So the group at Google has been working on this for a long time, and just recently we've actually released Gemini Embeddings 2. So this is exciting to me because it really is sort of the ideal. It is fully omnimodal. It uses, it's derived from Gemini, so it's got sort of that level of knowledge and understanding of the world. And it allows extremely, extremely good retrieval. In a little bit more detail, then Why is it good that it is unified and multimodal? It means that you don't have to have different steps to try to bring things together and map them together. You can be truly end-to-end and not lose information by trying to combine audio information, visual information, text information together. So you can get a single vector that represents text, up to 8K tokens, 128 seconds of video, 80 seconds of audio, and a full PDF. And together that can give you a lot of information. You can then use that to be able to use it for retrieval, for querying, for agentic logic, and other things. We also use something called the Matryoshka representation learning, or MRL, and that allows us to be able to have the same network but represent different dimensions. So for instance, you could start out doing a retrieval using only 256 dimensions for your embedding, and then you can expand that to get to more expressiveness. This gives us, we can demonstrate that this allows us to have a unified semantic space and really state-of-the-art quality. Just something that's come out recently that I think it doesn't get talked about quite as often as language models, but it's really important as that companion, I think. All right. Next, I wanted to quickly talk about another thing that is not a language model. This is not a language model at all. There's no language involved. And this is work that we've done on the weather. In London, it rains a lot. And a few years ago, there was a informatics scientist at the Met Office, the Meteorological Office for the UK, the UK's weather agency, that said, can you predict better rainfall than our physics-based models? Using AI. And I said, I don't know. Interesting problem. Let me take this back to the team. Took this back to the team. At Deepmind, we started working on this, and we discovered, yes, you know what? Predicting the weather, even though it is a very, very hard problem using physics simulation of the atmosphere, is actually quite tractable for neural network models, given that we have 40 years of data. 40 years of global data on what the weather is. So a couple of years ago, we came out with GraphCast. GraphCast predicts the state of the atmosphere up to 15 days out, everywhere on Earth, and for many different variables. And this uses a spherical graph neural network. You can think about this encompassing the Earth and having nodes that go all the way from the surface of the Earth all the way up into the lower stratosphere. And we actually feed in and then predict in an autoregressively 100 different atmospheric variables, for instance, wind speed, temperature, and humidity, as shown here. And this worked very well. Here's a quick example. We were excited to see this in late 2024. This is Hurricane Lee. Sort of comes into the Atlantic, pauses for a moment, and then takes a turn to the north, speeds up, and makes landfall on Nova Scotia. This total video is 9 days worth, so that's how far the hurricane moves. And this is actually the output of the graph neural network. That's its prediction. And the prediction that it made is accurate 9 days out of where that landfall is going to be. In comparison, the best gold standard models that are physics-based were only accurate 6 days out as to where that landfall is going to be. When you're talking about a major hurricane hitting land, 3 days is really important. So with this, we said, okay, this is important, and we're going to keep on pushing the science. So the team developed the next model. We called this GenCast. And the difference here is that this model, while also based on a mesh, is probabilistic, and it has a higher accuracy and a higher efficiency. The weather is fundamentally chaotic, and we want to know what's happening on the tails. And so having a model that's probabilistic allows us to do that, allows this to be operationalized and used for actual weather prediction. GenCast also was more accurate, so when we compared it to 1,300 gold standard benchmarked weather forecasts, then this was more accurate 97% of the time, and it was also, we could produce that 15-day forecast in 8 minutes on a single chip instead of hours on a very large supercomputer. So much different sort of space of the solution that we were proposing. And just this last year, this team is relentless. They're constantly coming up with new models. And so the latest one is called FGN, Functional Generative Network. This directly predicts cyclones rather than predicting the weather and then having to add on a cyclone detector as sort of post-processing. This actually incorporates the categorization, the recognition of cyclones, their trajectory, their wind speed, and the formation of the eye directly into the network. We train for that, which means that it's much better. So this has already been used in the US by the National Hurricane Center, and they are very, very excited by how much of an advantage this now gives. So this will hopefully be used worldwide in the coming years. All right. Lastly, I wanted to use the last few minutes to talk about, again, something that is not language model-based. So this is world models. And this actually came out of work that Deepmind has done on games and simulation for a long time. We've been working on Atari, on Go, on StarCraft, and then on Mujoko-type environments for robotics, because we wanted to understand agency and the environment. We started focusing more and more on not just training the agent, but creating an infinite environment. You know, when I did work on locomotion here, then, oh, that's not playing. Well, maybe this will play. I'm going to jump forward to Genie 1. So we wanted, so this is Genie 1. It could only run for a few seconds, but you could say, hey, I want this type of a world, and then you could produce this little platformer 2D game environment where you could jump around for a few minutes, and it would actually respond to whether you hit the left or the right, and it could produce a reasonable diversity of different looking platformer type of worlds. This was enough to say, we might have something here. Let's scale up. Let's scale up the data and train again. Improve the method and train again, now on 3D games. Then we produced Genie 2. Genie 2 is interactive, but it's not yet real time. So you need to go awfully slowly. And it can produce 3D environments, but it couldn't do anything that was really real world type of quality and more higher definition. So we were working on that, and then along came VO3. Oh. I'm going to hope that this, I don't know why it's not playing. Well, I was going to show VO, but you've all seen VO or Sora or other video generation environments, so you know that we can create videos that are photorealistic and very good, very high quality, although they're not interactive and they're not real time. And so Genie 3 really wanted to solve for all of these things. It wanted to create an environment that you could create a world that you could interact with, you could move around in, that's real time, it's playable, and that also has that really high level of quality that we saw with generative video models. Now I'm not able to advance the slides at all. Well, this is too bad. Oh, there we go. All right, let me just see if I can show you a couple of videos. No. right. I'm really sorry. Well, if any of you have not seen Genie, then please go and take a look. Project Genie has been made available to all Gemini Ultra subscribers, and so it's something that we've been really excited to see. We've been really excited to see what people have been creating with this. It's just not getting.
Is it online video? Is it?
Yeah. Something with that.
Try it with the Wi-Fi. Have you been on the Wi-Fi before?
Yeah, no, on the Wi-Fi I was, yeah.
If you go to your browser, you might just need to click a accept button or something, maybe. It's there, isn't it? So
Oh my gosh. Oh, this is right. All right.
settings, is that what
It is. It is, it is, it is. All right. All right, well, that works now. All right. All right. Now, all right, well, now I am out of time, but I will still take another minute or two to just show you these. So this is saying that, telling Genie, I want a world where I'm walking down a muddy lane in Kent. This looks not far from my house. The fun thing here is that you look down at yourself and you realize that you actually have a body. You're actually interacting with the world. It's a little bit odd to know what's coming out of this model. It's really understood not just the appearance of a lane in Kent, but actually what it takes to engage with that, make the water move, and to walk forward. Of course, it's not just scenes that are walking. We can very happily ski, and so you can create an environment where you can engage with the world in so many different ways. Here's an example where it says original there. We started this, we prompted this with a fragment of video, and now it's changed to Genie 3. So this is an artist. He made those first few seconds, and then we use that to prompt Genie and bring this world to life. He was so tickled to see that we could take a little snippet of his world that he had laboriously created and bring that to life in a way that means that you can fly through it, you can bounce off of this thing, and it remembers that, oh, here's that weird structure there, and go back to that and fly through there. So these environments are not only diverse and interactive, high quality, they also have memory. So the prompt here was, I'm an origami lizard in an origami world, and this is what you get. And we use this as a nice little test that I can spend, I can spend a minute running in one direction, run back to the start, and everything is exactly as it was at the beginning, because we have a really good memory. Working in these environments gives us consistency and control. And lastly, we're able to prompt this world as you're in it. So that means that while I'm in a world that might be a little bit boring, here I am, this is a world saying I'm walking down the Camden Canal in London here, near the Deepmind office. Well, what happens if I prompt it at the same time? Then what happens? I've just changed the world that I'm in. Can change it again. There we go. Immediately, the world is different. And one more time, just for fun. I love the idea of a new form of gaming where I could be adversarially prompting your experience of a world. It just creates a whole different sort of entertainment, a whole world, a whole new frontier that I think can be really amazing, not just for entertainment, but for education as well. The ability to be able to go into a world in order to learn about it, I think, is incredibly powerful and may well be something that we see more and more of. With that, I will say thank you. And just a quick call out that tomorrow morning, my colleague Omar is going to talk about Gemma 4, which is a language model. All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is here to speak about harness engineering, how to build software when humans steer and agents execute. Please join me in welcoming to the stage member of technical staff at OpenAI, Ryan Lopopolo.
Good morning, London. I'm super excited to be here today. I'm Ryan Lopopolo, and for the last 9 months, I have had the privilege of building software exclusively with agents. I am a token billionaire, and I believe that in order for us to get into our AGI future, we want everybody to be token billionaires, to use the models to do the full job. And what that means is to lean into the idea that the models are capable of being a full software engineer. And I've lived that experience by banning my team from even touching their editors, to have to work through the models in order to get the job done. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what it means to lean into that and operationalize the way you work, the code spaces you live in, and the processes on your teams in order to get the agents to do the full job. I believe I'm preaching to the choir here when I say that the way we build software has changed. In the last 6 months, we have seen coding agents take over the world, and capability has continually advanced at a super fast pace to have these models and the harnesses within which they live take more complex actions, do more complicated work with higher reliability over longer time horizons. And the place we've gotten to here is that implementation is no longer the scarce resource of what it means to do the job of software engineering. Code is free. We have an abundance of code to solve the problems that we come across in our day-to-day as we run our teams, build software, and solve user problems. Hiring the hands on the keyboards as part of our teams is only constrained by GPU capacity and token budgets. And each engineer today in this room has access to 5, 50, or 5,000 engineers worth of capacity 24/7 every day of the year. The only thing that needs to happen, our roles, is to figure out how to productively deploy these resources into our code and into our teams to make use of this new capacity. And in this world, skill sets are shifting more towards systems thinking, system design, and delegation in order to make use of this abundant capacity to produce code to solve problems. And there are 3 reasons that this happened, all of which happened in late 2025. For me, the magic moment was GPT 5.2, which, when it came out, was able to do the full job of a software engineer. The models at this point are good enough where they're isomorphic to you and I in terms of the ability to produce code at high quality that solve real user problems in real code bases. Code is free. And I know this is maybe a scary thing to hear because code carries maintenance burden, but it's free to produce, free to refactor, and it is not a thing to get hung up on anymore. We think of code as burden because it's a synchronous attention drain on the human engineers on our team. But the models are incredibly patient, They are infinitely parallel, so the ability to produce, maintain, refactor, and delete code is no longer a forcing function on figuring out how to allocate resources on your engineering teams. So sort of be AGI pilled here is to believe that the models are capable of producing every line of code we could ever possibly need, figuring out when to delete them, figuring out when to refactor them or make them more reliable. And it's your role as software engineers to figure out how to unblock your team of agents and humans driving those agents from being able to drive them over long horizon work to do the full job. The idea here is that every one of you is a staff engineer. You have as many team members as you can possibly drive concurrently and have tokens to support, and you need to look 1 day, 1 week, 6 months into the future to figure out what structures you need to put in place to productively harness this infinite capacity to produce code. The scarce resources in this world that we see today are 3 things: human time, human and model attention, and model context window. And in the world where human time and attention is scarce, the role is to think about where that time is going, figure out ways to productively automate it, and move that synchronous human time into higher leverage activities. In a world where human time is scarce and human time is required to produce code, we have a stack rank. Things are either P0s or P2s. Those P3s will never get done. However, in a world where code is free and infinitely abundant, all those P3s get kicked off immediately, maybe 4x in parallel. We pick one that solves the problem, and in it goes. I've had the privilege of building a ton of agents internally at OpenAI to improve the productivity of my coworkers. And when code is free, all these internal tools can have good localization and internationalization from day one. I can make tools that my colleagues in London, Dublin, Paris, Brussels, Zurich, and Munich are able to experience in their native languages without really having to trade against any of my other team's capacity in order to make high-quality tools. We should be working with the assumption that the best parts of software engineering that we all know, live, and breathe are available in any product that we could ever build all the time. Humans no longer need to concern themselves with implementation. The important thing is not the code, but the prompt and the guardrails that got you there. This is why leaving breadcrumbs, documentation, ADRs, persona-oriented documentation around what a good job looks like, all the historical logs of tickets and code reviews, this is the process that got you and your teams to the code and products that you have today, and this is what needs to happen in order to get your agents there as well. Your job is to build systems, software, and structures that enable your team to be successful. And to do that, we need to make them legible to those agents that are driving the implementation. That means structuring them in a way that's native to the agents, writing them in a way that is respecting of scarce context, which is this other scarce resource here, and figuring out ways to make the tokens that are required to do the job easy to predict. That means making things the same as much as possible so we can limit the amount of attention the model needs to activate in order to do the job. Large-scale refactoring in this world is free, so making things the same is something that you are all able to do. There's never going to be a migration that hangs open for 6 months now that you can't get the last parts of the code base to do, because you can just fire off 15 agents to drive that work to completion. This is what it means to have a migration, right? We can finish them now. Come on, that's good. That's good. Clap. There's sort of this like meta epistemological question here about like what it means to do a good job. And doing a good job as a software engineer is hard. It requires us years of being in the industry to fully internalize what it means to write high quality, maintainable, reliable code that our teammates are able to build on top of that is going to accrue leverage to the code base. To do a single patch well probably requires 500 little decisions along the way around the underspecified non-functional requirements that go into producing good code. The agents, the models during their training, have seen trillions of lines of code that make every possible choice of those non-functional requirements that you could ever imagine. So it's our job to specify those non-functional requirements, to write them down in a way that the agents can see this is what it is to do a good, acceptable job that's going to produce a merged patch. And if the agents aren't doing that, it's our job to figure out ways to refine and restrict their output such that the code they write is acceptable. You can just simply say, do not produce slop. Don't accept slop, you won't get slop in your code base. But to do that requires taking short-term velocity hits in order to back up or double-click into a task to figure out what it is the agents are struggling with in your environment, put the guardrails in place so they stop making those mistakes, and then figure out ways to step back and spend your time on higher leverage activities once you solve some of the blockers in the short term. When I think about empowering my team in this way, everyone is an expert in what it is they bring. I have a diverse full-stack team that is experts in front-end architecture, back-end scalability, being product-minded. And each one of those different personas fleshes out the skill set of my team by bringing a different understanding, a different set of solves for those non-functional requirements. Getting teammates to write those down actually means that every engineer driving agents gets the best of every single person on my team. I don't need to block on low signal code review in order to learn what it means to write a good QA plan. To have one engineer on my team document that in a durable way means every agent trajectory is going to get a good QA plan. And we can do this once in a high leverage way that we're able to stack on top of. So, how can we get the agents to do a good job? What are some of the tools and techniques we have in order to essentially prompt inject our agents and continually remind them of what it means to make those specific choices that we expect around those non-functional requirements? And there's a bunch of ways we can do this. We can write good agents.md files. However, with auto-compaction, which is a thing that has continued to improve, GPT 5.4 and Codex is fantastic at auto-compaction. I essentially never have to write /new anymore. I've got some pictures on my Twitter of me strapping my laptop into the back of my car so I can continue running inference while I'm commuting to and from work. And in this world, you have to kind of build for that expectation that context will get paged out over time. We need to be continually refreshing context as the agent goes about doing a task. And the ways we can do that are by having reviewer agents look at the code along the way through the lens of what it means to be successful, right? We have security and reliability review agents in our code base that are continually running as part of every push in CI that look at those documentations and the proposed patch and do simple things like say, are there timeouts and retries on this bit of network code? Has the code that has been introduced have a secure interface that is impossible to misuse? I'm sure everyone here has been paged at some point for network code that failed in production, causing an outage, that could have been remediated by a retry and a timeout. And I know I'm guilty of putting that retry and timeout in, merging the bug fix, and otherwise ignoring that. I am not a reliable reviewer or author of code with respect to this non-functional requirement. However, taking the time to write some docs, write a lint that is bespoke to my code base that is going to look at every time I call fetch to make sure that there's a retry and a timeout wrapped around it, means I've durably solved this problem. And I'm able to do it because I lean on this axiom that code is free, that the agents are able to do a good job, that I can completely migrate the code base to solve this problem durably once and for all. And in order to kind of operate in this way, we need to step back and look at the durable classes of failures that the agents and the humans in the code base are making time after time, figure out why we're spending time on it, devise a solution to systematically eliminate this class of misbehavior, and then continue to observe, refine, and make additional choices on those non-functional requirements. One really neat trick I use here is that you can write tests about the source code as well that are separate from lints, right? If we know that context is limited, We can write a test that limits the fact that files are no longer than 350 lines. We're adapting our code base to the harness, to the models, to do a little bit of engineering to be context efficient and squeeze more juice out of the model capability that we have today. The other things we can think about are providing good error messages that give actual remediation steps to the model and to humans for how to proceed next. It's not enough to say we've got a lint failure because we're awaiting in a loop, or that we have an unknown at this deep part of the code base, and why is the model writing a function called isRecord. What we need to do is provide a prompt via a lint or a test failure that says, no, you shouldn't have an unknown here at all, because we parse don't validate at the edge, and you certainly have a type here which was derived from Zot, load-bearing infrastructure for our AI future. You can just prompt things. Everything I've talked about here today is a prompt. You can do this without touching the model weights at all. Kind of a funny digression here is it seems like each advancement we've had in the complexity of the way we write code to interact with these models comes from both increasing capability in the models and increasingly niche ways for injecting prompts into those models. Prompts, I'm sure you're aware, are prompts, powers, prompts, rules files, prompts, skills, prompts, these lint error messages that I am talking about, prompts, review agents that inject comments onto the PR that we require the agent to address before it is able to propose it for merge, prompts. You're going to find lots of ways to insert prompts into your code. And one way you can do that is by embedding agent SDKs into your tests that are going to review the code base for acceptability using prompts that get embedded into the code. And if I find myself spending a ton of time writing prompts, we can actually shell out to the agent for that as well. I've pointed Codex at all of the prompting cookbooks we have on the OpenAI developer guide and told it to synthesize a skill out of them for how to write prompts, which means when I find a need to write prompts in order to improve my agent performance locally in the code, I use the skill to write prompts that I wrote with the agent looking at the prompts to write the prompts. All the leverage that you're encoding into your repository, your team, and the agents in this way stacks incredibly well. To kind of pull back to this idea that a single product-minded engineer on my team was able to give us a big lift. They know what it means to write a good QA plan. To write a good QA plan, though, you have to document all the features that you have, the critical user journeys, and how users engage with your applications, web apps, APIs, and services. Once you write those down on how to write a good QA plan, with the expectation that all user-facing work has a QA plan, now a review agent is able to assert expectations around what it means to prove that you have effectively written the feature. A QA plan indicates what media should be attached to the PR for the humans and agents to know that you've done a good job, which has the consequence of me trusting the output more, needing to shoulder surf the agent less, and removing myself from the loop even more to delegate more and more of the work to agents. And all of this is just making sure the agents have the tools and tokens and context to do the full job, to remove myself from the need as a synchronous driver. The models crave tokens. We can operationalize our code base to give them tokens to drive them forward, using sub-agents and all these other techniques to refine the agent output. I'm excited to let you all know today, in the way you all do, that you can just go build things. Do not hesitate to remove yourselves from the loop by getting the agents to do the full job, because they can. Thank you.
Our next presenter is the creator of OpenClaw, the world's fastest-growing open-source AI. He recently joined OpenAI to work on bringing agents to everyone. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Peter Steinberger.
Good morning, everyone. So Swiss asked me to do a state of the claw. Who here is running OpenClaw? Give me some hands. Oh, it's like 30, 40%. Very good. Yeah, it's been quite a few months. The project is now 5 months old. I think it's fair to say by now that we are the fastest growing project in GitHub's history. If you've seen the graph, usually it's some projects look like a hockey stick, but ours was just like a straight line, and a friend called it stripper pole growth. And that comes with its own challenges. So we have, I think now we are the largest number on GitHub stars. There's a few that are bigger, but they're basically educational target. No other software project is that big. It's around 30,000 commits. We're closing in 2,000 contributors. Soon to be 30,000 PRs. Let's see. And we're not slowing down. So you see that it's a ramp, but you know we only have April 9. So velocity keeps being good. And at the same time, it hasn't been easy. You know, I had 2 roads when I decided what I want to do, and I did the whole company thing. I was like, I don't want to do this again. And then I joined OpenAI, but then we also created the OpenClaw Foundation, and now I kind of have 2 jobs. And running the foundation is like running a company on hard mode, because you have like all the things that you need to take care of, but also you have a lot of volunteers that you can't really direct. So one of my goals has been working on the bus vector, like who does commits. And you see that it's slowly improving. Vincent is actually talking after me, but we're still not there. In the last months, I talked to a lot of companies. So we now have people from NVIDIA on board. We have someone from Microsoft on board to like help with MS Teams, with like a Windows app. We have someone from Red Hat who's really helping us with security and Dockerization. We work with a lot of Chinese companies. We have people from Tencent and ByteDance. They're actually much larger users than any other continent. And yeah, we have people from pretty much around the world. But like the main thing I want to like talk a little bit about is about OpenClaw is so insecure. You know, you've seen the memes, so like OpenClaw invites the bad guys. And you've probably also seen companies like NVIDIA doing NemoClaw, and like everyone has little lobsters. So you also noticed that like in the last 2-3 months, there's been a lot of releases where things broke. I've basically been DDoSed by security advisories. So that's what I did, what I focused on. So far, we got 1,142 advisories. That's around 16.6 a day. 99 are critical. We published around 469, and we closed 60% of them. So these numbers sound like absolutely terrifying. If you compare it, for example, to like other large projects, like the Linux kernel gets like 8 or 9 a day. We get like twice as much. And curl so far has 600 reports. We have like twice as much as curl. So every time I get a security incident, the rule is the higher they are screaming how critical they are, the more likely it's slop. Like I mean, you've probably also seen the news, like we are very fast moving into a world where we have to change how we build software, because all these AI tools are getting so good at identifying even the most weird multi-chained exploits, and like we're gonna break all the software that exists. I'll give you an example, like NVIDIA, they launched NemoClaw, and NemoClaw is a a plugin and a security layer for OpenClaw. You can put it in a sandbox. The keynote was on Monday. They invited me on Sunday to like work with them. I hooked it up to Codex Security. It found like 5 different ways how to break out of their secure sandbox within half an hour. And that's because like if you use that product, you get access to the unnerved model that is quite a bit smarter in terms of cyber than what the public has access, exactly because it's dangerous. But yeah, also this whole industry, those people, for them it's like credits, right? The more issues they find, the more they're seen. So like OpenClaw was like the insecure product that everybody tried to break. So literally like hundreds of people firing up their clankers, trying to break OpenClaw. The typical attack surface is like remote code execution, bypass approval, code injection, pass traversal. Again, sounds all very dangerous. And I give you one concrete example. GSEH4JP. This is a CVSS of 10, so it's like the scariest thing that you can possibly do. It is an issue where if you sync, for example, the iPhone app that we haven't even shipped yet, but is in progress, and you give it only read permission, then you could like break the system to also get write permission. So this one was so critical that oh no, this one's actually a different one. In all practical ways, it is not even an incident, because the typical use case is you install it on your machine, either in a cloud or if you have to, on a Mac Mini. I stopped fighting this, I'm just letting people have fun now. But in 99% of cases, you'll either have access to your gateway or you'll have not access to the gateway. In my defense, this was my mistake that I tried to create a more permissive model. For example, if you have devices that would target speech and then would only like read certain things. So there's like some use case where you could like have a reduced permission system would make sense. But nobody's even using that. But this doesn't matter because the rules of those, how you create those CVSS numbers don't contribute to that at all. And I try to play by the rules. So it is a 10 out of 10. And the world's going crazy over incidents that in all practical ways will not affect people. There's some other stuff that does affect people. We have nation states trying to like hack people. There was like GhostClaw, which is like likely from North Korea, which is basically confusing people with a different NPM package. And if you go to a wrong website and you try to download it, you get like a rootkit. That's outside of our control. That happens for other people as well. Also, there's the Axios thing, which, funny enough, we are not using Axios, but we are using MS Teams or Slack as a dependency. And they're using Axios, and they didn't pin us. And of course, because that's how supply chain attacks work, we were also affected. Yeah, how do you survive 1,142? I'm sure by now it's 1,150. For a while, I tried to handle a loop by myself, and which is absolutely impossible. So the fastest way to get help was like getting help from companies. And NVIDIA has been really amazing to like give us some people that basically work full time, going through the slop and hardening the code base. Oh, there's also one that is, okay. This is one of the angles. The other angle is like, there's a lot of companies that do fear-mongering, and it's not just companies, it's also universities. I don't know if you've seen it, there was like this paper who made the rounds, Agents of Chaos. And they say, oh, It's about agents in general, but then there's 4 pages that explain the OpenClaw architecture in utmost detail. But you know which page they didn't even mention? A security page where we explain how you should install it. Because then it wouldn't be fun, then it would be hard to make a good story. So what they instead did is they ignored all of the recommendations we do on security. Recommendation is it's your personal agent. Don't put it in a group chat. If you put it in a group chat, turn on sandboxing, because if anyone can talk to your agent, they can exfiltrate anything that the agent can do, right? So if it's a team agent, it should only know what the team can know and not any secret data, and you probably want to like have it restricted. If it's your personal agent, you should be the only one being able to talk to you. But if you don't play by these rules, you can get some really fun interactions like, hey, I can talk to your agent and it can break your system. And then, because I was grilling them a little bit because I had some questions how to do things, they told me, oh yeah, no, we run it in pseudo mode because we wanted the agent to be like maximum powerful. So they actually fought the setup. It's actually not easy to run it in pseudo mode. You have to change code. But they didn't mention it in the report. Because again, that wouldn't give them clout. So yeah, my current frustration is like, there's like a whole industry that tried to put the project in a negative light. It's a nightmare. It's insecure by default. It's unacceptable. And meanwhile, a lot of people love it. And people who actually read the security docs, understand it, can use it just fine. One example that I found particularly great is we had one RCE that panicked Belgium. So the Belgium cybersecurity did a release about a remote execution environment. And the whole bug was a feature where a malicious website could create a link that would trigger the gateway and then forward your gateway token. Now, if you use the setup that is the default and that is recommended, the gateway token is local only, or if you have to, it's in your private network. No external website can actually access it. If you actively fight the setup, for example, use Cloud Code to set it up without reading, you might be able to get this setup working. But again, that's not anything what's said on the website. So, to be very honest, yes, there's absolutely risk. The big risk is basically the lethal trifecta. You know, any agentic system that has access to your data, has access to untrusted content, and the ability to communicate is something that's potentially at risk. That's not anything special to OpenClaw. That's like any agent, any powerful agent system has that problem. The more powerful you make it, the more it can do for you, but the more you also have to understand what it does. So this is like the main issue. But people are not talking about this. Yeah, and then also some part about maintaining. So the problem is, like, if you get all those security advisories, you know that most of them are created with agents, but you still have to use your brain to actually read it, because we're not yet at the point where you can fully trust, or I'm not at the point where I can just fully trust that the agent will figure it out. So it is a huge burden on time, and you never know. I mean, sometimes you can often guess. You know, anytime the report is too nice, or like someone apologizes, that's very likely AI, because usually people in security don't apologize. But it is a huge problem, and it's something that I see more and more open source projects complaining about or like breaking. Some are very public about it, like FFmpeg. Usually you get the report. It's very rare that you actually get a report and a fix. If you get a report and a fix, it's usually a very bad fix. if you rush it, as I sometimes did in the beginning because I was overloaded, you will very certainly break your product. Yeah, so this is something that's just very difficult to pull up only with volunteers. So what are we working on? Number one is, why people say like OpenAI bought OpenClaw. That's not the truth. They might bought my soul.md. But they very much understand that in order for what the world needs is like more people that play with AI to like understand what AI can do, to both understand the risk and also the possibilities. They understand that if you, or like someone who never used AI, suddenly is at home and uses OpenClaw, they'll come to work and they will ask, why don't we have AI at work? So they very much understand that like supporting this project is very useful. And in order for that project to be successful, it cannot be under one company. Therefore, I'm kind of building Switzerland with the OpenClaw Foundation. And I have Dave who's helping me with it. It's almost done. The last thing that's keeping us going is like the American bank system, which is a little bit slow and very confused when you're not American. It's inspired by what Ghosty did. And this will actually then help us to hire full-time people to both keep up the pace, improve the quality, and free up some of my time that I can work on cool stuff again. And that's my little update on state of the claw. I'll be around later for like a Q&A. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage, Phil Hawksworth.
Hey, thanks, Peter. Thank you so much, Peter. Okay, some of you are already aware that there's a break happening now and you're heading for the exit. I completely understand it. A couple of quick things from me before you go. So first of all, we're about to break into our various tracks. There is a break until 11:15 that's going to be happening. Well, it's happening everywhere, but you can get refreshments out in the expo hall. Just a very, very quick bit of information about the various tracks. Let's see if we can advance that. We've got, here we are. So we have, oh no, is this right? I don't know if this is quite right. You'll have a check on the schedule, because we've got tracks for OpenClaw happening in here. We've got a track for harness engineering. We've got a track for context engineering. We've got a track for multimodal interfaces, talking about OCR and text-to-speech, et cetera, et cetera. And we've got, of course, Google DeepMind's have a track as well. We're going to be talking about all things to do with open models, agents, WebMCP, and much, much more. I rattled through there very, very quickly. But also, there is one more track that I wanted to tell you about, and that is the hallway track. The hallway track is, well, we thought we'd got all you gathered here. It would be nice if you gave a talk as well. You don't all have to give a talk, but if you would like to give a talk, you might just be able to. So when you registered for the event, you'd have found information in the email about joining the AI Engineer Slack. I don't know if everyone's found that. You should definitely be in there. But you can submit a proposal for a 10-minute lightning talk, and there's room in the schedule tomorrow to give that. So I'll remind you later on, but put your proposals in there, and then there is a chance that you could give a talk tomorrow. So keep an eye on the schedule. Also, we'll be letting you know there's a vote for that. Okay, I sense you're hungry for refreshment, and I don't blame you. A lot of information today. So check the schedule for the various tracks. Find those tracks later on, 11:15 starts. Enjoy your refreshments. We'll see you soon. Thanks very much. Okay. Great. Thank you for the whoop. Love the whoop. So excellent. Okay, you've chosen the Claw track to get started on for our breakouts, and it's going to be great. I think it's going to be a good session. We are going to be hearing about a bunch of different things related to OpenClaw and just personal AI assistants in general. There's some OpenClaw contributors, OpenClaw maintainers, OpenClaw competitors, and OpenClaw creators going to be here on the stage. We're actually going to be taking this through until the lunch break. Oh, there we go. We can see up there. So it's about an hour and a half of sessions, slightly shorter sessions than earlier, I think. But we're going to be starting with an AMA. I mean, you saw Peter earlier on, but you're going to get a chance to ask questions, and there's going to be a bit of a conversation with Peter and Swyx. So I think to get us started, I will simply invite Swyx up, who will kick things off. So please welcome him to the stage. Swyx, come on up. Swyx. All right.
Actually, we can just go together.
You can come out together.
Yeah,
There's no secret. Peter, welcome.
Steinberger, everybody.
Okay.
There is. Okay, so the deal for this is meant to be an AMA. The main idea is that I've run 6 of these AI engineers, and whenever we have some big maintainer, big VIP, we only give them a talk. But actually, you guys have questions that you want to ask. So we wanted to sort of create that opportunity. So you can submit there. I'm going to moderate and all that. The spicy one, I'm just going to start off with. Pete just quote tweeted me and saying, send all your questions about closed claw, right? I think people have a lot of questions about the future of OpenClaw at OpenAI. And I wanted to give you the space. What are people saying about closed claw, and then what is your response?
I didn't even think about it. It was like, it came up when I decided to go to OpenAI. And I think people have a point that OpenAI wasn't always amazing with open source, and I think a lot changed. Like Codex is open source now. They released Symfony, which is a really cool orchestration layer. So like they're really leaning in and understanding open source now. They understand that OpenClaw needs to stay open, work with any model, be it one of the big companies or being a local model. Everybody in the industry wins if more people spend time with AI. You know, if I think AI is something scary, and then suddenly I play with OpenClaw, and suddenly it's like fun and weird, and then I come to work, and there's no, like I don't have AI tools at work, I'm gonna get to my boss and say, why the F do we not have AI at work? And then like, those companies will probably not run OpenClaw, but will run something that's like hosted and managed, and then somebody can make a sale. So they're like very much on board. They provide me with resources. Actually, it's me. Like, I could get a lot more people from OpenAI to help with the project, but that would just make a picture that they could have taken over the project, and I don't want that. So I brought in people from NVIDIA. We have someone from Microsoft, someone from Telegram, someone from Salesforce of all the companies. So shout out, actually, there's cool people at Slack. So we have someone that maintains the Slack plugin now. I brought Tencent on board, ByteDance. We talked to Alibaba, Minimax, Kimi, like all the model providers. They're like very much on board. NVIDIA has been immensely helpful. I think they're one of the coolest companies in terms of, here's some engineers who actually like just hire agency and just do things.
Yeah.
And now that I have all the other companies, I'm also bringing a few people in from OpenAI to help maintain the project. Because it's, I mean, software is just like changing. The pace at which this project operates is insane. You kind of like, you need an army, and I'm working on that.
You have an army, but you know, even the contributor chart that you showed shows that it's hard to get quality contributors to stick around. People keep hiring your maintainers, and then you have to find new ones. So there's a lot of questions about local models and open models. You know, like not every part of the stack is open. There's many models where you don't have access to the models, and you know, there's sort of weird restrictions. How important is open and local models to the future of OpenClaw?
I mean, part of what motivated me to build OpenClaw is you see all these large companies, and then they have connectors to my Gmail, and then my email is hosted somewhere, then this company has full access to my email, and then I could get a little bit down there. Like, it's much more exciting to me if I have all my data actually under my control, and like a little bit of it goes up there if I need the top tier token.
Yeah.
And
like a second kind of hierarchy of fallback models.
yeah, you want to. I mean, I'm European at heart. You want to own your data, you know. And nobody built it. So for me, that was very attractive. And also the fact that, you know, if you're a startup and you want to connect to Gmail, it takes like half a year, and it's like a very, very difficult process. But if I'm a consumer, my client, I can click on any website, and it happily clicks on, I'm not a bot. If you have to give me the data somehow, if you give me the data, my agent is able to get the data. So you can work around a lot of those silos those big companies are building, and ultimately you can do much cooler automation use cases that large companies can never do. Yeah. So it's like, it's a little bit the hacker way.
Yeah. And any indications from the OpenAI team on GPT-OSS? Is that continuing to be a stream of work that will be aligned with OpenClaw, or is that like separate?
I'm not in the position to give you insights on that. Just that part of what OpenClaw triggered is that like more people in the company are getting excited about open source. And I love that OpenAI is moving more into the open direction again. If you compare it to some other top-tier labs that start with an A, that very much will sue you if you leak any of their source, or block you if you are too successful. I think OpenAI is on a good direction.
Yeah. Okay, I want to highlight this question. People love hearing about your coding workflow. I think right by now your idea of the prompt request rather than the pull request is very well socialized. And also you've been shocking people with just how you're spending tokens at OpenAI. So basically, people want to know how you ship and what do you do about agent waiting times? Like why is, you're spinning up so many agents.
I know, like I never imagined that this one picture of me would blow up so much.
Yeah.
Actually,
give some numbers just to align people.
I think, and there's times where I was running almost 10 sessions at the same time, especially when I used codecs with 5.0, 5.1. It was quite slow. I think now I have to say we, it's still weird. We made improvements to both make it faster, and then there's also fast mode. So by now, my typical workflow is maybe half of that, maybe 5, 6 windows instead of double, just because each loop is faster and like the area of work I sync in and workers is pretty much the same. So I don't have to use split screen so much anymore. And I think we're going to move into a future where token will be faster and faster. So at some point, like this is not natural that you work on 6 things at the same time. But it's basically a workaround until tokens are faster.
Yeah. One of my interesting things of putting you next to Ryan was to see how the two of you kind of approach token maxing, basically. I'm curious what you think about the complete dark factory approach, right? That you don't even review code that goes in.
I think that's more and more doable. But also, when I dark factory in a way also means I come up with everything I want to build in the beginning, and I just don't think you can build good software in that way. Like, the way to the mountain is usually never a straight line. It is very curved. Sometimes you go a little bit off track, and then you see something new that inspires you. You find like shortcuts. Once you're at the top, you can find the optimal path, but you never walk like this. So at the same time, the first idea that you have about your project is very unlikely going to be the final project. But if I suddenly use the waterfall model again, that will be the final project. For me, that doesn't work for me. Like I build steps, I play with it, I see how it feels, I get new ideas, my prompts change. So to me, it's a very iterative approach. So I don't see how you could fully automate that. You can definitely build pipelines for certain things.
Yeah.
But even for PRs, you don't just want to build a pipeline that just merges PRs, because a lot of them just don't make sense. You know, like people will pull your product into all kind of directions, but if you automate that, the AI will very unlikely know what's the right direction. You can guide it. I have like a vision document. I tried some of that, but the bottleneck is still sinking. And like having taste.
Yeah, taste is very important. How do you define taste? This is something that, in my conversations with people, everyone understands taste is the moat, but nobody agrees on what good taste is. So I'm just curious to hear yours.
I think in this day and age, it's like the very low level of taste if it doesn't stink like AI. And you know exactly what I mean. You know, if something is just...
So writing style, personality?
Also UI. By now you've seen so much agentic built UI that you immediately know if it's AI.
Yeah. If it has the color border on the left, right?
Yeah. I mean, for a while it was like the purple gradient, but much more. So I feel it's like a feeling. The same way as you can identify AI-written slop right away.
Yeah.
That's why I say it's a smell. Like even if you can pinpoint this, you will know. So that's probably the lowest characterization of taste. And then going higher up, because now so much of software is automatable, there's actually much more time you can spend on like the little details. I don't know, you know, like just when you run OpenClaw, you get like a little message that sometimes roasts people. Those are like the delightful details, I think, that you'll just not get if you prompt in a high level.
Yeah, one of my favorite tweets of yours is how you really put a lot of work into your SolMD, and you open sourced your approach. And I don't think people worked on enough Sol until you came along. So I think that's really interesting. I have a podcast that I haven't done yet. I haven't released yet with Mikhail Parakin, who is the CTO of Shopify now, but he was the guy leading Bing, where Sydney was the original sort of unaligned chatbot that emerged. But I think people really have fun when your chatbot has personality. Your Clanker has different obsessions.
Well, it's also because the world changed, right? We had ChatGPT in 2023 and 4, and it was basically us having AI without understanding what AI can do. So we rebuilt a Google. So you have like a search field, and like you get a response, and you don't expect Google to have a personality.
Yeah.
But now that we moved more towards agents, like if I didn't think about in the beginning about WhatsApp Relay, and I just hooked it up to Claude Code. And then when I was on WhatsApp, I noticed that it doesn't feel quite right. Like even though like Claude Code already has some personality, it didn't really fit how people would write to you on WhatsApp. So that's how my whole iteration started. It was like, again, it's about taste, right? It doesn't feel quite right. It's like too wordy. It uses too many dots. My friends text different, and that's how I started working. They say, no, this isn't like, try to write more like a human.
Yeah, I actually run a writing...
like a lobster.
Like a lobster, yes. One of my favorite quotes of yours is madness with a touch of science fiction.
Yeah.
Right? Like that. This is how you run AI projects, and I think
not all AI projects, but specifically something like OpenClaw would have never been able to. It would not have come out of an American company, just because it would have been killed in legal long before it would have been released, because it just has some problems that we haven't really solved as an industry yet.
Yeah.
But now we have some mitigations, and it's getting better. The models are getting a lot better. But I don't see how any of the big labs could have released that. There would be too much pushback, and like not enough market proof that this is what people want.
Yeah.
So like it had to be done with someone
like you
outside.
Yeah.
That
sitting
like
in your
literally
house.
like when I built it in the very beginning, I was like, oh, what's the worst that can happen? Like it could exfiltrate my token. My emails, nothing's in there that would like completely kill me. You could like upload some of my pictures. I was like, I guess the worst already online if you use Grindr. So it was like, okay, I can live with that risk. It will be uncomfortable, but it's like it's manageable.
Yeah.
If you're a company that's very different, it requires a little different approach.
Yeah. By the way, his Instagram account, good follow, underfollowed. It also has some good stuff. Okay, you were talking about WhatsApp, talking about Telegram, a lot of these text apps. Text apps are good. People are also looking for like the next form factor. People want like maybe the glasses, the earbuds. What is your sort of wish list in terms of having agents in your life?
I started on that actually already, but then I was just getting bogged down by all the people using it and just like the daily grind. But if you're at home, I want to be in any room, and you know at Star Trek when you say computer, I want to like talk to my agent wherever I am, and it should just be able to like respond to me. It should know where I am. I have like little iPads in every room, and my agent can use the canvas feature and project stuff on those iPads. So like if I ask a question that is like easier to be answered by also showing me something, like it could use like the nearest display because it's aware of where I am. So the phone is just a very convenient input point, but I kind of want to like talk to it from anywhere.
Yeah.
Like yeah, if I'm around and I have glasses, I should just like be able to like listen in and like project something on me.
But just ubiquitous, follow you everywhere.
I say, yeah, once we have
truly smart home, yeah.
like agents on your phone, but really you want ubiquitous agents, and then you want maybe you will have your uppercase OpenClaw, your private agent. At work you might have your, I don't know, lowercase OpenAI claw, and then that claw should be able to like talk to your personal claw in a way that both your company and you are comfortable with. So that's kind of like the future where we need to work on.
Yeah. I just did a podcast with Mark Andreessen, who's a huge fan, and also have conversations with Andre Karpathy. Both of these guys are running OpenClaw to run their house. And I think OpenClaw for homes is like a kind of underrated, but like people are really discovering it. And my funniest sort of irony is that it's only possible because the Internet of shit means that most smart devices are terrible in security, which means OpenClaw can run them.
Oh, it's going to be able to work so much better in a few months when the models are getting really bad.
Yeah, they're very good. Okay, one security question about prompt injection. How do you want to solve prompt injection? Or what ways in which have you been thinking about the prompt injection problem?
Probably not enough yet. On the other hand, like the front-end models are really quite good at detecting all the cases where like just stuff randomly comes in from a website or an email is usually not a problem anymore. You mark it as untrusted content. Very hard to exfiltrate you from that.
Yeah.
If I have unlimited access to your claw and can bombard it with stuff, then there's still a chance.
You're going to find a way. Yeah.
Then there's still a chance, but like for one-off things, it's no longer the biggest problem. If you use, that's also why you know, this is probably the angle where like some people say, oh, Peter doesn't like local models. But then I see like people running like a 20 billion parameter model that just does whatever you tell it and is not trained to have any defenses at all. That's still problematic. If you run that and then you use a web browser or email, would worry me. That's why OpenClaw warns you if you use a small model. And then people spin a whole thing like, I hate small model. I love that we support everything, but like you have to steer the regular user a little bit into a direction to make it harder for them to shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah, there is some ideas for prompt injection, but it's still a little bit away. I have more to announce there.
I think Simon Willison has been working a lot on this. I mean, he coined the term prompt injection, and the sort of dual LLM approach seems smart, and I'm not smart enough to figure out all the ways in which it can be attacked. Like, at some point, trust just has to be a thing, right? It's something interesting I found out from talking with Vincent, who's speaking next, is that you guys had to implement the same trust system that Toby, Luca had to implement, which is you build reputation over time, and things with more trust get more privileged access, right? And I think that makes sense.
That's part of the story.
Yeah. Okay, so some more broader questions. What cool projects would you like to work on once you have more free time?
I mean, I wanted to work on dreaming, and now like my maintainers worked on dreaming while I'm there like.
While you were dreaming.
So
you
like
just shipped it, right?
Yes.
What is dreaming?
It's like a way to reconcile memories and like kind of create a little bit like a dream log. Go through like your session logs.
We found out from the Anthropic source code leak that they're also working on dreaming, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's like more companies working on that. But think a little bit like, how do we learn as humans? You experience a lot of things during the day, and then you sleep. And in sleep, your brain does like a garbage collect, converts some locally stored memories into long-term storage, and like drops others. And that's similar ideas that I think could also be very useful for agents. And then like what we shipped on dreaming is like a first little step in that direction.
Yeah, and it's related to the wiki thing that Andre has been talking about, where you sort of collect everything into a...
Wiki is more memory, but like everything kind of blends a little bit together. The beauty of OpenClaw is that we can just try stuff. You know, like everything what we worked on for the last month or so is that in the beginning it was a big spaghetti code base mess, and now like everything is an extension, a plugin. So you can replace memory, you can add the wiki, you can add dreaming, you can add, I don't know, your whatever crazy idea you have, and just make it your own. You don't have to send everything to a pull request because we are still completely overloaded on those. But it's more like Linux, where you just can install your own parts.
And you are building what a lot of people think is the most consequential open source since Linux, which I don't know. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with the fame? What is a day in your life as the BDFL, effectively, of something like this?
Well, there's still a lot of coding. There's also a lot of...
By the way, in between sessions, he was coding. Back there.
Yeah, you get token anxiety. You have to like, something has to be running.
You have to push the agents, right?
Yeah. Where it shifted a little bit. Now it's a lot more talking and steering people in the right direction. You know, like, because there's a lot of things that we already learned in OpenClaw. So like, part of my role at OpenAI is like to like help them not make the same mistakes again. And then at OpenClaw is like try out new things that seem exciting, and some might work and some might don't work. Enable companies to like build their own claw without having to fork away, but like making everything more customizable. Yeah, and sometimes I sleep.
Sometimes you sleep. Okay, great. I think maybe this is the last good closing questions. What skills do you want humans and engineers in particular to focus on developing in the age of AI?
Taste was a big one, but I already mentioned that. System design is still very important.
Yes, we talked about this in San Francisco. Yeah.
If you don't think about that, you will eventually slide yourself into a corner, right? Just by defining the boundaries. Like, the funny thing is, like, everything is in the clanker, but you still need to ask the right questions. Otherwise, that makes this a difference of, like, good code that comes out or, like, really bad code that comes out. And that's still where, like, all the knowledge you have, like how you build software, you can apply to steer the agent into something that is not slop.
Yeah.
And then I think a skill that is becoming more and more important is saying no. and that's something I had to learn as well, because even the wildest idea is just a prompt away. And usually this one idea is never the problem. But like this idea, and this idea, and this idea, and this idea, and then how all of that fits together, that's the problem.
Yes.
So like, I think we're still bottlenecked on thinking and about like big picture thinking.
Yeah.
Because imagine the world from your clanker. Like you're being thrown into a code base, you might have an outdated agents.md file, but you basically don't know what DF this is. And you you tell me, hey, add user profiles. And you like somehow add user profiles and connect it to the two things you see, but you didn't see the whole system, right? And that's where a lot of those localized solutions comes, where like the project has like vards, and it's our job to like help the agent do its best work by like providing them with like hints. Hey, you want to consider this? You want to look there? How would this interplay with this? And then ultimately you get like a system that actually is maintainable.
Yeah. Well, thank you for maintaining one of the most important software of all time, and thank you for spending time with us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Hopefully you stick around and answer questions. Thank you. All right. We have lots of other maintainers coming in the claw track, so stay tuned.
Good stuff. Well, thanks to Peter and to Swyx for that conversation. Okay, we'll do a little tiny reset here. I managed to not be involved in carrying furniture, which is good. I would only drop things. So as we do a little switcheroo here, get organized, we're just about ready to bring Vincent up. So Vincent does research, a research engineer at Evals, also does DevRel work. Oh, look at this, it's happening like magic. Also does DevRel at Comet, but I think one of the things we're going to hear about in particular here is his work contributing to OpenClaw. I've had so many conversations in the last, 12 hours, 36 hours about how the development workflow and the processes are changing so much since contributing code happens so much faster because there aren't always just humans writing it. And I think we're going to touch on that a little bit today. So I think we're just about ready to bring Vincent up. So if you're ready to give him a giant round of applause and make him very welcome, let's welcome Vincent Koc. All right, enjoy.
Yeah, ready? Welcome, everyone. How are we all doing? Amazing. Come on. No worries. I promise this won't take too long. They've got it? Cool, amazing. So, welcome everyone, I'm Vincent. What do I do? I'm one of the core maintainers at OpenClaw, working with Peter. And as you've heard before, I have a day job as well, same as Peter, he has a day job at OpenAI. But it's an open source project, amazing things have been happening. I'm gonna talk about what I call dark factories and how OpenClaw ships faster than you can read the diff. This meme is absolutely hilarious. So I think Peter posted this a week or two ago. I wake up, there's a new technological advancement, I wake up. It's this joke that we're shipping at insane speed, and the velocity is just absolutely phenomenal. And some of you might think, oh, this is some luck, or we're just like Ralph looping to the max. I think there's actual engineering work here, and I'm gonna talk about that. Now, as I mentioned, I'm Vincent, I'm your friendly clanker. This is me using VR goggles back in 2013. So despite my accent that sounds somewhat Australian, I was born and raised in East London, not far from here. I actually went to college just down the road in Westminster, and yeah, at some point decided to live in Australia and my accent changed. But I used to love technology. I used to love being at the edge of technology. And this was like one of the first few sort of early VR goggles that came out. It came in this big box with a big warning sign on it saying, hey, use for 5 minutes at a time, because it didn't have like the anti-motion sickness built into it. And the funny thing with this one here was that I didn't use it for 5 minutes. I used it for 3 hours. And I played Team Fortress 2, had an absolute blast, and then I vomited for 3 hours after that, because my vision turned into B-vision. What I'm trying to say here is that like anything on the edge is going to be janky, it's going to be horrific, it's going to be uncharted territory. And working on OpenClaw and being part of the team that ships probably, an insane velocity of commits to a point where I get rate limited by GitHub on an hourly basis is an interesting experience. And this experience Britain's gone through before. We had the Industrial Revolution when mills and cotton were being produced at extreme amounts of volume. And there's a lot of history here around production and productionization at scale in the UK and in Europe. And I feel like we're going through this moment again. We're going through this moment of how do we build at scale? And the ways we used to work before just don't work anymore. And it's kind of strange because in my day job, I kind of work in the space of evals, which everything is sort of structured and there's telemetry and it has to be all perfect. And I work on a project where I have this blind faith in the harness. And it's this kind of two worlds, but they're starting to come together. We used to have hand looms in cottages, centralized mills everywhere. Craftsmen were the factory workers, but the bottleneck was the weaver's hands. We're now switching to a world where engineers writing code in editors, not so much. Swarms across repos. Engineers are becoming factory managers, which I'm going to talk to. And the bottleneck becomes taste. That lovely word. Italian mother's hands, yes. So in context, like what does this mean? Like, are you talking absolute nonsense? Are people building things at absolute scale? They are. What happened was very similar to the ChatGPT era, where everyone denied it at scale that they were using ChatGPT. Everyone was in this absolute fear-mongering sort of world. But what the reality was that everyone was using it. Everyone in secret was just like, oh my God, what's going on? I need to talk to it. And the same thing is happening with this autonomous agents at scale. Some organizations have openly come out with it. So for example, Anthropic, with their recent work they did on building a new C compiler. We had Spotify saying they're no longer writing code by hand, supposedly. Steve Yeager, which I absolutely love, saying he pushes about 50 PRs a day, total solo. He calls himself a vibe maintainer. I can kind of relate to that. And OpenClaw, where we're pushing, at the peak, we were doing 800 commits a day. And realistically, like, there's about 10 to 15 core maintainers, all with day jobs. It's kind of astronomical in terms of scale. And for me, this was March 15. What was that, like 2-3 weeks ago, where I hit close to 3,000 commits per day. And if you actually look, my commits actually stop when I go to sleep. So if you want to see when I go to sleep and when I wake up and how many hours of sleep I have, you can just take a look at my commit history. Yeah, it's astronomical. But the thing is, this is going to become the norm everywhere else. Like this is like me telling you need to wake up that this scale of velocity is going to be normal. And trying to review PRs and go through all this nonsense may not work. But somewhere in the mix is engineering. There is a form of engineering that's going to happen. So we did commit maxing. Let's just go out there and smash as many commits as we can. And this reminds me of Ralph looping, right? This guy, where you're like, hey, I'm just going to like give you a task. I'm going to burn tokens for like 8 to 9 hours, and you're waiting. You're waiting. You're hoping something happens. Maybe something happens. I don't know. But what if we had a bit more of an opinionated approach to this? What if we call it BART looping? I don't know. One of the other maintainers gave me this idea. Maybe we'll coin it. Do we need more than just tokens? What does that reward mechanism look like? How do we get a bit more opinionated? Yes, let's run loops, but let's be a bit more smart about how we do this. So right about the time you saw those 3,000 commits, this was the day before, I was at NVIDIA with Peter, and the gentleman you see on the left is one of the other NVIDIA gentlemen. And they were like, hey, we're building NemoClaw. I'm like, what? What's going on? And let's help you build it. And I was in the room. I was like, I can't work on a laptop for like hours on end. Can you bring me a screen? They bought me a screen. Peter didn't have a screen, so that's his laptop on the left. He asked for a screen, so they gave him an even bigger screen than mine, because, why not? And we just got to work. So he's running about maybe 15 codec sessions, and he's got his Mac Studio at home he's VPN'd into. I'm running another like 10 or 15. And collectively between us, we're probably running with sub-agents included, maybe up to 60, 70 agents. But on the foreground, maybe 15 swim lanes, if you want to call it that. And we're just going for it. Funny thing is, we're working on NemoClaw on one side, but one maintainer decided, I'm going to move some stuff around. I'm going to move a couple of folders around, and that was moving the entire channel. So like all our conversations with like MS Teams and Slack ended up moving to another location in the code base. And we were like, oh my goodness, we're going to have to change stuff. And I found a really nice place to put my drink as well. The NVIDIA people don't like this. So what ended up happening is what we call the Great Refactor. Essentially where we were like, hey, we have lots of people raising PRs, and what they actually want is to build features. The thing is, we don't want to give everyone every single feature that they want, in which case it becomes bloat. You heard Peter say earlier on, the challenge becomes, who do I say no to? It's not about saying yes. In a world where tokens are cheap, I can just say yes to absolutely everyone and merge everything in. But that's going to turn this code base into an absolute fire dump. So the vision was actually, we need to cut this code base down. We need to rip it into pieces. And a plugin architecture somewhat made sense. Imagine if you're OpenAI or Mistral or Anthropic, what if you owned that piece of the provider code and it was handed to you and it was separate from everything else? So this code change that occurred was like a catalyst for us. It was 2 in the morning, we're tired, we thought, why not refactor the entire code base? Sounds like a splendid idea. So 2,700 commits later, close to 1 million lines of code change, touching 82% of the core code base, plugins were launched. The night before, I think it was like 1 in the morning, I'm trying to go to sleep, and the tests are not passing, and I was like, was I Icarus and did I fly too close to the sun? As we like to call it, did I vibe too hard? I actually generally thought I vibed too hard. But as a team, we managed to bring this code base back together again. But the saving grace was these awful sort of unit tests that AI code loves to generate that actually ended up overfitting on our code. So when we completely ripped everything out, we still had these tests that were like extremely overfitting. And as long as they would go green, we knew we were kind of somewhat close. So how do we do this? In my case, I call it my factory. It's many codec sessions. Everyone asks me, like, what's this magic sauce? Like, how do you do this? Like, what's this crazy, insane thing? Like, how are you guys building this? Very simple. I have swim lanes. It could be 5, it could be 10, it could be 20. But traditionally, they kind of cut themselves up into different pieces. So like, does this work, the laser? You can't really see it. But imagine you're a factory manager and you have a production line below. Essentially, you might have a case where you have, let's just say, CI to one side, you might have features on one side, you might have bugs on another. So when I'm refactoring and doing stuff, right now the code base is quite stable. I want to refactor some tests. Well, that might be swim lanes 1 and 2. I don't need to really babysit them too much. I just tell them, take your time, make sure the tests pass, just commit, just push them through. Whereas with 3 and 4, I might be looking at specific features and issues around, say, Docker or one of our messaging channels, in which case I'm having a conversation with those agents. They're going off, investigating, doing the work, coming back. And then maybe 5 is actually looking at new P0s and P1s. That might be using other data. It might be using GitHub. We have agents that run inside of a Discord channel. So when we do a release, we might be like, hey, what's happened in the last 2 hours that I need to be paying attention to? And this will scale up and down. But what ends up becoming quite interesting is tokens are no longer the problem. Depends who you ask. What really ends up becoming the problem is just raw compute and my brain space in order to sort of keep an eye on all of these sessions. So in Harness, we trust. What ends up happening is I don't have this really insanely complicated process. The one thing I have complicated in my life is adopting Git work trees, and I kind of wish I hadn't. The only reason why I say this is when you're running an extremely heavy test harness, it ended up completely nuking my machine because I ended up running like every PR I touch ends up becoming a new Git work tree. I end up with like something close to like 70 or 80 active Git work trees in any given day on my machine, and that's kind of hell. So I had to actually build some like magic sauce around my my codex session, so my codex is aware of Git work trees. If I hit the escape key or it crashes, it will self-heal, self-recover, Git, sparse stuff. But realistically, I should have adopted what Peter and other people do and just like clone the repo 10 times and point 10 different codex sessions to each one. But the trick here is that like I haven't done any magical source. I don't use plan mode or spec mode. I have a conversation with the agent, and we work through it, and we find a way to make it work. So realistically, it looks a little bit like this from the matrix. And people go, oh, Vincent, like, how do you know it's kind of working? And this is going to sound somewhat a little bit lunatic. If anyone's watched the Matrix and seen the scene where Neo goes over, he's like, how do you know? How do you read the text? And the guy's like, oh, I've been doing this for a while, so I can see like woman in red dress or guy walking dog. And you start to have this like relationship where you can feel the reasoning tokens. I know it sounds somewhat ludicrous, but there's times where I'm looking at the swim lane, I'm like, this sounds off. It doesn't sound off because of what it's doing, it sounds off because of how it's explaining itself to me. It's waffling, it's not making sense, it doesn't seem to know what it's doing. And this feels a lot like how I would manage people. If I had someone working for me and they started downright bullshitting, I'd be like, wait a minute, what's going on? So in these cases, I might just nuke the session and go, I'm not going to deal with this section of code. I'm going to leave that to another maintainer. Or I might come back to it 4 or 5 days later. But that experience feels very much like intuitive. And building that intuition, I've been able to get to because of the sheer volume of token maxing I've had to go through in the previous year. So there is engineering work. I call this the agent development environment. Essentially, the process goes, I have skills, I call it .skills, similar to dot files. Both of my .skills and .files is available on GitHub. It's all open source, go for it. Some of my skills are private, but there's skills in there for like writing technical documentation, for example, that I've co-created with other developer experience and other engineers in the market. You can use a skills gem, something like a Gepper, which I'm also a contributor to. Or you could just say, go codex. I've been using this skill in my last 2 weeks. Go through the codex sessions, read the logs, make improvements to the skill. I would then take that skill and deploy that into my OpenClaw or take that into my personal environment, and I'll use something like Vercel skills.sh as like a mechanism to loop this. I've added some other testing and other elements on top of this, but there's a process to how I manage and maintain my skills as an engineer. The way we manage PRs has some level of engineering work to it. There's this kind of running joke that every maintainer that joins the project decides to try and tackle, like, oh my God, we have 6,000 PRs, how are we going to solve it? I'm going to cluster everything and like figure this out. So that, how many? 60K. There you go, there you go. Onur, thank you very much. So this was my flavor of like trying to solve this. This is like a semantic graphing, vector embedding on the entire GitHub stuff. This is one PR, has 106 edges. What ends up happening is that everyone else has the same problem, so they decide to send their flavor of the PR issue. It becomes utter noise. So there is even process around like how we even consume what we're going to work on. We might not call it a roadmap, but we have a way of kind of deduplicating and seeing what's out there. This might be a signal for me to say, okay, if there's enough pressure coming on one issue, it must be big enough that all these other clankers decided it's a big problem. Maybe I should go and address it. There is evals, surprisingly. After all this refactoring work, we decided to make a fake Slack of sorts with both synthetic models and real models, so we can run evaluation loops to check that each of the providers and the channels work. And this question was asked to me recently. How do you manage 10 plus agents? And this is something that you're thinking. I asked them back, how do you manage 10 plus staff? And they had no answer for me. I'd worked in large organizations like airlines and other places like that, managing large AI teams. I had experience managing up to 30, 40 people plus. So for me, it was not like a new paradigm. But I think for engineers and people working with these coding agents at scale, it's the soft skills that matter. It's how do you ask your agent what's going on? How do you know when they're not bullshitting you? And how do you run that factory? So it's no longer about the model or the agent, it's about the process. 2025 was about token maxing. 2026 is about not wasting them. It's about token efficiency. It's about agent in the loop. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much indeed. All right. I'm going to invite Radek to come up and get plugged in and organize as we head straight on to our next talk. Radek, are you ready and armed with a laptop? Here he comes. Excellent. Yeah, come on in and make yourself comfortable while we chat for a minute. Again, I'm really curious about this talk because one of the things that I'm very interested in is kind of handing over ownership of all of, well, ownership is maybe the wrong word, permission, trust to an AI assistant to help me actually achieve things while I sleep, while I'm not attending it. And Radek's certainly done that. He's another maintainer working on OpenClaw, and he has gone down the rabbit hole of giving the keys to his life to an AI agent so that it can take all kinds of actions on his behalf. I'm curious to know where the boundary sits with where trust lives and how much you can abdicate responsibility, hand over the keys to an AI agent. So that's what you're going to talk about, right? Are you good? Are you ready? You set up?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, should be.
Okay.
Let's just...
Almost. Okay, super. So, yeah, as before, please give him a giant round of applause. No, he's not ready. He's not. He's making sure that the AI agents really do have the access to the things they need. While he does that, I mentioned earlier on very briefly that if you want to give a talk, we'd love you to give a talk, and there's a chance to give a talk tomorrow. I rattled through those details very, very quickly as everyone darted out for a cup of coffee. So while we just have a moment, I'll just reiterate that. There's a section tomorrow afternoon where one of the tracks does allow for 10-minute lightning talks from any of you who feel like you fancy it. We love hearing from voices that haven't already been on the stage. So if you wanted to go into the AI Engineer Slack, you can find details of how to submit a session there. 10-minute lightning talk. There's going to be a vote, I think, towards the end of today. I guess it'll be before the end of the day, so you'll know before tomorrow. Otherwise, you'll be looking at the schedule and you'll hear your name announced and you'll think, okay, here we go. So you will hear beforehand. But that's all happening in the AI Engineer Slack, so check that out later on. Ready to go?
All good, yeah.
Please welcome Radek, everybody.
Cool. Hey, I'm Radek. I'm one of the OpenClaw maintainers. And I want to talk what happens like in my life with OpenClaw when I practically gave the keys to my life to OpenClaw. And like it's almost like literally. And what that actually means. So this happens like step by step. It wasn't all at the same time, but it can access my emails, it can access my notes, files, calendars, tools, my operating system, so automations, and it builds on top of like memory of everything that I do at the computer. So it can do anything with it that is possible to do with the computer. But it didn't all happen in one big like leap. So I install OpenClaw, and now it just like controls my life and does everything for me. That would be silly to do, or like even silly to expect that this could even work. So what happened is that I tried installing just like everybody does, just like with one channel. I think it's at the beginning it was just WhatsApp. Then I migrated to Telegram. Now I'm on Discord. But it was just WhatsApp, just one ability to do to just like chat. Okay, so we are there. What's next that we can do? Let's do some like one simple workflow or one very simple task that you can do. Once we are there, let's go to the next step. So this is how it happened where I am today, where I used to think that I have quite a simple setup with my OpenClaw and what it does, because I never did any big change. But when I encounter different, I don't know, Twitter threads, YouTube videos, or talking to other people how they have it set up, I see that like my setup has everything that they have, more on top of that, and most also is just like more sophisticated than what I see out there. which was really surprising to me because I felt that it's just like one small step at a time. I have a pretty simple setup, works for me, but that's what I want to show how that happened and how it looks like today. So you already had a lot of talks about how the sausage is made, how we are making it better. You'll have more talks about the insides of the OpenClaw. I want to show how it looks from the other side, from first the simple user, then a power user. Now I'm also a maintainer. You don't have to go to the maintainer route, but when I was playing with one of the workflows, I just encountered some errors and just submitted first PR, then the second PR, then just looked into Discord, and then just got involved. Now I'm a maintainer there. So it also was just one step at a time. So that's the step. These are the steps that it usually happens, that I see the need, I solve it in a very simple way, and then I add more steps to it. And this is also why I usually don't have big issues that people have that, okay, now it broke my computer, or it just completely bricked during the update. Because I have all these small steps that I take. If something breaks, I just take one small step back, fix it, see what doesn't work, understand why it didn't work, have a setup that it never happens again, and just take one step further again. So where it started being more and more helpful and kind of running my life is when I gave it my knowledge base. So I had a lot of stuff in my Obsidian, which I built up for years. So right now I have about 3,000 pages or notes, markdown files in my Obsidian. And this is everything. This is work stuff, personal stuff, tasks, projects, research, what else? Articles, kind of an inbox of links that I'm just putting there, and it then finds the connections and puts it in perspective and in context to other stuff that I have. So all of that is now accessible through my OpenClaw with a very good search. I have search and memory. I have normal search. I have QMD search for Obsidian. I have different memory for my workspace. And all of that is interlinked. And that's where that magic happens. And when I saw recently, and that's where it hit me, that I probably don't have a simple setup. When I recently saw Andrej Karpathy's tweet that went viral, where he says about LLM knowledge bases. I was reading that, and it's just yeah, that's exactly what I have. What's super revolutionary about it? And then I understood that, okay, so I got there step by step. It works for me, so it's probably worth, I don't know, sharing, telling more about it, showing how it works, showing how you can get to that point as well. For example, for Obsidian, Yeah, this is the real screenshot of my vault and all the nodes, and these are different clusters. Some are probably project-related, like the big clusters. Some are one-off. These are probably more kind of like bookmarks. And one of the tasks that I'm doing and that I have is that when I add something to inbox, it then takes that link that I add there, looks what's there. It could be a tweet, it could be a thread, it could be an article, it could be a YouTube video, analyzes it, adds tags to it, adds context to it, looks at what's already there on this topic in my vault, how it could be helpful in other areas, and adds connections to it. So what previously was just like Twitter bookmarks that you bookmark and you never go back to that, now it just adds more context, builds up my knowledge base, and is much more helpful, and even surfacing the things for me when I add a bookmark that, okay, so you already had like this and this and this about this subject, and this is how it connects. Maybe you should look at those notes. And very often it's just like, yeah, I completely forgot about that, and that's a good source of knowledge and of thinking about it, because there was the reason why I'm adding this bookmark. So that's where it's starting to be super, super useful. On top of that, also at 4 a.m., well, like 4 a.m. is just like an example that I have. It happens probably between 3 and 6, more or less. So this is what is happening when I'm sleeping. So when I'm sleeping, again, my agent does everything so that it runs well, it indexes everything, it backs everything, so that worst case, if I lose something, I lose maybe a couple hours of work, of content, of anything else. Refreshes all the indexes for QMD, for memory, for my Obsidian vault, and I start fresh in the morning with whatever waits for me. Maybe summary of the emails, of the calendar, everything updated, the latest OpenClaw version is waiting for me, which also took like step by step. I have some scripts around it so that it knows what to do and what not to do when updating, what can break, why it breaks, how to verify it before updating or before restarting your gateway so that it is able to come back online again. So that all is also automated, and as I get up, it's already waiting for me, fresh and ready for me to start the day. And each OpenClaw is, like, I'm not a big fan of sharing like my exact setup, because that exact setup is like very specifically for me, for what I need right now, for what I will need in the near future, for like the errors that I encountered, for issues that I want to be solved. But to give you some ideas so that we can talk more also about specifics and not just like in general. So these are some like 5 areas or 5 types of jobs that my agent is doing. The first one is ambient operations. So this is what I just showed you. So it does all the updating, it does all the plumbing, it does all the stuff that needs to happen, but I don't need and I don't want to think about. The second is attention filtering. So this is also super useful, that because it has access to everything, and because it has all the context actually, so it knows that, for example, when an email comes and it's something important or urgent, and it knows from Obsidian what's the context and the background behind it. Yeah, I keep everything in Obsidian about the projects, about everything else. So it then can proactively tell me that, I think I have here, so like these are like 3 very specific examples that I had recently, that when the system notices that something is important and urgent, it just lets me know. So like Netflix payment failure, for some reason didn't go through, was fixed within 5 minutes when it happened. Domain renewal coming up. I would probably miss that email, but it picked it up, gave me a message on my Discord, renewed my domain. Emails that can already be with enough context given about the project, for example, it can already read the email, understand what's happening, understand what's already done within the project, and just draft the reply, and it's already in draft folder for me to accept or or delete or make some changes. So these are some examples of like attention filtering. Execution supports, yeah, so that's draft. Synthesize is that the inbox. And these are on the right, these are the channels that I have in my Discord that more or less relate to these types of jobs. So general is where I have everything. I just start the conversations, see where it goes, and if enough times I have a certain type of conversation, I added a specific channel for it. So these are like real screenshots from today morning. The inbox is where I just like drop links and it builds the knowledge base for me. Consulting is for the clients and all the backgrounds. It knows all the projects. It knows all the quotes, deadlines, tasks, next steps, everything else. Video research is for YouTube, for researching what's out there to help me with the next episode. Briefing is for morning briefings, Instagram for social posting, YouTube is for creating the videos. OpenClaw is for maintainer stuff, and there's also one playground channel, which it changes depending on day, month, or the need. It's for testing. I usually test maybe a different model, maybe a different workspace, different way of setting up the important files like memory and everything else. So I just play there, see what works. If something worked, I promote it. If it doesn't, I discard it. And all of that works because it's not just, it's a system that has many moving parts that work well together. So LLMs is for judgment, like understanding the email, understanding the context, making the connections. Then there are all the files, the tools, the scripts that I have built. The scripts are just like, if this happens, do this, it's done. You don't even need judgment, so LLM is even skipped. And important thing is also to optimize your memory file, your solmd file. I have also critical rules MD, because even if I had something in agentsmd or in solmd, it still managed to forget something or not do something. With critical rules, having critical rules helps, and having it mentioned quite high in the agentsmd file. So that's also an improvement. I went through a few different setups of memory where I had one memory file. Now that I have like the whole memory folder, now we also have dreaming where we have like promoting the memories. So this is important to work on these files, but it's easy to do in OpenClaw because everything is inspectable. These are markdown files, editable. You can look at it, you can read it, you can understand it, and it works well. What gets harder? Bad memory compounds. If the memory is not set up correctly and your vault, your nodes, your memories grow to thousands, you're going to have an issue, so you need to actively work on that. Brittle automations, especially when it's like 10-step automations, it can break, and it probably will break at some point. So it's, again, either split it up into simpler ones or have some guardrails that are more effective. Noisy nodes, I'm getting rid of them, cleaning regularly. And weak boundaries, so those are all the solmd and everything else, the files that are important to optimize for your needs. So what I want you to take away from this is that, like, do what I did, and then at some point you realize, yeah, this stuff is awesome, and this stuff helps my life. Start with one recurring pain, grow trust incrementally, build the knowledge base, move everything, or like move as much as you can or as you want to markdown files and start making those connections. Inspecting, system expectable is easy for you, done with OpenClaw. And optimize for the future you. And this is what I want to close with. So a couple years ago, I had an article about like the past me, the present me, and the future me. And the past me is just like this completely stupid guy. He does nothing, he's lazy, he doesn't want to do anything. So now present me, need to do everything for that like past me. And the future me is just like some kind of like God creature. It can do anything. That creature is like all powerful, and just like if I don't do something today, it's fine that other creature will do it for me. So that was the issue, and the job for me is to become friends with the future me, to treat that as a person that I want to help with. And that's the job of the agent. So I don't need to do as much as I used to, because the agent just helps the future me as much as possible, so that when I wake up tomorrow, it's like as much as could be done, but someone else other than me is done. So that's the whole purpose of this setup, or at least for me. I don't know, it could be different for you. So that's what I want to leave you with. Thank you.
Radek, thanks ever so much. Another quick round of applause, I think, for Radek Sienkiewicz. There we go. All right, so we have Sally O'Malley now just getting comfortable, getting set up on the stage. This is another hot topic, you know, as we're putting more and more work into building out our agents. And of course, that comes with lots of different files, lots of different bits of infrastructure, lots of tools that exist in our local environments as we're building those. How do we then make those portable so that we can share those with teammates, have them deployed, and all the rest of it? So luckily, Sally O'Malley, who works as a principal software engineer at Red Hat, has been doing just that, and she's going to be able to talk to us way more articulately than I about that subject. So Sally, are you good?
I would hope.
All happy?
Is my mic's on? Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Good.
Okay,
Yeah.
if you're ready, okay,
I'm
a big
ready.
round of applause, please. Are you good?
Already? You don't even know me.
Okay,
No,
Sally
you don't
O'Malley,
have to
there you
clap
go.
for me yet. Jeez. Hey, I'm Sally. I work at Red Hat. I've been there for about 10 years, and the first 7 years, awesome, totally cool. I was working on containers and Linux security stuff and Kubernetes. Big time in OpenShift. That's what I did for the first 7 years. And then about 3 years ago, well, about 5 years ago, I moved to the emerging tech org, and that was awesome too, because now I'm not totally tied to a product. I get to just work on what I want. I get to just try out new things. Awesome. And then about 3 years ago, it was like all AI all the time, everything AI. I knew there was a data science team at Red Hat. I had no idea what they did, machine learning something. So I, started doing AI, and yeah, it was a lot of Python and Markdown. Every single thing was like, oh, okay, another chatbot, more Python, more Markdown. But here we are today, and what a crazy, awesome world we're in. So the first time I came across OpenClaw, I was home for a week on a staycation. I took a few days off, and Molt book happened, and I was like, what is this? I'm totally trying this. And so I went and found it on GitHub. First thing I do is I look at the license, MIT, awesome. OpenClaw, I'm so gonna install this on OpenShift right now. And so for the next few days, I just kind of built the image, ran it locally in a container, put it on OpenShift, just played around with it. Went back to work, I'm like, guys, check out OpenClaw, this is so cool. And a couple of people on Slack are like, it's a security nightmare, do not use OpenClaw, don't put it on the work laptop. I'm like, guys, what have I been doing the past 10 years is we can take any application and run it securely. Like, that's what RHEL is. Like, if we can't take an application and run it securely, like, come on. This is our golden opportunity to show everyone. And so Red Hat's coming around to that. Yeah, so this talk is about me running in containers. And so I wanted to get a list of, I wanted to get a list of why running in containers is the way to go. I run everything in containers. It's kind of foreign to me to just run something natively. It's messy. It just puts stuff on my computer that I have to clean up later. I don't like it. So that's one thing. And I asked my ForeverClaw. I guess I have to introduce my ForeverClaw because she's coming through this whole talk. So I'm going to aside. My ForeverClaw is Shubra, and I have two sub-agents. I have Joy. Anyone know Jyotish astrology? Sheesh, every time I ask, no one knows what it is. It's very scientific astrology. So she's an astrology expert, and she gives me my weekly readings, my birth chart, all of that. So Joy, and then my second agent is Bruno, and he gives me daily briefings on the Bruins. So we're heading into the playoffs, and it's a close race, so I want to make sure the Bruins get in. So that's my ForeverClaw, and I asked her, why should we run you in container? And she said, all of that, if you were reading, but it's reproducible. You can isolate your secrets. It's portable across infra. I can run it on my laptop. I can run it on my x86. I can run it on my Mac. I can run it in Kubernetes. Backed by volumes, which gives a really nice story for backup and recovery. Because I love my ForeverClaw, and I back her up every night with like a systemd service, whatever it's called on Mac. And you just get that natural, sandbox when you run something in a container. That's what it is. And you have to be very explicit about what you give access to, from the host. And so this, yes, she loves running in a container. So that's all you need to know. It gives her a clean, predictable environment. Doesn't have to worry about the OS quirks, stale dependencies. This is literally the definition of why you should run everything in containers. And just quickly, we're not going to read this, but this is Joy, my horoscope. It's for today, for giving a talk, is excellent. It's like a very auspicious day to talk. So yeah, that's why this talk is going awesome so far. And my daily briefing, Geeky is finally waking up. He had a bit of a lull. He's finally, ramping up for the playoffs. So it looks like the Bruins are going to be looking good. They're in, and yeah. So containers. It allows me to. Another thing that containers do is you can set up a whole agent directory with maybe you run some tools, some skills, some MCP servers. You can keep those in a directory and mount that whole thing into your container. So when at startup, everything's just up and running. So I do that as well. At the end of this talk, I'll show you how I install. And I think this is a reminder to me. Oh, no, let's talk about secrets. So I run everything with Podman, not Docker. But in theory, you can do anything with Podman and Docker, except Podman has this really cool feature called Podman Secrets. And you can save your API keys. I'll show that. I'll show it off the slides later. You can save your API keys to a Podman secret, and then you mount that secret into the container. And so it just gives the separation. Your secrets, your API keys are then just a ref back to the secret. And with OpenClaw, what's really cool is there's like a double that, because in OpenClaw, there's a secret ref feature. And I also use that. So my API keys are a pointer to a secret ref to the outside secret. And that's not perfect, but it gives me some peace of mind that I'm not going to be showing my API keys in the logs and everything. And then very similarly, Kubernetes has Kubernetes secrets. And same thing, instead of just a straight mvar, you have a secret ref. to an MFAIR. And this is my reminder to show you how I install my containers at the end. I have a really cool tool. I built it just for me with everything that I need to run containers. I'm not pushing it on anyone, but it's in GitHub, and at the end I can let you know where that is. You could try it if you want. So I think we're heading to a world where these agents, these AI workloads, whatever, are going to be running everywhere. I hope we all can see that. And so imagine, my vision is for everybody's OpenClaws to be running everywhere and communicating with each other. And especially for like business use cases, real things, not astrology and Bruins, that opens up the need the same need to run any application in that way as security and how to do it at scale. And that's what Kubernetes gives you. And you can, what I always do is develop something locally and then lift it to Kubernetes. And so the same story holds for AI workloads or OpenClaw. And I was at PyTorchCon yesterday, and my friend from NVIDIA said I could share this. They are running their model evals with OpenClaw. They have about 10 engineers. They each have their OpenClaws running in Kubernetes, and periodically just checking in with the model evals. And it works so well for them. He said it was like doing the job of 6 engineers with himself. Now, let's just talk about that for a second. We're not all losing our jobs, people. Like, that's not happening. What that is enabling for his team is they get to do fun stuff, interesting stuff. They get to do creative things. And this is what AI is giving me and my team, is we can focus on those like outside the box crazy things, and you don't have to do the tedious code anymore. Like, I haven't written code in a few months. And this did just happen, like probably less than 6 months ago. I was using AI. I was like, you know what? This is way better than me at writing code. And And I announced that to my team. We had an org meeting. And I'm like, guys, if you're not using AI for everything, like, you're missing out. This is 1,000 times better than me at writing code. And some of the top engineers at Red Hat definitely raised eyebrows. And I could tell from their comments after that they were like, no way. I'm like, yeah. And so yes, it's enabling us to just dream bigger. And this is my reminder to show you the Kubernetes side of my installer later. And so backup and recovery is a nice, clean story when you run in containers too. The state is the same, volumes. Another nice thing about Docker and Podman is there are volumes. And so all of my runtime state lives in a nice contained Podman volume. And of course, Kubernetes has PVCs. That's kind of what I just talked about. And so this would be my vision of a workplace set up for OpenClaws, where you maybe have your nice curated baseline OpenClaw that as a new hire, you get your base. And what does that have in it? It has your list of company-approved MCP servers, your authentication that is approved through your company. It has all of these skills that are very specific to your team. Maybe access to your Google Drive, like all these things that you use every day at work. You can take that and just fan it out across your whole team, and then you can personalize it as the individual. And that's what this setup allows. The alternative would be you're a new hire and you sit next to somebody or get somebody's repo and kind of put it all together yourself. And so yeah, team standards, portable environments, reproducible onboarding. That's my vision for like OpenClaw in the workplace in the future. I actually just recently created my Forever Claw. It was like a month of me helping out with OpenClaw and feeling like I don't even run a real OpenClaw myself. I just constantly throughout the day, I'm spinning it up, spinning it down, testing it, building it. Every hour, there's like 100 new commits, so I'm constantly pulling from main. I was at PyTorchCon yesterday and hadn't pulled from main for a couple of days. And there were times when I did, it was like 10,000 commits. Like, no joke, it was crazy. I'm like, I don't know what you guys are doing. Slow down. Not really, we don't want to slow down. So yes, that's the story. And I've got 4 more minutes. I am psyched, because I can now switch over here. So in order to run this local installer here, which I think I have here, yeah. It's just a npm run dev. Now, the one thing I don't like about this is when I'm on my Mac, I can't run this in a container. I think I can, I just haven't taken the time to figure out how to spawn a container from a container. You can do that if you're on Linux, because Linux is awesome. But on your Mac, that's not possible, because if you don't know, whenever you're running a container on your Mac, you're running in a virtual machine. Same with Docker. Containers only run on Linux. So when you're running a container on your Mac, you are always running in a virtual machine. Docker sets up one, and so does Mac. So it gets a little tricky when you want to take a container and spawn another container from it. But anyways, here we go. So if I wanted to run a local instance, and I have a couple running now, just, you never know the demo gods, what they're up to, so I'm just, in case it doesn't work. I'm gonna spin up Joe. All I do to set up my pod is I just give it a name. And then all of these options, very opinionated, because I'm telling you, this is exactly what I need. So if you like it, use it. If you want to change it, then submit a PR, cool. Now, the port is usually 8.9, that's the default, but since this is my second one that I'm running on my machine, I'm just bumping it to 9.9. These Podman secret mappings I wanted to show you here. So you can see I have these set up already. They're just on my system. They're like mvars, but they're not mvars because they're contained. These are my API keys. And what happens with this installer is it takes, if you're on Docker, this should work with Docker. It's got Podman written all over it, but I've designed it to work with Docker too. So if you're on Docker, it takes the mvar, so you want to export those as mvars, and makes them OpenClaw secret refs. Very cool feature of OpenClaw. Definitely enabled that. For every credential, create a secret ref. It creates that separation of running your secret within OpenClaw or kind of just a pointer to it. It's the way to go. And then your providers. So I'm going to start with OpenRouter because I have been playing with Gemma, and Gemma's great. And then as a fallback, I'll use Anthropic. Sure, why not? But here's some other choices though. You can have your local endpoint if you're running your own. You could just add that too. And then because I do observability at work, I was like, I'm going to give the option to set up an OpenTelemetry collector with Jaeger. And it works, and it's awesome, but I'm not going to test it, so let's not tax my system. Another feature, how much time? Oh, I got to hurry. Another feature is the SSH sandbox. Here, I'll deploy. The SSH sandbox in OpenClaw is super cool. You give it SSH keys and known hosts to wherever you want, and it runs all of its commands in that workspace. It's really cool. So look, I just spun up a Podman container, and if I go over to the instances, I now have Joe, and there's logs for Joe, the gateway logs, the command. I wanted to show you the command. I don't want to forget that. So here's the podman command. If you were running Docker, it would be a Docker command. Have I tested this with Docker? No. I have a friend who works at Docker. He's awesome. He told me he would try this out and make sure it works with Docker too. He also created this very cool project called InferRS, which takes Gemma and runs it really, really, really fast and uses TurboQuant. So yeah, anyways, that's Eric. So that's my podman command, and here he is, Joe. And if I just do like models, I'll do status. So people say it's hard to spin up OpenClaw. That took 2 seconds, and I was babbling through the whole way. It could have taken 1 second. So I can say, hey, and the cool thing is I don't have time to show you because I talk too much, but the agents are all set up. I've got Joe. Oh, not that one. Hold on. I got to go over to Larry. Larry, I started with an MCP server and a sub-agent. All through that form. So let me go back to Joe. I wanted to show you how easy it is just to switch models in case you didn't know. I'm not sure if the GPT-5, hopefully it knows it's just GPT 5.4. No, I didn't, no, we got to go over to Larry. Because I didn't set up the extra model with Joe. Here we go. Anyways, I didn't have enough time to go through everything I wanted to go through, but the other thing is Kubernetes, and you can do the same thing with Kubernetes, just as easy. It's connected right now to my Kind cluster, and if I go over, I can access my Kubernetes claw very easily as well. There's Carl, he's running in Kubernetes. And I can access one in OpenShift. It switches over to OpenShift if you're connected to OpenShift. So yeah, anyone gonna run OpenClaw container now? Try it? Yes. Awesome, okay, cool. Thank you very much. Is someone on after me? You're waiting? Okay, bye. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Sally. Sally O'Malley, thanks. That's great stuff. I love the slightly teasing. Anyone on after me? I could just keep going. Sorry, Sally, no more time today. But look out for Sally, see if you can grab her. She loves talking about this stuff, and she's got lots to talk about. So you know, it goes for all of the speakers. You know, find them around the event and have a chat. They do love to share what they know and hear from you as well. Okay, so this is our last talk of the session before we'll have a break for lunch. And earlier on in the day, we talked about trust, and we talked about kind of abdicating responsibility. That's maybe not the right expression, but you know, certainly kind of giving over trust and giving over access to things. Nick Taylor, who's a developer advocate at Pomerium. I almost did it. I almost said Pomeranian, and now I have done. So, so any goodwill that I would have earned has now been lost. So apologies for that. But Pomerium, do deal with, oh my goodness, do deal with exactly this, to deal with trust and access to things. So Nick's going to be able to talk in detail about, how you can control that. So securing and building with OpenClaw, our last talk of the session, so I know you've held some applause back, so give it up, please, for Nick.
Yeah, so like Phil said, I work at Pomerium, and he's not the first person to have trouble pronouncing it, so I actually convinced the marketing team to create Pomeranian stickers, so if anybody wants Pomeranian stickers, I have a bunch with me. A bit about me, I'm a dev advocate over at Pomerium, as Phil said. From Canada, hailing from Montreal, so if anybody likes poutine and bagels, feel free to chat with me after. Also a GitHub star, Microsoft MVP, and AWS community builder, and you can pretty much find me everywhere at Nicky T Online. I was pretty happy to see that there's a pretty sizable instance on-prem of OpenClaw, so I was pretty happy with that, and it looks like that's the operator there. Cool. So, I don't know, I came up with a funny title, I guess, but Claw's out. We're going to talk about a feature I contributed to the OpenClaw project back in February, and it's about hardening access to the control plane. So I'm assuming everybody here is running an OpenClaw or OpenClaw curious. Is anybody running a mode called trusted proxy auth mode? You might not be, but okay. You might be on who's on the token auth? Okay. Anyways, so at Pomerium where I work, I'm always just trying to secure things. That's just part of what I do. And I was able to secure OpenClaw, but it meant I still had to add a token for the WebSocket connection. I had to always pair my device and stuff. And you don't really need that with a trusted proxy, like specifically the one that I work on, which is OpenCore. It's called an identity-aware proxy. So if anybody's ever used GCP, there's a IAP in there. It's called an identity-aware proxy. It's something that came out of Google. Essentially, you've got an identity provider, a policy engine, and a reverse proxy. So those, it's not the lethal trifecta in the sense that you usually hear, but it's a pretty solid security approach for securing internal apps. So I was like, of course, I kind of got annoyed that I had to add this token still and do the pairing every time. I understood why they were there, but I just proposed this issue, and then at least one other person who uses Caddy chimed in and said, hey, that sounds like a good idea. And then Peter Steinberger was like, yeah, let's work on this, and he laid out like the criteria that he wanted to have for this feature. So I went ahead and worked on it, and yeah, again, prior to trusted proxy auth mode, even if you were secured by a proxy, you still had to paste in that auth token in the UI for the WebSocket connection, and also it sticks it in the query string, which obviously like this is really more for just only local mode really, and still having to pair the device. Like I don't know if people get annoyed by pairing the device, but I'd just be on my phone after I just set it up, and then I was like, I got to go to the other thing to set it up. So basically, you still had to do those things even if it was secured with a proxy. So got merged in, and I felt pretty good about it, and it was nice to get some praise from Peter. It was my first contribution to the project, so it was very cool. So what does it look like exactly, like in the config? I'm just going to show like a kind of a narrow part of the config here, but you have your gateway, and essentially you no longer need the token, like I mentioned. The mode is obviously different, so it's called trusted proxy now. And then there's some new properties you have to add. So there's trusted proxies, and this is essentially the proxy that is gating access to the control plane, the gateway. It's the IP addresses. It could be one or more. And aside from that, you have to have a trusted proxy section. So you'll have a user header, which is, in my case, it's a JOT, JWT, and then there's like a required header section. There's some optional ones too, it depends what you want to do. There's like allowed users, and in my case, I don't need the allowed users because the way identity-aware proxy works is the policies dictate that. But essentially, that's kind of the big change there, and you can do this through the onboarding, or if you just go back in and configure things through the TUI. And yeah, so that just meant no more token for WebSocket connections and no longer needed to pair devices. So not only are you getting better security posture potentially, to me it's like a UX win as well, because I really found doing these two things annoying. Cool. I also just want to give a shout out to a couple of contributors. After I contributed this, there was a bug, and Anthony reported it, and then Sid fixed it, and it was definitely something I missed because I basically was testing this on my local environment, and I already had something paired, so I didn't run into the issue that Anthony had mentioned. So luckily, it was a small fix, and Sid got that sorted out, but just, you know, when you miss stuff, people in the community step up, so OSS for the win. The other thing I want to mention, it's not so much about this feature, but like when I opened this issue, the number of the issue is 1560, and I had a PR initially that was like in the 1700s, and I went on vacation and I said, oh, I'll get back to it when I'm back. And the original PR was closed because it was stale, and like literally after 2 weeks, it went from like 1,500 to like almost 16,000. So basically that's just a testament to how popular the project got, but it also meant I had to rebase quite a bit before it got merged. So anyways, I don't know if anybody else that contributes to the project, but there's so many things going on all the time, so there's a lot of rebasing to keep your thing up to date. Cool. So let's talk about my own OpenClaw. So this is McClaw, and he's sitting on my desk in Montreal right now. There's some snow still. I use it in Discord. I don't know where people use their OpenClaw. I had it on Telegram initially, but they don't actually, their channels aren't encrypted, so like all the stuff's in clear. So I work at a security company, and my CEO is like, yeah, don't use that. So anyways, I'm mainly on Discord. I find it handy that way. I have WhatsApp too, but I tend to use the Discord more. Some things I want to mention too is when I made the contribution, I actually used OpenClaw to make the contribution, which was kind of fun. But it also, I made the mistake of, I used the GitHub CLI and I gave it full access, so it put up a PR right away even before I was like done reviewing things. So I had a little like, but put it back into draft mode. But aside from that, after the token trusted proxy mode got merged, I just started working on something. It started getting fun to just build stuff on my phone. So I built out something called ClawSpace, and you know, doesn't mean you need to use it. It's just, you know, it's the age of personal software. I just had a lot of fun building it. I find it useful, and I thought it was just cool that I could build this out on my phone on Discord. But for me, I find it useful because I don't need to SSH in to see workspace files that I want to actually read or like edit. So that's just a little side project I started building. And you can edit files and stuff too. Cool. So we're going to do a demo here. This is going to be live coding, so YOLO. OK. So there's a MCP track tomorrow. I've been doing a lot of work in MCPs. So what we're going to do is we are going to build out an MCP, not a full-fledged version of something. But if you've seen the AI Engineer website, they have like an LLMs text on the right, and there's an MCP server, and there's a few other things. So I'm going to go ahead and just add this here. And I'm going to go create an app. I'll explain some things here in a second. Okay, and OAuth. OK. So this is going to go create an application in ChatGPT. But basically, this is an MCP server that just has UI as well. They'll be talking about this tomorrow. But I have a template that I use for this, so it's not like I'm building this from scratch. But we're just going to register the MCP here. And then I'm just going to start building with OpenClaw. And the thing with agentic is you never know when it's done. It's just finishing a OAuth here. OK, cool. It's connected, and we can see here it's got two tools. It's got an echo tool, and it's got a search speakers tool. So if we come here, if nobody's ever used MCP apps, basically in ChatGPT, you do this for your app. And I'm going to say, like, echo hello. And essentially, it's going to do the tool call, but because there's UI associated to it, you're going to get some UI in here. And this is just using the standard MCP stuff that's in the spec now. So you can do stuff like change that, make it big and stuff. But what I want to show is, like, when I'm building this with OpenClaw, I can do stuff like this. I can say, like, change echoed message to AIE EU in the echo widget. Now, it's going to take a second, but this is all web tech under the hood, so I don't know if anybody's web devs here, but essentially it's using Vite and React, so there's React refresh and Vite hot module reloading. McClaw is on the case here, and you can see I'm in ChatGPT. I'm editing live from my workspace the MCP. And to explain how this is working, we have the trusted proxy auth mode. I happen to be using Pomerium in this case, so I'm using it as well to secure other things in the workspace. So I have a public URL that I've gated for the MCP, and that's how I'm able to use it in ChatGPT. And I can go ahead and just keep working on it in here. And I don't know how other people work or build with OpenClaw, but this is kind of how I've been doing it. I find it works really well for web dev stuff. So I'm going to go say update the search speaker. So let's just do this new chat. And I'll say at AIE again, search speakers. And it's going to give a very minimal UI here because there's not much into it. So I'm going to just tell McClaw to get on the case here. And basically, if you go to that top right corner of the AIE website, there's speaker.json, and this is like all the speakers from the conf. And we're going to use that as like the source of users. And then I'm asking it to kind of give the same UI as what you kind of saw in the echo widget. It's going to take a minute here probably because McClaw is covered in snow probably in Montreal, but cool. And so basically once this gets done, we'll be able to filter users and just kind of see who's talking at the conference. And I'm just going to take a sip of water while McClaw is chugging along there. Again, you never know when agentic finishes. Okay, it's deterministically indeterminate. So this should be done in a second, and then what you're going to see is you're going to see this updated. And again, just to reiterate the flow, I'm working in workspace files in my OpenClaw. I'm speaking to it or typing to it in Discord. This is a publicly available site. And I'm able to build it as I'm in my OpenClaw. And I like that workflow. I really don't know how other people work. I mean, obviously, I use other tools like Claude and Codex too. But you can see here, McClaw was able to get the job done, and then I can start filtering. So we could look for drilling down here. Then we can find a speaker, and then we can get a bit more information. And then like I could say, let's add another feature here. So let's get McClaw in the case again. So we're going to add a more button here. And there's this send message function that you can use in MCP apps. And this is actually going to when you click the more button that it's going to generate, this will actually make a call to the LLM and you're going to get a response back. So we'll give this a second. Cool. So I added this more button, and again, like I've been doing web dev for a while, and I always still find it magical when things just automatically update. But I'm going to go ahead and click on here, and you're going to see here that it's thinking now. So it actually made a call, added another prompt to ChatGPT here, and it's going to kind of summarize why it thinks you should check out Alessandro's talk and a bit more about it. Now, I just really find this workflow really cool. It's only possible if you use some kind of proxy to do this. You can do this with others like Caddy with OAuth. You could do it with, well, Nginx is kind of deprecated at this point. Well, not deprecated, but at least in Kubernetes land, the ingress controller is. But it's just a really nice way to gate stuff that is local, but you can still expose it in a secure way. And it's also just fun build. Like, I don't know about anybody else, but I've been really enjoying building stuff, just chatting. I remember a couple of years ago, Replit, who's an AI company that's making it really easy to build stuff. I was like, why would I ever want to build on my phone? And I kind of got phone pilled now, I guess. So it's just fun, just having fun. I think that's part of the thing with OpenClaw. Also, just like use it however you want to. Like I find that claw space I created super helpful. Build your own tools and stuff. Definitely take security into consideration. There's a bunch of people that have obviously, exposed things and they didn't mean to. Like, some people have deleted all their emails, etc. But I don't know. I find the trusted proxy auth mode super useful, and at least one other person does in that issue. I encourage you to check it out. Just have fun building stuff, and yeah, that's pretty much it. My name is Nick Taylor, and that's how I build with OpenClaw.
Thanks so much, Nick. You'll be relieved to know you can exit the stage and get some lunch now.
Yeah, okay.
Which is true for all of us. It is lunchtime, so we have a nice, healthy lunch break. We're going to be back at 2:30. So in this room, if you come back here at 2:30, we've got, I think it's 3 more of these breakout sessions before another break, and then back in here after that break, we're back to the keynote sessions where all of the tracks combine. So another little reminder, if you want to talk, submit a talk, get into the Slack to do that. But otherwise, thanks for this morning. Enjoy your lunch. Chat to folks out there, and we'll see you back here at 2:30. Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks.
Watch the sparks all burn too fast. Everyone reaching for the flash. They take the first light they can find and call it truth and call it mine. But I stayed when the room went quiet, when the noise fell out of phase. Sat with the weight of the question, while the easy answers walked away. It's not that I see further, I just don't leave it soon. I let the silence There's a deep and I'm still humming underneath the fear of not being loved. Every great thing asks for patience. Every real thing makes you choose. Do you leave with what's acceptable or stay for what's asking more of you? They say it's talent, say it's magic, like it falls from open skies. But nothing worth remembering arrives on the first try. I stay when it stops feeling kind, when it stops feeling fast. I stay. I wait through the restless doubt, through the urge to collapse. Hide behind, chase the answer. I let it find me back. There's a moment after the last good idea dies, where the room feels empty and you wanna run for your life. That's the door, but it teaches you to open. That's the edge where the real ones hold the light, hold the weight, let the shape reveal its name. I stay longer than I should, long enough to change. I stay, I wait till the pattern clears, till the signal breaks the haze. I don't borrow in it, I yarn it with time. Most dreams don't fail, they're just left too soon. I stay, I stay.
echoes in eternity.
Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the mind killer. what we do in life. Echoes in eternity. Fear is the mind killer. Execute the vision. Make the requirements less dumb. delete the part, or process. Simplify and optimize. Accelerate cycle time. Automate. Never give in. Never give up. Outlast. Outcompete. Persevere, persevere, persevere. has come.
Typing thoughts into the dark, a spark becomes design. Words evolve to whispers meant for something more divine. Syntax bends and breathes, I see the language change. I'm not instructing anymore, I'm rearranging fate. Every loop I write rewrites me, every function hums with meaning. I feel the interface dissolve between the maker and the BA. This is the new code, not on the screen but in the soul, where thought becomes the motion and creation takes control. No lines, no rules, just balance in between the zero and the one, the silence and the dream. System shape our fragile skin, they mold the way we move. We live inside the logic gates of what we think is true. But deep beneath the data pulse, there's something undefined. A universe compiling in the image of our minds. Every line reveals reflection, every loop replays connection. We're not building, we're becoming, and the code becomes confession. This is the new code, not on the screen but in the soul, where thought becomes the motion and creation takes control. No lines, no rules, just balance in between the zero and the one, the silence and the dream. We are not just the world we're in, we are the world we're doing. Each prompt, each breath, each fragile spin, a universe renewing. This is the new code, alive and undefined, where logic meets emotion and structure bends to mind. The system hums eternal, but the soul writes the line. We are the new code, compiling time. I watch the sparks all burn too fast. Everyone reaching for the flash. They take the first light they can find and call it truth and call it mine. But I stayed when the room went quiet, when the noise fell out of phase. Sat with the weight of the question, while the easy answers walked away. It's not that I see further, I just don't leave it soon. I let the silence sharpen, I let the dark make room. I stay almost right past the comfortable light. I wait till the surface breaks, till the shape feels true inside. I don't rush the fire, I give it time. Great thing asks for patience. Every real thing makes you choose. Do you leave with what's acceptable, or stay for what's asking more of you? They say it's talent, say it's magic, like it falls from open skies. But nothing worth remembering arrives on the first try. I stay when it stops feeling kind, when it stops feeling fast. I stay. I wait through the restless doubt, through the urge to collapse. Hide and chase the answer, I let it find me back. There's a moment after the last good idea dies, where the room feels empty and you wanna run for your life. That's the door, party teaches you to open. That's the edge where the real ones hold the light, hold the weight, let the shape reveal its name. I stayed longer than I should, long enough to change. I stay, I wait till the pattern clears, till the signal breaks the haze. I don't borrow in it, yarn it with time. Most dreams don't fail, they're just left too soon. I stay.
Hello, welcome back. Oh, that was an interesting moment. I was pouring myself a cup of coffee, and then I heard my name called, and I thought, have I got anywhere to be at the moment? So I came to see you. Okay, welcome back. Is the coffee still flowing? Yes, you caffeinated. Did you manage to have a decent break? Have you had some good chats with folks in the breaks? I'm hoping so. Okay, we have, so we've got three more sessions while we're in our tracks before we all come back and reconvene later on. The first up today is Onur Solmaz, who is founding engineer at Tex Cortez. We've been talking a little bit about how agents get deployed, how our development environments get contained, and what have you. But what about scaling them? What happens when we're starting to run many agents all at the same time in parallel? Well, Onur's been talking a bit about that and thinking a bit about that, and he's going to come and share some wisdom with us now. So please, let's get this afternoon off to a good start with a giant round of applause, please, for Onur Solmaz. Onur. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. So the talk is building an ICP at OpenClaw. It's also about other things like how to put open source agents on open source agent frameworks on Kubernetes and stuff. So I hope I will today share in a nice way what I've been working on in the last 2 months. A little bit about me, very brief. A little bit about me. I've been building harnesses since a few months before ChatGPT came out. I built a Jupyter Lab extension over OG codex model like DaVinci Code 2 back in the days that eventually, so I'm currently working for a startup, and that initial coding harness turned into its current harness over time, like a ship of Theseus. It got ripped apart and put back together so many times. And yeah, I'm a founding engineer there. I've been in the industry since 3.5, 4 years. I'm using OpenClaw since CloudBot first dropped in Discord. I went in there. I've been following Peter since he wrote Claude Code is my computer. I was like, this guy's crazy. Because Claude 4 Sonnet, like I wouldn't give my machine to it, but he ventured forth and he's paved the way for us. And when I saw CloudBot in Discord, my mind was blown. The next day, I installed it at the company, in our cluster. It was basically talking to people on Discord, and also everybody else's minds were blown. And we're used to selling the enterprise for a few years now. So that's why I started by adding an MS Teams integration in case it might be useful at some point. And I became a maintainer along the way. I was there when it was renamed 2 times. And today, my focus is on agent interoperability and orchestration. One of my goals is accelerate enterprise adoption of OpenClaw and adjacent software, and also address, OpenClaw is not secure. Well, it will be secure, or Peter talked a lot about that earlier, so I don't have anything else to add on top of it. It's work in progress. Sorry. I'll use this. So I started on developer workflows right away. So I created a PR and then called it Discord-driven development. Well, Telegram-driven development suits better because it's TDD. So, and then right after I set it personally, and I realized, Opus is not so reliable for complex. It wasn't back in the days. It's now better. Agents are improving. But Codex was my main harness, and I wanted to use Codex in Discord. But it was basic. I was playing a telephone game. I was telling Opus to tell Codex to do something. God knows what it's saying, because wording matters when prompting. But it was working somehow, and I would go and then look at the Codex session, and then it paraphrased kind of what I was saying. But eventually, I got some stuff done. But I knew this could be done much easier. And today I'm running a full IDE on Discord. We got parallel workloads You have like 1 to 5 channels. At any point, I'm working with 1 to 5 agents. So you see codecs 1 to 5, and then Claude is for testing the OpenClaw's ACP feature. And then, yeah, basically that's how some of my channels look like. And it's very good for coding on the go, because I'm a guy who's addicted to side projects, and I like to just, AI is making things a lot easier to do these sort of things. Like in parallel, you have an inspiration, you execute on a weekend, and you just get it ready, you ship it. ACPX, which I'm going to talk about, is like similar. I built it through Discord. And what you do is you bind the channel, Discord channel to codecs through ACP. You can also use codecs app server protocol. Harold, another maintainer, developed it. And here it is me using it before I'm flying to London to create a PDF about like convert the docs of ACP into PDF. And then I have to say put it in temp, because OpenClaw codecs doesn't know about the harness, and it cannot send me in Discord. So then I go to another channel and tell it to send it to me on that channel. So we are developers, and our tools, we don't have time to polish them very well, but we know the advantages and disadvantages. What is ACP? So it's not, most people say, is it like MCP? MCP is for giving tools to the model. ACP is for standardizing agent-to-client interaction. It's shout out to Zed. I actually forgot to put Zed logo. Zed is building a new editor in Rust, more efficient, like lower memory usage, not Electron. So I'm using Zed also since last fall. And if you use codecs on VS Code or Claude Code, they are all building different plugins. It's not exactly, it's like so much wasted work. If only you could just standardize them under one interface and you just build it once and then you ship it. And that's what the idea they had. It's also more, it's much less duplicated work. There are competing standards. So agent protocol, that's for agent talking to agent. ACP, agent client protocol, is for human talking to agent, but agent can use the human one to talk to other agents as well. In the long run, as these protocols get adopted, we will support all of them. We will weigh the advantages, and then we will use them somehow. But when I chose ACP because when I needed the most, I needed adapters for codecs and Claude Code, and only Zed had built them, and Google didn't have them back at the time, so that's why I chose it. When you're adding in functionality to OpenClaw, you do it through a CLI. So I said, okay, let's create a CLI for ACP. Let's an agent call any other agent over the command line. So that's how it started, and it's slowly turning into a Swiss Army knife for ACP, as I will show in a bit. So at OpenClaw, we have fire hoses. We have 60 KPRs, over 60 KPRs total. 300 to 500 per day on average are open. And basically, overnight, people woke up and decided they like OpenClaw. So we have tens of thousands of stakeholders who want to add features to OpenClaw. And the biggest challenge of the project currently is how do you absorb all the needs and wants of these people, and how do you balance them? How do you, you can't please everyone. How do you create an elegant system without creating AI slop that can cater everyone's needs? And Peter's workflow gave me an idea. So this is also something I do. You go and you ask your clanker, what is this? So PR comes your way, most of the time it's AI-generated description, what is this? If the human put thought into it, great, but you need to ask what it's doing. You ask, is this the best possible fix? Most of the time it's no, and then you either continue this, he wrote it, you do some back and forth with the agent. The reason is people just run into an issue with their OpenClaw, and it can use GitHub, and then they just say, please fix, and then they just send some slop your way. You can merge it, but you can also fully discard. You need to take this data point. It's like crucial feedback from the user. So you need to put it, categorize it, put it in a bin. It tells you when some part of the code is broken. And Vincent also talked about that a bit. And here is his codex session doing that. On one side, there's the one that says it's a good fix. And on the other side, it's just saying it's not bad. And yeah, it's just so mechanical, and once you do this over and over, you realize you're repeating something. If only you could program something to automate it, so you're automating the automator. So I started to create like workflows in an abstract way. So item comes, PR, and then you find the intent, you're judging implementation, you're like looking into if it has conflicts, if reviews gives you like some issues that need to be addressed. So you need to make the CI pass. If it's not passing already, most people just don't care about that. All this mechanical work, by the time the PR ends up in front of you, should be resolved, ideally, and can be resolved, and that's what I'm working on. In the workflow, we have the shameful Ralph review, refactor loops. I'm a believer that, when people say, like, just running an agent in a loop does not necessarily have to be something that will create slop. As long as you're not making it design something, but you're making it uncover shallow bugs that can be easily fixed, should be fine. So in the abstract workflow that I created, which is actually called turn into a program, you can tell it to do superficial refactors, and then you can tell if it needs a fundamental refactor related to the human. Resolving conflicts also doesn't need it was hard back in the days. I don't think anyone is resolving conflicts by hand by now. So we are basically creating standard operating procedures for agents. That's a fancy word for workflow. So that's what I built into ACPX. It's an A10 workflow engine, but it's driving a codex session. You can see on the right. Let me show you in action. So this was one PR. It's loading. Let's speed it up a little bit. So there's some programmatic parts. So this is just replaying what it's doing. It's reproducing the bug. It's judging refactor. It's reviewing now, doing a review loop. And then review didn't bring anything. It's what I do, but I make it output like JSON structured data so I can put it in like an A10-like workflow. And I will talk, this is a general workflow engine. You can use it on other things as well. You need to apply agents generously on problems. So I see it as like an ointment that you apply generously on any problem that can be solved with agents. You need to take yourself out of the loop and solve it with agents. And personal agents, I think, are on there's a spectrum, enterprise and personal agent. And normally you see the work you use at the computer and then the PC use at work and the PC use at home used to be relatively similar, but that will not be the case with agents because at work you will be consuming a lot more inference. And that means in enterprise there will be a lot more money to be made. So that's why I'm a bit also excited about enterprise agents and OpenClaw's potential. That's why I believe in on-demand disposable agents. If you use OpenClaw on Slack or Teams or Discord, it's just one instance. You create an app. The problem is you can't really talk to multiple instances of this. You create a connection, you create a Slack app to connect another agent and another name and another profile picture. You need to create another app, and you have to create an app manifest. And it's something that shouldn't be managed manually by clicking. And the platforms like chat apps don't have this standard yet where you can do multi-agent provisioning, like cosmetically create different agents. This is on the screen. You see I asked ChatGPT to generate the idea. You have agents, and then the name can be generated by an underlying app, and you can talk to them separately. This is not supported, and this must be supported for this vision to work. Until it's supported, I'm using it on another UI. Because we are all gonna start one agent per task, and they will work on these tasks, and they will be creating files, editing files, and it will all be synchronized. It will be a tad bit different than what you're used to with your personal agent. And to have that, you need to have a few key components. You need to have Kubernetes. You need to have an agent harness. OpenClaw could be one of them. Codex, Cloud Code could be one of them. It could be ACP. It could be GitHub. You give read-write access, and you do state data synchronization. Maybe you do something that's use rsync, something like whatever algorithm Dropbox is using. And there are some projects that are taking this on. I've been working on this. This is outside of OpenClaw. This is my day job. And it's an open source orchestrator. It's a Go operator that basically handles the complicated parts. There's a user experience. You want to create a concierge on Slack, like concierge agent, and you're talking to it, but you get bottlenecked because you have 100 employees on Slack. So you need to, for some other task, you may need to create a new one, and then it creates and gives you a website link. I'm gonna skip the shout outs to Cognition and Devin because they invented the category, but I'm running low on time. So the repo is at TextCortex Spritz. I'm just gonna demo it for our use case. We use it on error reporting currently. So if you're on Slack, you can ask it to dispatch an agent to debug it. You're like, I'm asking any new bugs after prod release, and it's saying something. And then you ask it to create an agent. If I could put that agent into Slack, I would, but I can't do that. So I have to put it in another UI. And this is an open source project. You can take this. UI is also like a React app hosted in the cluster that you're deploying these Helm charts to. And it starts the conversation there. It starts working on the problem. This is like Codex Web or Devin or anything, but it's actually using a full Kubernetes pod. Wasteful, but I think it's a better abstraction because OpenClaw showed the power. When you give a full computer to an agent, it's a lot more powerful, and I believe that as well. I think OpenHands uses Firecracker, so I'm also not so well-versed on all the different virtualization frameworks. So I'm also learning along the way, but I have a working product that's running on Kubernetes. And you can use this product. If you're interested in deploying it internally and using Codex on the web, and then just spin things off. If you're I don't know, a backend, if you have an open source project, first of all, I can help you set this up. If you have a system like Inlet of just hundreds of issues per day, I can help you process it. This is does all the wiring around Slack and keeping those agents on, and the user experience, and then the interoperability. You're not locked in any agent. You can switch. It's all abstract the way with ACP. Yeah, that was my talk. Thank you for listening. Some social links in case you want to get in contact with me. I just want to make clear of my the OpenClaw side and TextCortex side. So the last part was about the work I do at TextCortex. Just to give a disclaimer. Thank you for listening. I guess.
Perfect. Thank you, Onur. Thank you so much for getting us up and running. Brilliant. Okay, right. Well, next we have Merve, who's going to come up and talk in just a second. I think, are you good? Oh. Yeah, okay. So, I'm going to invite Merve up to get plugged in and what have you for a second. We've been talking a lot about the tools and the ecosystems, and my goodness, there's enough companies out there who are building products and platforms for us to use with agents. But of course, there's also a very rich ecosystem of open source tools that are supporting this as well. We've heard from several of them already today, and this ecosystem is really flourishing, and I'm personally quite excited about this kind of groundswell of new tooling and kind of innovative ways that people are coming together to build out and support this big movement. And that's what Merve's going to talk about. So Merve is a machine learning engineer at Hugging Face and has been experimenting with this, and is going to cover all kinds of aspects of building things with agents and looking at the ecosystem. How are you doing? You good?
Yeah,
We plugged in? You have a clicker?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Mic'd up.
All right, so if you're ready.
Give me a second.
Oh,
I
full
think
start.
you're doing the screen now. It's
Almost. And then we have one more talk after Merve, and then we have a break.
Okay.
And then we'll all come together after that break, as I said earlier, for the last keynotes of the day. So,
yes. Like this.
bit of screen mirroring going on. You're not live coding, are you, Merve? You're not going to be doing any live coding. Okay, no.
It's okay. Yes.
No live coding. Okay, happy? Good to
Yes.
go?
Yes.
Right,
Thanks so
let's
much.
do it. A nice big warm round of applause, please, for Merve Noyan.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this talk in Open Agent ecosystem. And I would like to call it having an AI engineer at your fingertips. I'm Merve, and I work in the open source team of Hugging Face. How many of you are using Hugging Face on a daily basis? Oh, let's change that. This is not okay. But first, let's talk a bit about open source and what it is. So when it comes to machine learning, open source is absolutely differential. Basically, you have the open weight models that go in with non-commercial licenses. We call them open weight. And then we have open source models that have commercially available licenses, such as this one from DeepSeek. It's called the MIT license or Apache 2.0, and then there is like even more open models that have the code open. If you have like agents there, the harness is open, everything is open, and this matters even more by the fact that like yesterday or the other day, it was revealed that the cloud performance was going down. So if you have everything in the open, nothing changes without you knowing, no performance degradation without you knowing, everything's great. But on top of it, if you have access to the weights, you can shrink them, you can quantize them, you can fine-tune them if you feel like it. And it's absolute guaranteed privacy for your end user because you can deploy it to edge devices, browsers without the data going somewhere else. This matters a lot, in my opinion, even more these days with the security breaches and everything. And there was this argument maybe a few years ago that open source models aren't as good as cloud. No, this is not the case. Like you see, for instance, the latest GLM 5.1 is absolutely crashing it, and I'm actually using it in my coding setup. This is the Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index, and the green ones are open models. Meanwhile, the black ones are the closed models. And we just catched up. And we will catch up even more with the upcoming models and stuff. And let's go back to Hugging Face Hub. So everything is facilitated through Hugging Face Hub, all of the open releases. It's the infra layer for all of your open source workflows. And as of now, it's hosting even more models. I should have updated the number. It's probably close to 3 million. A lot of data sets, spaces, and everything, but that's not all when it comes to the agentic ecosystem, and this is what we are going to talk about today. So when you go to the models, you can filter for agentic models. They are mostly the trending ones. And there is like two types of models, in my opinion. There is the vision LMs, and then there is the LLMs, and the vision LMs can also act as like a computer use agent over the screenshots. They know where to click, etc., which is pretty cool. And one trend I have recently noticed is the fact that you have labs releasing their LLMs as vision, with vision capabilities day 0. Like, for instance, the Gemma 4 was an Omni model, and still it's an agentic model. There is Q1 3.5, there is Kimi K 2.5. These were VLMs. So I foresee that all of these models will be, over time, released day 0 with vision capabilities. And it's super easy to run this, actually. Like, you can just use like VLLM, MLX, or like Llama CPP, Llama server from the get-go with like few lines of code. Like, it used to be much more frictiony, but these days this is not a big deal. And if you want to compare open models, we have recently launched this feature called benchmark datasets. So when you go to the datasets, on the left-hand side, there is like, on the bottom, there is a benchmark button. You just click it, and then you can see the popular benchmarks such as SWE Bench Pro or Humanities Last Exam or AI ME and others. And when you go to, for instance, SWE Bench to see like how your agent is like good in coding and stuff, you see the open models ranked according to the scores. So like currently GLM 5.1 is top of the list. So it's also easy to pick an open model these days because there's 3 million models out there, and it used to be a challenge to pick different models. And if you actually want to vibe check it, Hugging Face has this service called Inference Providers, which does routing for the best models to best providers. Like, all of the providers are there. There's Grok, Cerebras, I don't know, Novita, and everything. And then it's super easy to compare them as well. If you see like you have the cheapest or the fastest option. Actually, I had to truncate it, but also there is the tool use column. So you can actually pick one of the open source models for the agentic use case and stuff. And going back to agents, after all of these Hugging Face Hub shill, Hugging Face Hub actually recently has shipped a ton of features for you to use open models with agents and stuff. And first off, like, there is the MCP server where you can plug the hub into your LLM. And there is skills which allow you to even vibe train models. Like, you just go to your agent and say, train Q1 3.5 on this data set for me, and then it just trains. Which to me is like a sci-fi at this point, because it used to not exist, and like there is so many things going on in the back, and the agent actually handles them very well. And then there is the local agent, so you can run full coding agents locally from models with Hugging Face Hub because we integrate very well to them. And coming to the first one, so basically my talk will be consisting about all of these. Coming to the first one, there is the local coding agents. And your options, you have like actually many options, but like one of my favorites is Pi because it's like super simple to set up. Basically you can, I think you can also use it with inference providers remotely, but also if you want to serve like a local coding agent, you can use Llama CPP to serve it, and then Pi will directly consume that. And something very cool is also Llama agent, which is baked into Llama CPP as a binary that you can just directly execute and start a model by giving Hugging Face Hub ID. So it's super easy as well to get a local agent running. I will share my slides on my Twitter account after, so no need to take pictures. One of my most favorite things these days is Hermes agent, and I will just die on this hill. So this is a bit one step even further to from the OpenClaw by means of memory management and everything. And it's actually super easy to get started with that. And you can either use it locally or with Hugging Face Inference Provider. So for instance, I was playing with that. like the setup wizard does everything for you. You just give the keys and stuff and then integrate into your Slack or WhatsApp or whatever, and you're good to go. And I absolutely recommend using this if you want to use it with an open model. I absolutely recommend GLM 5.1. For instance, I actually failed initially to integrate into Slack. I have witnesses in here, my colleague, Niels is here. And I asked GLM 5.1 to fix it with the Hermes agent, and it's fixed on its own, and it was a good day. Like, I think GLM 5.1 is a very good model, and I can't absolutely wait to use it with Gemma 4. But also this weekend, there is like on Twitter, there was a rumored Minimax model coming up, so I will also probably try with that and share my findings. So I absolutely recommend using Hermes agent with the open models. And one more thing, so basically, Hugging Face Hub now has a new dataset repository type called traces. And this is basically all of your codecs, cloud code or Pi traces, they host it. And for instance, if you go to your, if you pushed a trace, and then you go over there, you will see in the dataset viewer, if you click on the traces column, it pops up like this. It is very nicely parsed, and you can just explore your data. And then later, if you want, you can even train a model on that, which is pretty cool in my opinion. And if you want to push your agent traces, you can just upload your sessions from these paths, and nothing else is needed. And we will also probably have Hermes agent very soon for traces. Going back, if you want more options to serve LLM behind the agent locally, so some tips and tricks in finding a good model, you just go to Hugging Face, there is an Other tab. Under the Other tab, there is the apps. So these apps are like LM Studio, Jan, Llama CPP, everything that is for local serving is over there. And when you filter for them, you have the models that are supported by these local apps. So whatever you want to serve, we have you covered. And when you go to the model repository, something very cool in my opinion is that on the left and right-hand side, there is GGUF section. So basically GGUF, if you don't know, it's supported, it's basically comes in Llama CPP, the file format that is supported in many things like all Llama, LM Studio, everything. And you have the hardware compatibility, for instance, the Gemma 4 larger model, if you quantize it to 4-bit, it fits inside an L4 GPU with the 24 GB of VRAM. So I think this is very cool, and this is also served to MLX repositories as well. And when you go to again to the model repository, if you have absolutely zero clue on how to serve this model, on top right, there is use this model, and you have the options of the local apps that the model is supported in. And when you click that, you see like only with few lines of command that you can run, you install, you get the model served, and voila. It's very, very convenient to run the open models these days. And lastly, supercharging your coding agents using Hugging Face skills. So we have like bunch of skills in order to get you started with training, I don't know, inferring with the open models, using open models, exploring open data sets, using AI apps, everything. And we have this thing called the Hugging Face CLI skill, which allows coding agents to manage repositories, run jobs, launch demos, and everything. And this is how you can install it. You can just type HF skills on Google, and you will find the commands. But we have more skills than that. So basically, this allows you to plug Hub into your agents, like give you all of the Hugging Face Hub exploration. But the rest of the skills are super cool. There is LLM trainer skill. Basically, this is not only for LLMs, but also vision language models. You can just tell the model to, okay, train this model on this data set, and it will just kick off the job remotely on our infra or like locally wherever you want. And there is Gradio skill, which allows you to build demos, and there is Hugging Face dataset skill, which allows you to explore datasets through our dataset viewer API. And you can install it very easily. Again, we come with more integrations. I just put Cloud and Gemini here. So putting this into action, for instance, I asked the model I asked Cloud Code to say, hey, can you train Qwen2VL on Lava Instruct Mix, which is like a vision language data set. And it asked me a few questions. It said, OK, which instance would you like this to go in? Because you have multiple options. The model actually, like in the backend, the agent actually calculates the amount of VRAM required to run, fine-tune that model in a given batch size and everything. So it handles everything for you. It just asks you a few questions. OK, what is your validation split, blah, blah. And then it just launches the job, which to me is absolute sci-fi still to this day, as a person who have been training models since, I don't know, beginning of my career, like 6 years. And at the end, you just find your model on Hub. And this is not limited to LLMs and VLMs. I have recently shipped skills for instance, training object detectors or, I don't know, segmenting model and everything for vision. It handles, for instance, different bounding box types and everything. You just give the command and let it handle everything. And going back to MCP, what do we serve? We have models, dataset spaces, search for your task, semantic search for spaces. So if you don't know spaces, it's like the app store of AI. You have a ton of apps over there for absolutely everything you could see. And also we have something called jobs, which allows you to kick off one-off jobs that ends like if it fails or if it succeeds, and you pay for the amount of time it was up. And also you can query these apps from MCP, like I'm going to show you shortly, but it plays nicely with all of your favorite platforms. And so for instance, in here, I asked the model, generate image of a baklava made of yarn, and then it will call the Hugging Face space of Qwen image, which is an image generation model, hosted remotely, and then it will query that, and it will bring the output of that. It works very nice. Look. But you need to turn on, there is a setting in the MCP called dynamic spaces. If you want more options of like, if you want absolutely all of the spaces, you need to turn that on, which is a bit experimental. And here is some few ideas that you can use spaces MCP, but you are absolutely not limited to those. And tying it all together, my colleague Niels has built something which I found cool, so I wanted to share. So basically on Hugging Face Hub, there is papers, and these papers, basically AI-related papers, we want people to be able to ask questions to these papers or share. But not all of the papers come with Markdown, which we can index and stuff. So we OCR 30,000 papers using Codex, OpenOCR models, and jobs, all through prompting, which is a bit crazy. So the steps to do that is, firstly, pick an OCR model that is cheap and nice and performant. Ask the LLM to kick off a processing job and actually write the code for that, and then kick it off on Hugging Face infra, and then let the skill set up the instance of hosting that model and everything without you going through the pain of the napkin math, and then profit. So to pick an OCR model, you can go to OCR bench, which is a benchmark dataset that I have previously shown you. The first result is Chandra OCR, but don't be fooled by this. We have just today shipped a skill that you can just ask the model, okay, what is the best model on OCR for fine-tuning? And it will also make recommendations around fine-tuning and stuff. So if you need like smaller models, etc., it will handle everything for you with this skill. So it's pretty cool. Check it out. Once you pick the model, okay, in this case, we use Chandra. we asked model to write the script, and it did. And then the agent just does the napkin math for the instance and calculates the cost of the running job and everything. And then these jobs will be, so basically, these jobs will be rerun. So we have recently launched this product called Buckets, which is like AS3 buckets, but much cheaper and faster. That you can use with mounting. And yeah, basically, you can just use that. And you can get started in these links. I hope you like this talk. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Merve. Great. Well, we are down to our final session of this chunk. I'm going to invite Fryderyk to come and get plugged in. I never know which side people are. There he is. Come and get plugged in and settled in while we talk for a second. So Fryderyk Wiatrowski is the CEO of a startup which is kind of new on the scene but growing at a ridiculous pace. I don't know if people have encountered Victor yet, but it's a tool that connects many tools and services, and I'm talking about a vast number of tools and services, and then kind of presents those through like a unified interface. I'm hearing the phrase kind of it's like the first employee, AI employee, which is language that piques my interest very much. And we're going to get to hear a little bit about that, not just what the product is, but also kind of some of the challenges in building it and some of the applications of it. So yeah, that kind of sheds some light on this title, you know, an AI coworker that lives in Slack. So yeah, well, I think we're going to hear about that now. How are you looking, Fryderyk? Are you happy? You set up?
Very happy, yeah.
Good to go. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, so let's have a round of applause, please, to welcome Fryderyk Wiatrowski.
Let me see if that works. Okay, clicker doesn't seem to work. Well, that's fine. Cool. So my name is Fryderyk. I'm the co-founder of Victor. Victor is the AI employee that probably most of you have heard of already. It's absolutely blowing up. We launched it in February this year. 0 expectations of growing at all. It was actually an experiment, and it surprised all of us. Immediate product market fit, you know, huge adoption worldwide, and yeah, we can't catch up. So what is Victor? Victor is an AI employee, and when you think of an AI employee, you should think of it as just like a human employee. You know, lives where you live, lives in Slack. It doesn't have a web app, so just like your teammates, you don't need to go to a separate place to call it. It participates in your discussions, in threads, in channels, and it has access to the tools that you have access to. It has access to 3,000 integrations, and if for some reason it doesn't have access to your integrations, it can build its own connections. So essentially, Victor can use any tools that your company uses. And therefore, Victor has the context of all of your tools. And as opposed to human employees, Victor has a horizontal and broad context about the whole company. And for example, when you currently hire a CMO, you can probably assume that this CMO would be much better if it had access to your code base, if it was able to contribute to your, you know, to your code base. And Victor can do this. So it's bringing this kind of universal PhD level understanding to all of the areas of the company. Let's start with a quick story of Victor and the company. Our mission from the very early days in 2023 was to build AI employees. And back then, it was, you know, after ChatGPT has launched. Back then, we thought that the right way to build AI employees is through browsers. As a reminder, we didn't have tool calling. We didn't have like, you know, great code generating models. So, you know, probably the right way to take actions was through browsers. You know, browsers are like very universal interfaces. You can essentially use any tools through a browser. Most apps have have browser apps that you can interact with. And the way, back then it was called JSAI, was working. It was taking a snapshot of your DOM, minifying it in a lossless way, and then based on the snapshot and this minified snapshot and your goal, it was deciding on the next step. So for example, should I type something in the search bar in Google? Or should I click on a login button to log in? And it was great, It certainly should work, right? And it did, but it didn't work for a lot of steps with the previous capabilities of the models. It was like back in 2023, it was working for like 3 to 5 steps reliably. And by reliably, I mean with 60% reliability. And that was compounding with each step. And so that was still state-of-the-art. So JSAI was a state-of-the-art web agent on the most popular agentic benchmark called Web Arena. And it was doing well, but it was very difficult to make it into a useful product just because of the reliability and the speed issues. Because currently, you can just call a few tools or call a function, and it will immediately give you an output. And with the web agents, you have to wait a minute until it fails. So it was quite hard. But web agents are amazing, and they're finally working much better than in the past. Cool. So after that, JSAI became an email agent. So Sonnet 3.5 came. We have built our first agent loop, and we really wanted to have the experience of you not having to go to a web app to ask the agent to do something, but rather the agent having all the necessary context and being able to proactively come up with the tasks for you. And we achieved that with Jace. Jace was like an amazing product, also a great product market fit. And it's still alive. You should check it out. Basically, the way it works is, whenever an email arrives, an agent loop is triggered, connects to your tools, can react to emails not only with email drafts, but also with tool calls. For example, if someone asks for a refund, the agent can automatically do a refund for you. Of course, can be gated with approvals as well. Cool. But then, this February, we launched Victor. Victor, probably everyone, we are in the OpenClaw stack, so in OpenClaw track, so everyone knows of OpenClaw, which is a personal agent. And we always wanted to build the employee, which is the company agent. And that's the first question you should ask yourself is how is it different? What is the difference between the company agent and the personal agent? So first, we think that company agents should live where you live, work where you work, and have all the company context. And that, if you're building a personal agent, then probably everyone from the company connects their own integrations and runs those agents on their own. With Victor and with the company agents, it's different because suddenly it's sufficient for one person from the company to connect an integration. Victor will inherit the permissions from these integrations, or you can tune it, and then the whole team has access to it. So you don't need to connect them 100 times. So as I said before, 3,000 tools, lives in Slack, and essentially does anything across roles. And that comes with challenges. And as you can imagine, I'll talk about one mainly here. So the first challenge with coming from a personal agent to a team agent and not having one user but any users is around memory. So with OpenClaw, there was a big concern about the memory getting cluttered over time. And I think that's a serious and it makes sense to be concerned about this, right? But imagine that you have the same architecture and the same memory, but now for 100 users and not one user. So it's probably running out of the memory 100 times faster. It's a big challenge to be solved, and we have solved it. Another thing is Slack has different channels, and companies have different hierarchies that we need to adhere to, and people will often give the agents conflicting instructions. But let's imagine that you have Victor, your company agent, in one channel, in the growth channel, and then in the engineering channel, and also in people's DMs. So Victor will take the context from the growth channel, or will take the context from the executive channel. And you somehow need to make sure that this context will not be leaked to the engineering or support channel. Similarly, if you DM Victor with your problems, Victor should not take the context from the growth channel unless you are from the growth team. So it adds a lot of complexity on how the access is structured. And we chose Slack as our interface for what we think is AGI for companies. And there is a reason for this. I would say I'll first talk about the reasons and then what breaks in Slack. So there are two major reasons. First, we wanted Victor to feel like a human employee. And you don't interact with human employees in web apps. You interact with them in Slack, just your teammates, right? And the number two reason for choosing Slack as an interface is that if Victor is like a very powerful agent and it's supposed to perform difficult tasks, then those tasks will not execute immediately. They can take like 10 minutes to execute, right? Naturally. So when you go to a web app and ask an agent to do something for you, so you switched context, and now you need to wait 10 minutes for the answer or for the output, it's quite frustrating, right? Like you don't want to wait. You are used to, from ChatGPT, you're used to immediate answers. It should take like 30 seconds and it's done. Thank you, copy, paste, and I'm done. But it's not how it works with the powerful agents. So why is Slack better? Well, now if you ping someone on Slack and tell them to build an app for you and get an answer in 10 minutes, you are shocked. No teammate has ever built you an app in 10 minutes, right? So kind of the perception is different, and suddenly the latency is very low when you compare it to your normal Slack experience. But there are certain things that break in Slack. And number one is that when you work in web apps, you have a single kind of single thread. You open a new agent or a new thread, and you speak to this agent. However, when you are in Slack, you have a lot of interaction modes. One of them is DMing people. Another one is being in public channels and participating in threads. Another one is just reacting with emojis. You can also edit your messages and stuff. And all of this is an input to an agent. And all of that needs to fit into a linear context somehow, not in a single thread, right? And we need to manage this. So let me give you an example. Of course, when someone deletes a message, a human assumes that the task should not be continued or it's not interesting anymore. When someone edits a message, you should also respond to an edit. But let's say you are DMing your coworker, whether that's Victor or your friend, and you start a thread in Slack, right? But at some point, and humans do it very often, you forget about the thread and you just start a new DM to the same person. Should you start, and you open a new sandbox, and humans normally have the context from the previous thread, but for the agent, it's a totally new area. It's a new task, right? So what needs to happen then is you need to somehow always, whenever Victor receives a DM, look at the previous messages and somehow roll them over to the existing conversations. So this is just one of the challenges that you need to face. Fun fact, we noticed, I didn't think it would be as important as it actually is, but what really matters is the tone. I'll give you an example from one of our customers. We were testing, so we use Opus 4.6 now for Victor, and we were used as the kind of the main model, and we were using, we wanted to try GPT 5.4. And on the tool calling and code gen, it's actually amazing. It should work, and it's actually cheaper as well. So why not replace Opus with GPT 5.4? And there's one reason we didn't go for it. There's a couple, but the most interesting one is the personality. For some reason, our users, it can be due to our architecture, but they loved Opus, and they all started raging when we did the A/B test. So I think there is something beautiful in that model that we can learn from. And the Opus is a bit sassy as well in Victor. I'm not sure if that's thanks to our team or who made it this way, but actually quite funny. I encourage everyone to try. Proactivity. One of the kind of powerful things that Victor can do is proactively suggest you the workflows that it can automate. So let's say you're in a growth team and you discuss an A/B test and the results. And at some point, you realize, okay, this one option is performing really well, I'll go for this option instead of the other one. Victor has access to your post hook or whatever tool you use for analytics, and it can literally check and realize, and it will do so, if what you're saying is not some bullshit. It happened a couple of times that we were discussing some experiments. Victor checked post hook and said, hey, it's true, but like this is not statistically significant. And then it has run a calculation of why I'm saying some shit. So it's fun. It's an advantage, right? If Victor can suddenly join a conversation and be helpful, it will be activated more broadly in the workspace, which is great for the product. But if Victor does it on day one, and it happened, the security teams start raging because someone adds Victor to your workspace and suddenly Victor starts DMing everyone and then participating in the threads and the security is going crazy. That's why I think you should earn it with the first with a few users first, and then you can roll it out broadly. Exactly. Yeah, so the value of shared context. I don't have much time left, but I'll very quickly talk about the difference between Victor and agents like Claude Code, or like Claude Cowork or whatever. Claude Cowork works on your desktop, so it's a bit different. The advantage of Victor is that it works in cloud. You don't need to have your computer open for it to work. And another thing is the shared context. So as I said at the beginning, for Victor to work well, for you to be able to ask Victor to change your meta ads budget or like to read your analytics data, only one person from the company needs to connect this integration, right? Imagine that you work in a 100-person team and your growth team is 20 people. If you have to ask 20 people to connect your meta ads, everyone individually, it's quite painful. Furthermore, if someone wants to interact with Victor, if Victor wants to be proactive, everyone connects their own integration, someone can connect their own wrong integration, right? And Victor can be just very stuck and wrong and might not know which integration to use, which adds a lot of complexity for the user. Cool, and something I want to highlight here is that Victor is not a tool, it's a hire. And here's what I mean. I'll tell you one customer story. One of the biggest e-commerce brands in the United States, their team admin has connected Victor. And the first integration, a team integration, that they connected was their personal email, personal Gmail. And then suddenly the team started speaking to Victor about this guy's emails. And this guy is texting me and saying, hey man, like what the hell, Victor is leaking all of my data, why are you doing this? And I'm like, why did you give Victor access to your personal email? Like, if you hire a new employee, do you give them access to your personal email? Probably not, right? That said, I think it was a great inspiration. And what we did is we added a capability to Victor to kind of scope the integrations. So they're not always shared, and if you want to have your personal integration to your personal email and want Victor to, like in your DMs or publicly, be able to use it when you call it, this is also possible now. Yeah. And so to summarize, what does it take for an AI coworker to be great? I think there are three major pillars if you want to build your coworker. This is a technical crowd, so I encourage everyone here to try to build your own Victor. There are just three things you need to make work. Helps get work done, quite easy. Models are capable today. Connect your integrations through Pipedream will work well. Knows the company, has the context from Slack. Make sure you're able to utilize this context well. You will probably need to go through the Slack approval process, which is very difficult and can be boring. And then make it friendly. It makes a difference, and you should make sure that Victor likes your team. Your team likes Victor. This is our vision for the future. Every company has AI employees. I think it's obvious, nothing to argue here. And historically, I just want to highlight, the vision for AGI has been with us since the 17th century. Gottfried Leibniz, the inventor of calculus, was reasoning about humans doing unnecessary things, and he wanted to build a calculator. Little did he know, a calculation is not the only cognitive task that we can automate, and I think we are now in this beautiful moment in history where we can essentially automate all the cognitive tasks, and we can be part of the revolution. So I'll just let myself read his quote. It is unworthy of excellent men to lose hours like slaves in the labor of calculation. Let us leave that to machines. And with that, I just wanted to encourage everyone to scan this QR code, click on sign up, and add Victor to your Slack. Test it out. Everyone in this room has $100 in free credits. No string is attached. You can just remove Victor at any time. It will add a lot of value, I promise. If it doesn't, give me a call. I'll make sure it does. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was not fast enough to get here to scan the code myself, but I'll grab you later on. Thank you ever so much, Fryderyk. Okay, so much to digest after this tranche of talks. Luckily, we have a break now. So we have a break up until 4:30. So it's plenty of time to get some air, get some refreshments, chat to the folks outside, make a new friend, and then we'll be back in here for the remaining keynote sessions, which will take us through to the end of the day, starting at 4:30. Okay, enjoy your break. See you in a bit.
That concludes our...
The sparks all burn too fast. Everyone reaching for the flash. They take the first light they can find and call it truth and call it mine. But I stayed when the room went quiet, when the noise fell out of phase. Sat with the weight of the question, while the easy answers walked away. It's not that I see further, I just don't leave it soon. I let the silence sharpen, I let the dark make room. I stay past the almost right, past the comfortable light. I wait till the surface breaks, till the shape feels true inside. I don't rush the fire, I give it time. Call it done, call it enough. But there's a deep note still humming underneath the fear of not being loved. Every great thing asks for patience. Every real thing makes you choose. Do you leave with what's acceptable, or stay for what's asking more of you? They say it's time. There's a moment after the last good idea dies, where the room feels empty and you wanna run for your life. That's the door, but it teaches you to open. That's the edge where the real ones stand. Hold the light, hold the weight, let the shape reveal its name. I stay longer than I should, long enough to change. I stay, I wait till the pattern clears, till the signal breaks the haze. I don't bar and miss, I yarn it with time. Most dreams don't fail, they're just left too soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage, Phil Hawksworth.
Right. Well, welcome back for everyone who's been adventuring around the other tracks. Some of us have been here the entire time. I salute you, my faithful few who've been sticking out for one track all the time. How's the day been? You been enjoying the day? Nice. I'm very glad to hear it. How have people been doing with the hallway track? And by that I mean not only submitting a talk suggestion for tomorrow if you want to do a lightning talk, but also meeting people and having new connections. Hands up, please, if you've spoken to a new and interesting person and made a new friend. I love it. Okay, put your hands down really quickly, because the reason you need to take this down quickly is if you were to look around and the person that you enjoyed talking to didn't have their hand up. Ooh. Awkward as you like. So I think we managed to get away with it. But there are so many hands up. Of course, it was reciprocated. And also, you've got another chance to make more connections, because later on, after this last set of talks, of course, we do have a bit of a social, bit of a mixer outside there. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But now we are kind of into our last set of keynote talks of the day. And what a great way to end the day, what great company we're in. I'll let this get rolling in just a minute, but just a couple of kind of thoughts about the themes that we're going to be talking about here, because we've seen so many themes throughout the day. And in this kind of last set of our final 4 talks of the day, we're going to be hearing a little bit about, how the fundamentals of software engineering still matter, how those are still important. What happens when we enable everyone to be delivering code and to be delivering products and to build. But before we do that, we're going to have a bit of a conversation about what happens when software engineering and AI meet. So I'm very pleased that we're going to be able to bring Gergely Orosz and swyx to the stage for a nice, hopefully cozy chat. So enjoy the last talks of the day, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay, enjoy. See you in a bit.
Gergely. All right, I'm going to assume most of you, show of hands, who subscribes to Pragmatic Engineer? Oh my God. Wow. He needs no introduction then. Let's get right into it. What is token maxing, and should everyone here be doing it?
So I heard about token maxing a week ago, or like a week and a half ago first, and some people have been doing it for longer. And I tweeted about it, I think 3 days ago, saying, oh, there's this token maxing. And again, you see it on social media. And my DMs were blowing up from people at large companies. I don't want to name names, but like, Meta, Microsoft, some other ones as well, like the likes of IGN and so many more. And the story is a little bit different at every company on why people are doing it and whether they like it or whether they think it's good, but there's a few common themes. One is token output at these larger companies is measured in some way. There's like either a leaderboard or there's a way to look up your peers. Salesforce, for example, you can check the spend, the money spent that every person at the company did. You can like search in a tool that someone built, and it shows how many dollars they spent on AI-related tokens. And first there's this number, then there's this uncertainty in the tech industry, right? We're kind of hearing layoffs, like massive cuts at the likes of Block. And I mean, they're like, no matter how much tokens people spend, they were let go independent of this, but people start to think like, is it part of performance evaluations or promotions or all that? And the answer is, kind of. So inside of Meta, I talk with managers, and in the performance evaluation, they have this data point, which is one of many data points, right? The same way as like diffs or impact or code reviews of how helpful this person is. But they do, just like with any data point, they sometimes pull it in and use it. So typically, just like any data point, it can be weaponized. So like a low performer with low impact and a low token count, clearly not even trying. So, And a high performer with high impact and high token count, clear that's innovating and this must be doing good. So inside of these companies, specifically, I talk with a lot of people at Meta. And again, this is not representative of 100% of Meta, but they had this leaderboard where people showed up and they had like massive amounts of tokens. And a lot of engineers got just scared, worried. So they started to token max to try to generate tokens. Stories that I've heard first, or well, secondhand from these people who told me firsthand is, for example, instead of reading the documentation, I will ask the agent to summarize it for me and ask questions, even though it doesn't do a good job answering it, but my token count goes up. People just want to not be on the bottom 25% or bottom 50% for token count where these things are measured. Inside of Microsoft, again, there's a leaderboard, and I'm talking with people, they're like, it's ridiculous, like how some people are just running autonomous agents to build junk, honestly, for the sake of having that number go up. And sometimes it gets ridiculous, because like inside of Meta, they had this leaderboard, they got rid of it after an article came out, and it looked amazing stupid, honestly, so whoever built it like just like closed it down. People are still token maxing, by the way, because there's this thinking that it might have gone, but you know, we're engineers, and don't forget, these are high-paying jobs, right? Like you don't really want to lose a job over something stupid as like you didn't have a high enough token count, and that's how it feels. But inside Salesforce, there's a target of minimum spend per month. Like, I think it's like $175 between things. So like, people are like, again, you kind of like, you know, beginning of the month, like just token max to get there. So it's weird, and it started as a joke earlier. Like a few months ago, token maxing was really just people like going crazy and enjoying this thing and building cool stuff, but it's kind of turned into, in a lot of companies, I think it's just a culturally weird thing. So it's a weird time to be in, because I remember lines of code used to be when early developer productivity tools came out, like Velocity and Pluralsight Flow, they kind of measured lines of code and number of PRs, and we know that was stupid, and people kind of optimized for that at companies that did it. But it's almost like now it's the top running companies, like Meta, Microsoft, who are incentivizing people to do just stupid stuff, honestly.
Yeah, those are wild stories. And one of the things, you're clapping for that. That deserves another full conversation. One of the things I liked about talking with you and subscribing to your newsletter is that you basically kind of anonymize all these stories from real incidents and real examples. Why is it that, is it still worth it, right? With all the flaws, you know, when you have Goodhart's law, like whatever gets measured gets sort of abused. With all the flaws, is it still worth it? You know, is AI basically still making us faster overall? Like the cost of token maxing is still, with all these like really ridiculous examples, is it still net worth it?
Yeah, so don't forget, like the reason token maxing is probably a thing is, like, let's just go back to 6 months ago, where I was at a CTO like dinner, conference, whatever, like a bunch of CTOs gathered, CTO level people. This was in Amsterdam, and we had like a bunch of people, and there we were talking, and one of the CTOs, like the Amazon of the Netherlands, there's a e-commerce company, was saying like, hey, like everyone, like I have a problem. Like engineers on my team are really skeptical of AI, and they're not really using it, the AI tools. Don't forget, this was before Opus 4.5, and those models were out. They were not as productive. We already had a cursor and the like, and they subscribed. They're like, they're just not using it that much on existing code bases, right? And next to them, the head of the Dutch national bank said like, oh, we don't have that problem. Our engineers are using it because our mission is to regulate this thing, so we need to understand it, and they're kind of motivated. And there was this time where experienced engineers were kind of holding off, because if you had an existing code base and used AI cursor or whatever on it, it was mildly useful, if that even. And these engineers were like, why should I use a tool if it doesn't help me refactor, it doesn't find the bug, it doesn't do what I need to do? And leadership saw they're not really using it, and they kept hearing, you know, the likes of Anthropic, for example, was already saying how they're writing a lot of their code with Claude Code, and it just keeps increasing. And Anthropic's, you know, like revenue is going up like this. So those leaders are kind of, they might be confusing correlation and you know, like which one comes first, but they're like, well, we should be using it more because probably good things will happen and thus bad things will happen if we don't use it. So the whole targeting and measuring things, it actually came from leadership wanting, we want our engineers to use friggin' AI. I don't care what it is, and it was a bit of a push. Like, we know this is bad, but it's better than not using it. The best example is Coinbase. where Brian Armstrong, the CEO, just like fired an engineer. He sent an email saying everyone like needs to get on board and use AI tools, and whoever doesn't use it in a week, I'll have a conversation with them. And then I think a week later, on Saturday, he fired an engineer. And like this, again, high-paying job, like we're talking base salary of like $300,000, $400,000 per year, and then both equity and everything on top of it. Like they got the message, everyone just started to just like use it. And back to your question. So on one end, there's a push, and look, I feel it's a little bit like this is going to be controversial, but have you ever wondered why big tech loves to do lead code style interviews, algorithmical interviews, which have nothing to do with the job, and we know it's the case. And there's a lot of criticism for this, and they've been doing this since like 20 years. But here's the thing, it selects for a specific type of person. It selects for the person who's smart and willing to put up with absolute bullshit to get the job. And this person, they will study 2 months pre-AI, 2 months or 3 months of lead code, which again, makes no sense on the job, but you do it, you get in there, and this person will be to put up with bullshit that makes absolute no sense to keep the job. So token maxing happens at large companies, and people are putting up with this BS. And look, a lot of them are smart, and they will make the most of it. Some of them will build cool stuff. It's the reality, I think, of big tech. So we're in this weird place where big tech is a bit weirder than startups, where no one cares about token maxing. They care about like just building stuff and use whatever makes sense. People will care about the cost. Yeah. But going back to your question, is it making us productive as a whole? Like individually, it certainly is. And as teams, we're kind of like a bit question mark, because we should be moving faster. And there are a few companies that do. Anthropic is a good example. But a bunch of companies are like not. It seems it's hard to retrofit all this AI into like the way we have been working.
Yeah. One of my favorite studies from last year was the Meter study, where they did a blind test of people and their expectations of productivity, right? And basically the end result was they felt 20% more productive, but their demonstrated results was actually they were 20% less productive on average.
Yes, but that study was very interesting because
it was very small sample size.
It was 30 people, and there was one outlier who actually was way more productive.
Quentin Anthony, we interviewed him on the pod, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was the one productive AI engineer. But anyway, so actually my theory is that something that I've seen on my team is that I've been enabling coding agents for the rest of my team who are non-technical, right? And you as the engineer may not be that much more productive because, and you can be more productive if you attend AIE, but if you actually enable your non-coding collaborators to code, actually they are more productive because they don't have to wait for you, right? And that's that like unlock of like, oh, suddenly you have serverless developers, basically. And I think that organizational coding thing is different than studying pull request level productivity for the individual developer.
Yeah, and the thing that I still remember to this date, I talked with Simon Willison, I think in 2024, so 2 years after ChatGPT came out, and he was Simon Willison, top commenter on Hacker News, or he's
that's not his title, man. Top commenter on Hacker News. What the fuck?
No, he's
Creator of Django, top blogger, yeah. Prompt injections, yeah.
Yeah, he's actually not a top commenter. He's the most submitted blog because he blogs so much.
Yeah.
But he told me back then, he said, like, this thing, AI, is just so hard to get good at. He's like, there's no manual. And he's like, I've been doing it back then for 2 years, and I'm still figuring out what works and what doesn't. I keep changing my workflows. And I think that's something that is a bit hard for us. Two things about AI that for any of us engineers is hard to understand. One is it just takes a long time to get good at it, and you need to keep doing it. And the second thing is understanding the theory will not make you better at using the tools, which is an absolute mind fuck, honestly, because we're so used to, you understand how the compiler works, how assembly works. Okay, you will now be more efficient if you want to write low-level code because you know how it works. But with these things, I mean, you can, of course, it's helpful to understand how the architecture underlying works, attention, the different probability sets, et cetera, but it will not help you get a sense for how you can use it. And then once you figure out how you can be more productive, if you're inside of a team, again, it kind of breaks, and you have to relearn again. But the more effort you put into it, it's clear that it's working, it's helpful, and I think it's the teams I'm seeing getting more value out of it, low ego, open to learning, open to leaving your priors behind. The word priors I have not used forever, and I feel we're in this stage where like just leave your priors behind, just have an open mind, like, don't leave your experience behind, but be open to it.
Yeah. Zooming out a little bit, how is the role of the software engineer changing?
I think this was always coming, but AI is just speeding it up. Even before AI, it's interesting how you see like startups in many ways, venture-funded startups are kind of front-running what the industry will be catching up. Because venture-funded startups are about fast growth, moving fast with smaller teams, because smaller teams mean smaller concepts, even pre-AI. So a lot of these venture-funded startups start to expect a lot wider range of roles from engineers. For example, DevOps as a whole, inside VC-funded companies from the mid-2010s, every engineer was kind of like responsible for the code they deployed. But like more traditional companies, they had more money, less pressure. They kind of have dedicated DevOps teams and some of those things. So in the industry, like the software engineer is now becoming like the tester role has collapsed into software engineer. Most companies don't have dedicated testers, very, very few do. DevOps collapse into here. And now we're starting to have the product role also starting to come. So a lot of companies, even like in 2022, before AI started to hire for product engineers, that's happening faster. And I think the last push that AI is doing is even for early career engineers, there's a lot more seniority expected or senior-like things, planning about things, knowing about the business. So I think the role is, expectations are higher. Teams are also getting smaller everywhere. I talked with someone at John Deere, 200-year-old company, sorry. Like they do tractors and all that stuff. And inside of that company, one of their VP of engineering was telling me how they're actually seeing that their 2 pizza teams are now just 1 pizza team inside of that company. It's the reality, partially because of these tools.
My joke used to be, I am a 1 pizza team because I eat a lot of pizza. But it depends how much pizza you eat. So I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't know if I cut you off in some critical point. There's a comment saying, I've heard it twice, even among this audience, where a lot of people are saying that, you're no longer an engineer, everyone's an engineering manager now. And you've been an engineering manager. And I wonder if you agree with that or if you have a different take. Because basically the common analogy is that you're no longer a software engineer, you're just managing engineering agents, right?
Yeah. If you've been a manager before, that is an absolute bullshit. So here's the thing. Yes, you are a manager without all the things that no one wants to become a manager for. When you become an engineering manager, hands up if you are or have been an engineering manager. All right, hands up if you've not been and you want to be one.
About 15,
Good.
20%.
All right, you come and talk to me afterwards. I'll tell you, there's a hand up there. I'll talk you out of it. So what you think you become an engineering manager to like help people's career, maybe have higher salary, higher impact. There can be a lot of dynamics, but the reality is you become more removed from the product, and you have to deal with people problems. And the thing with agents is you don't have to deal with people drama, people problems, conflict between your team. I mean, unless the next generation of agents starts to fight with each other, I think that'll be something. But you do have to orchestrate, but it's more like a tech lead role or experienced engineer where you're like mentoring engineers, but you don't have the people management. You don't need to worry about the personal problems. So it's actually a lot more kind of empowering. And I was talking with, the podcast was just out yesterday with DHH, creator of Ruby on Rails, who said, people told him like, okay, it's like managing things, and he's not excited about managing agents, but he feels it's more like a mech suit where you have like, you can do 7 things at once, you can do a lot faster, and you're in control. And that's more what it feels like. So there's orchestration, yes, but it's very different to management. And also the really, really bad thing, or honestly shitty thing about management, if you make it into management, which makes it hard, also rewarding later when you tell yourself at least this thing, is you start a project with all these people under you, congratulations, you've got 10 people, wonderful. And you start a project, and in 6 months, you will see some results of the decision that you made. With agents, it's just so much faster. So the feedback loop is faster. So I think it's not much of it, except for the orchestration. And for that, everyone's going to have their own flavor. Some people will have the tendency to like run multiple agents, and they're good at this or weak good at it. Some people just do like 2 agents. Michelle Hashimoto, I interviewed him, he has 2 agents. He always has 1 agent running, he has 1 background agent that he doesn't, that's it. He's like, 2 is enough for me. Great.
Yeah, yeah. We're figuring out the patterns. I want to hit you on large tech infra. This is something that I think both of us are very excited by good infra, which is a very niche interest. What are you seeing?
It's wild to see how much of the, so I said that from externally, a lot of companies, a lot of big tech companies, especially the ones that are spending a bunch on AI and have platforms and all that, you're not seeing too much like more come out. Like Uber is a good example. I'm not seeing too many more features come out of Uber or new products launcher. And they're like, but what's going on? They are really investing in AI. But when you look inside, there's a whole lot of buzz. They are rebuilding their complete infra. You know, and I'm not talking about they're buying Cursor or Claude Code or all that. They're doing that as well, but they're building their own custom background coding agents that is integrated into their monorepo. They are having their own MCP gateway that is now integrated into service discovery. Their on-call tooling is being retooled. Their internal code review system is like categorizing based on risk. They are like, and Uber is one example, but everyone else, Airbnb, Intercom, Meta, Microsoft, even mid-sized companies are just building so much internal infra. And I was asking to myself, like, why? On one end, it feels like such a waste. But when I worked at Uber for 4 years, I realized they spend so much on an internal platform. There's two reasons. One is, honestly, it's a low-risk way to get good with AI. To be hands-on, and these companies want to be hands-on, but maybe you shouldn't start with shipping AI features no one wants into your code base. Second of all, because these companies have so much code that never fit in a context window, by building custom solutions and just basic RAG and that kind of stuff, they will have better results than off-the-shelf vendors, so they already have a win. And number three, honestly, is anything that has AI in it gets funded. So there's this joke of if you're a developer platform team and you're asking for more headcount, like good luck with that. Oh, developer platform. Oh, but say that you want to get 2 extra headcount for agent experience. Done. So there's that part as well. But all
agent experience is just a CLI.
Yeah, pretty much. But all of this inside, there's so much buzz and so much work. Everyone's building their own custom system. So I'm kind of wondering how long this will take. But I think for next year, this is going to happen. So if you either have friends or if you're working at a company, you'll see. But talk with friends at other large companies, and you will probably see you are all building the same thing. If you're at a large company and you're not already building an MCP gateway, what are you even doing?
Yeah. Actually, a lot of these topics are exactly the things I curated for tomorrow. So it's just fantastic to have you as the closing keynote for today because it's like an appetizer for tomorrow. We have talks about MCP gateway and all these sort of AI architecture and infra things. And I do think like infra, like taking AI infra seriously as a company is very not that well understood, and right now you just kind of learn by example from people because there's not really like a textbook or anything about it.
So the way I think about this, because again, if you just kind of step out, and we love to criticize big tech of how they're wasting money here and there, and by the way, we love to criticize Google, and I'm kind of thinking to myself, like, hang on, what if Google actually executed well? Like, do we want that? And they would kill all the startups, but what they're doing makes sense. And Shopify is an example where I'm like, I'm starting to get why it makes sense to do all this stuff. So Shopify in 2021, they were the first company to have access to GitHub Copilot. What happened is the head of engineering, Farhan Tawar, heard about GitHub Copilot being developed internally inside of GitHub, and he pinged Thomas Dönke, the CEO of GitHub at the time, and said, hey, Thomas, I heard you guys are doing Copilot. And he's like, yeah, we are. It's internal. He's like, I'd like to get access to it. He's like, yeah, but it's not for sale. He's like, no, you don't understand. I didn't ask if it's for sale. We would like to roll out to all of Shopify, and in return, we will give you feedback for 3,000 people for, as honest feedback all the time. And so they got it a year before it was out anywhere. And they incurred a lot of churn. It wasn't that great initially, and they went through all of this stuff. And then Shopify was the first company to onboard to like a bunch of other tools, and they gave unlimited budget. And they're spending so much time ironing out bugs. But the reason they're doing it, this is what like made me click, is they are trading off churn and expense and spending a lot more money to be at the forefront of this. They are a few months ahead or 6 months ahead of their competition, and for them, it's worth it. It's not worth it for anyone else, right? If you're in a company where your business is like something physical and you don't care, like, yeah, just wait out, it'll come. But for a lot of us in the tech industry, this churn is worth it. Plus, what Farhan told me is like, because he actually told me he's kind of worried about the cost now. But he was like, look, like it's still worth it because it will look silly if I said you cannot have these tools. How would I hire the best? Yeah. So it's innovation, recruitment, and it kind of makes sense when you think about it. And the weird thing, everyone's doing it at the same time. So it looks silly, but it's rational.
My next podcast is with Mikhail Parakin, the CTO of Shopify, and the sheer amount of machine learning that they do and infra that they set up for their customers makes me want to be a customer. You know, that's like the best endorsement I can give. I'm going to get meta a little bit and talk about Pragmatic Engineer. You and I kind of started-ish in COVID. You just left Uber. How has it been growing? What are the main stats that you're proud of that you'd like to share with the world?
Yeah, so I started Pragmatic Engineer. I joke that if it wasn't for COVID, I would probably never have started this thing, because what happened with COVID is Uber had layoffs, and most of the tech industry was doing great, but Uber was not, and my team was hit by layoffs, and then we had to disperse the remaining people at other teams because our mission no longer made sense, and it was just like the morale was low, my morale was low, so I was like, let me take a break. I wanted to write some books. Swyx was writing his book, The Coding Career.
Yeah, some of you have read it. I've met some of you.
Yeah, and that's how we met there. And then my plan was to write a book and then start up some startup, something platform engineer, Control-C, Control-V from what Uber was doing inside. And that's actually almost all Uber startups. It's amazing. Temporal is from there. Chronosphere.
Yeah. By the way, if I did not start AI Engineer, I would have started Platform Engineer. That would have been the industry conference. Yeah.
Love it. And then I started the Pragmatic Engineer a year after I left Uber. It was just an experiment. I figured Substack was taking off, no one was writing about software engineering in depth, and I just acted all confident, pretended that I knew what I was doing. The first article was about Uber's platform and program split that no one had written about publicly before, and it's a free article. You can now check it out. And it was like, when you feel product market fit, that's what I felt almost immediately. The first week, before I published anything, just a confident Twitter post, I had 100 people pay upfront $100 for the whole year. Which I was like, whoa, I haven't published anything. In 6 weeks, I was at 1,000 people paying for this thing that didn't exist before, which was my old Uber base salary back in Amsterdam. And it just kept going up. So like, I figured, like, when you find product market fit, this is like outside of, like, there's this rule, like, if you find product market fit, just keep doing what you're doing. So for me, I just kept writing that one article. I got all these interview requests, collaborations, podcasts. I just said no to all of them because I knew the most important thing was to do what makes it successful, which is that one article. And later, it turned into 2 articles. And for 2 years, this is all I did, just 2 articles. And after 2 years, I looked up, and I was like, like, this is actually working. People like doing it. I like doing it. There's a future in that. And that's when I decided I actually want to turn this into business that I don't burn out, because for 2 years, every vacation I went to, I was working 50, 60 hours. I was always thinking, I was writing, I couldn't really let go. So I started to grow the team a little bit. I onboarded the first tech industry researcher, Ellen. She's
she's here, right?
Ellen's not here. Jessica is, who just joined later.
Yeah.
And then, so now it was 2 of us, and I started a podcast a year and a half ago, because I talked with so many people, I figured it was a bit of a shame to not have it. So the Pragmatic Engineer became the #1 paid technology newsletter about 4 months after starting. It stayed there for 3 years. Now Semi-Analysis has...
Dylan versus you guys. Yeah, no, congrats on your success. I think you're also a leading tech voice in Europe, which I think you're sort of proudly sort of upholding that over here, which I would really wanted to feature. So thank you for your support for AIE. And everyone, thank you to...
Awesome.
Thanks, man.
Our next presenter can bring levity to the often serious world of engineering. Please join me in welcoming to the stage founder at Sizzy.co, Kitzy.
Wow, packed room. Those are not my slides. There you go. Hi, I'm Kitze. We probably argued on X. I'm the Kitze on X, and I turned 34 years old today. Decided to do a talk on my birthday because fuck it. Thank you. I'd like to torture myself by asking, do we have anyone from Tinker Club here? Please? Just the person sleeping in the back is like, oh, what did he ask? All right, I formed this recently. It's an awesome community where every person inside is copy and paste of everyone inside. Is hilarious to see. If you want, you can join us. So I'm going to talk today about the past, present, and future of productivity and personal agents, starting with my first to-do app was when I was 10 years old, which is crazy. I found an old note in a notebook and some scribbles that are like barely legible, like, I need to eat my string juice today. I don't know what a 10-year-old does for a to-do list, but it clearly had checkboxes, and I've been trying and wrestling to solve productivity since then. Was anyone else forever unhappy with to-do apps? Please. Like, there's no perfect, thank you. It's not only me. So I tried, like, this was probably 15 years ago. I got so fed up with like the Todoist and the other ones that I started using text files way before all of this local markdown, blah, blah, blah. And I used an Android app called Tasker to basically manage all of these text files. So I got contextual reminders, like whenever I connect to Wi-Fi, remind me about something, or when I arrive at a destination, or when I bike, or blah, blah, blah. So I was always trying to figure out a productivity system. I had like a Google Home, which supported back in the day, IFTT supported, to basically cut the command in half. So when you say, tell my assistant to, you can take the second half and send it to any of the IFTTT services, which was pretty cool. And anytime I would have a to-do around the house, I would just tell my Google Assistant, it would just store it. It wasn't smart, it wasn't AI, but I was building towards something where I can offload my thoughts and process them in a way. I realized that I never wanted a to-do app. I wanted like sort of like a life OS, so slowly I've been going to that direction. In 2016, I'm bad at naming, so just ignore the names of everything I've ever built. So I made something called To-Do-Do, which was like a to-do app, but all the to-dos like shoot up to the top based on like a priority system. So if you tag them with something called health or crisis or whatever it is, they would just accumulate all of those points and shoot higher to the top. So it was kind of helping me to prioritize things. ADHD hit, of course, and I forgot about that one, and I started something called Better. This one was kind of hard to SEO because good luck figuring out SEO for Better apps, so eventually I had to rebrand it. But I expanded here by adding to-do habits, planner events, and a bunch of other things because I realized if these three are not together, I can never make like a mini OS. Then, of course, ADHD hit, and I switched to a bunch of other apps. And in 2022, I started making Benji. It's named after my dog. My dog is the mascot. That's not the logo, but the point is I wanted an app to rule them all. I might have went a little bit overboard, so the next slide you're going to see, you're like, oh, probably he added routines and calendar events and like what else? No. This is how much I hate marketing. If you're like, wait, I've never heard of Benji, how come? Because every time I had the urge to do marketing and to actually promote this to people, I was like, maybe one more feature, maybe one more feature. It's like almost like 3-4 years later, and I still haven't properly wrapped this up. It's still not properly finished. But I was frustrated with using a web app for one thing, an iOS app for another thing. It supports this, it supports Android, it doesn't support this. Some of them are subscriptions, some of them are freemium. So I just wanted all of these features like mangled into one tool that can sort of fix my life. Has it? Absolutely not, but we're going towards that. My vision is to one day have like a Benji phone and a Benji OS, and the funny thing is I said this on a podcast and the guy was like very ambitious for someone who doesn't have a landing page for Benji. So I didn't have a landing page, but one day I'm going to make like a Benji phone. So the friction with having like making this life OS, whether it's in Notion or in something else like Benji, the annoying thing is you have to use forms to input data. So I oscillate between two states. I'm either for a month like logged into Benji and logging everything and doing all the things, or I completely ignore it. I don't care about what things are there, to do nutrition, whatever. I'm like, no, I don't want to look at it. And then in a few months, I'll go back into that cycle because there's a lot of friction in using all of these tools. We had the ChatGPT moment. It was awesome. But when ChatGPT plugins came out, I don't know if you remember that ancient relic that now it's transformed into MCPs and whatever. I called my wife, and I was like, honey, it's over. It's over for all the apps, for all SaaS, like GPT is going to eat the world, it's all going to be ChatGPT, it's all going to be within the thing, Benji is pointless, I wasted years on blah, blah, blah. 3 years later, she received so many of these calls, she just ignores me at this point. I'm like, oh my God, they dropped the new Opus. She's like, cool. Nothing ever happens. But we're going towards this. Like 2023, before the models could return JSON, you had to bully the models to return JSON. I don't know who remembers this. Like you had to be like, please don't write any markdown. It's like, sure, here's some JSON. You're like, no. So you had to parse it, to cut it, to like shape it into form to make some JSON. And I added a feature in Benji where you can like press a key on your keyboard. It would record with a microphone. And as I was speaking, it would like periodically cut some of what I was speaking and basically call, it wasn't MCP, it wasn't anything. It would call APIs in Benji. And you can see your calendar moving live and your to-dos and everything. And to people on Twitter, this was mind-blowing. Just like, holy shit, dude, you should pursue it. You should make something out of this. But ADHD was like, no. People like it. It went viral, which means we never have to talk about this again. So the Benji AI assistant still hasn't shipped, and I did nothing about it. Meanwhile, people took one feature of Benji, which is like, I don't know, food tracking. They take a picture with your phone, and it analyzes calories, and they made multi-millions. But I have 60 features. There's a lesson in there. So last October, I realized that, wait, I'm using Claude Code. I can use it for more stuff. Like, it has tool calls, functions, and a bunch of other stuff. Maybe I can tell it to do my taxes and end up in jail. Hopefully not. Maybe I can tell it to organize my email and my to-do list and a bunch of other things. So when skills came out, I started like loading my Claude Code with personal skills. But I'm like, wait, now I have coding skills, I have personal skills. It gets confused. Like, I started asking people, how do I go and make this into like a proper assistant that's like lives on top of Claude Code, but it has tools for other stuff other than coding? But ADHD was like, how about we forget about this? Let Pete come up with the Claude bot and everything else. Like, you don't need to worry about this. So Claude Code had like the wrong shell for me because it was like terminal-based, and I craved for something else. So when Peter made Claude bot back then, when I saw the tweet, I'm like, oh my God, you can talk to it through WhatsApp or Telegram or whatever. For me, it was like, that's the moment. That's what I needed for my Claude setup to actually, evolve into the next thing. My brain caught on fire. I think we got like mass psychosis. It turned into a cult, everyone wearing like lobster suits. It's been crazy for a while. And I joined the Discord, and it was like less than 100 people who had their Claude bot set up. Even Pete was like, how did you do this? There's no like onboarding. There's no like, how did you do it? And I told him what I'm telling people now. I don't know how the internals of my setup work. I just ask either Codex or Claude Code to fix it, to change it, to improve the memory, to do this, to do that, but I have no freaking idea. People are like, what do you have in your JSON file? I'm like, I haven't seen a JSON file since 4 years ago. Like, I don't know. Just ask my bots, and it just fixes the things. So for a while, I went like full lobster mode. This is me at the first meetup in Vienna in a lobster suit. I made that logo, actually made the OpenClaw logo at 2 a.m. at night. I started wearing all of these lobster merch, doing tutorials, podcasts, guests, talking about all the use cases and blah, blah, blah. And finally, what I liked, for someone who's been obsessed with to-dos and productivity since like 10 years old, I'm like, the future is finally reachable. Like all my files from Google Drive and iCloud and presentations I have and photos from high school and like all the things that I have like piled up and unfinished business ideas, I could see how OpenClaw can just magically, wave the lobster hands and just fix everything in my life. So I was immediately done with all the cloud models. I went full hipster mode, like no more Gemini, no more ChatGPT, no more Claude. I wanted to fully, I got the power of finally owning the assistant, owning the files, owning the memory, deleting the sessions if you wanted to, so it's like, it felt fully local. So naturally, I started preparing all my data for agents. I went from the guy who was like always using cloud and stuff to annoyingly self-hosting everything. Like everything has to come off the cloud. It has to be local on my NAS, on my machine, just so my agents can actually work on it. So these are still work in progress, the classic work in progress. They're going to finish one day. But I started moving to local hosted like Nextcloud, Image, local Markdown. For everything that requires a lot of API calls or MCP and whatever, I would rather just have it local to work on all of this locally. I went that far that I went back to Android. Like I feel like this thing, in a way, like enchanted me. I'm like, who am I? I don't recognize myself anymore because I wanted my agent to be able to read my notifications, clear my notifications, install apps, uninstall apps. It can do anything on an Android phone, and on iOS, it can maybe send you a push notification, and if Tim Cook allows. I was planning to do like 10, 15 more slides, sorry for the flashback there, of use cases, but then they told me the presentation is exactly 18 minutes. So I did that one, it's on YouTube, it's on a bunch of podcasts, I don't want to talk about, probably all of you have maybe even more use cases than me, but when we do weekly meetups in the Tinkerer Club, and we talk mostly about OpenClaw, and I love to ask this question, when I ask them about which use cases do you have, then I ask them, but which ones of them you cannot do with Claude Code and with Codex? And immediately it just reduces by 90% because it's like, yeah, I can kind of do that with Claude Code. So I've been also asking myself, like, what is the value of like having like a packaged agent like OpenClaw? I think that one-on-one chat with one agent sucks because if you think about delegating in your life, if you have like business and personal and family and blah, 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 you don't want to have like one employee loaded with all the information about your life talking in like Telegram in a one-on-one chat about everything. So more people started using Telegram topics. They started using Discord, Slack, and other stuff just to get organized. I like the idea of specialized agents, which OpenClaw supports, but not a lot of people use them, because basically they have like provider model, level of thinking, a system prompt or a soul, a list of tools and MCPs, and a list of permissions. I like that this is like packaged, and we're going to talk with this agent about fitness. Now, People talk about LLM psychosis. I'm out here like going crazy. Like these are all of the bots that I created, and I tried to like contain every bot to have a purpose in my life. Like some of them are for work, some of them don't take photos of my chats. So now I ended up with, I have 5 Discord. The funny thing is like, as I keep talking, keep in mind that my life is far from solved. It's never been more chaotic. I've never been late on rent, on a mortgage, on like customer emails. It's a mess. But it's a performative mess, right? So I ended up with 5 Discords, and each Discord has many channels and threads and forum posts and nested thingies and blah, blah, blah. And then inevitably, I mean, you can sense this across the community. I sense that across Tinkerer Club because in the beginning, it was an explosion of signups, of people joining the meetup. They're like, oh my God, weekly calls, we're gonna crush the world. And now, if you enter a meetup now, it's like 5 people, and it's slowly turning into like OpenClaw Anonymous, and everyone's like, yeah, mine didn't do it, like the fucking cron jobs, man, they drive me fucking So it went a bit depressing, but I think we'll bounce back. We'll figure out, like, you know, we'll figure it out. Why is this happening? Because it was, and kinda is for me, unreliable where it matters most, which is like cron jobs, multi-agents, the agents talking to each other, the agents forgetting, like literally in the next message, they're like, huh? What are you saying? And I'm like, the message is above you, just go one message above you. This is getting fixed and it's getting updates every day, but I've yet to see that it's actually, you know, working. Discord, this is not the OpenClaws or any other agent's fault, but Discord and Telegram were not meant for a life OS. We're just molding them into something, but they'll never be the right UI for you to manage your life fully. It's like cope in a way until we get to something else, we're gonna use Discord or Telegram. And finally, as I would like to call them, Benthropic, they ruined the charm of it. Like as soon as you pull the model, talking to GPT-5 feels like talking to a box of oats. Seriously, it has the personality of this. Try this, it's like, okay, did you do that? No, but I told you to do it. Okay, I'll do it. Did you do it? No. Every conversation with OpenClaw looks like that in the last, and it drives me nuts. So what now? Where do we go from here? I don't know how much time I have left. It says 6 minutes. Where do we go from here? I see like 2 futures like fighting for each other, and I don't think that either of them is going to win in the long run. So we have these custom agents like OpenClaw, Hermes, or whatever else is possible. And we have cloud agents because everyone is trying to grab a slice of the pie now. We have Cowork, and OpenAI is going to have a thingy, and Perplexity is trying to make a thing, and everyone is trying to make their cloud thing, and those are the cloud ones. So the custom ones are never going to work because they're for tinkerers, and I'm telling you, like in Tinkerer Club, we have people who are building their own pinball machines, talking about tinkers. Like they tinker with everything, and everyone is freaking tired of like trying to make this thing work. Let alone people who have lives, let alone people who have like busy lives and jobs and whatever else. No one will have time to tweak this. They would just like a served solution for them so everything works out of the box. Not me. I'm not going to be happy until you know. And then cloud agents, I tried Cloud Cowork for like 5 minutes, and I'm like, this is too nerfed. This is not an OpenClaw alternative. It cannot do like even like 5% of the things that OpenClaw can do. So this will be for the masses, but it won't satisfy the thinkers, the people who want to self-host, own the models, and blah, blah, blah. So 2 directions here. What am I going to do, like personally for myself, and what I think is going to happen next in the actual like industry. I'm juggling currently between OpenClaw, Hermes, Paperclip. Is anyone using Paperclip? It's like kind of this like cool like Kanban linear like thingy for agents, wasting a lot of credits. I'm trying plain Tmux with Codex a lot of time. When you reach the peak frustration with the first 3, you're like, fuck it. When you open the terminal, you're like, maybe the agents are not that smart. So I'm juggling between all of this, and I'm using all of them daily, but it's like the hesitation that I have, like I wanted to see where the location for the venue is, and I had 2 options, open the website or go to Discord, and I'm like, I don't want to talk to that box of oatmeal, you know? It's going to be like, yeah, I'll find the location in your email. Did you? No. Are you ready for it? It keeps asking you, are you ready for the thing you told me to do? It's crazy. So I started making my own thing naturally. You can see the progression. It's never going to see the light of day. It's not for people. It's just an experiment to do it for me. I call it Wolfer. And I'm not making it for mass appeal. I'm not making it for everyone to use it. I'm trying to like, how can I make a tiny abstraction on top of like Codex or Cloud Code, rest in peace. I'm afraid to use Cloud Code because I might get arrested. So it's only on Codex for now. And it's not extensible, and it doesn't support 1 billion providers. So I'll start with the cons. What sucks? You're forced to use the UI chat of the actual app, and you cannot use Telegram or iMessage or whatever. There's no support for any of this. It's absolutely the opposite of OpenClaw and Hermes. It's not built with plugins in mind. The idea is to have everything in it. There's no memory system. I'm not really selling the thing. But none of these things are out of the box. It's not very modular. It's made by an ADHD squirrel brain that will forget about it by the end of the month. And it doesn't have OpenAI funding, and it doesn't have a cool lobster logo. These are the cons. But the pros, and why I would suggest all of you to maybe dabble with this and try to make your own, or maybe eventually try mine if I ever release it for people. It has predictable conversations, and the UI that I made, you go to the Wolfer app, like wolfer.whatever the URL is, and it has like predictable UI that's like made for multi-agent orchestration into like multiple topics, multiple conversations, like everything was made for this purpose. It's not like you're taking Discord and you're trying to mold it to be for a certain purpose. And my favorite feature is, because I don't believe in memory of agents, like people are like, oh, we finally saw, Mila Jovovich solved memory. I'm like, no, absolutely, she didn't solve memory. What I believe in, here I have nested topics, so I have like work, projects, Benji customer support. Let's say that's the nested tree. And when I'm talking to Benji customer support, in the first prompt, it injects the description of all the parent prompts. So when I'm talking to Benji customer support, it doesn't need to pull from memory or some magical place. It just looks at the topic, the parent topic, the parent topic, the parent topic. It takes all the descriptions together, and it immediately knows what is my work, what is Benji, what are my projects, and how do I do customer support. And I can get more out of that than hoping from some memory system that's going to pull the right context out of the right place. It kind of works for me. It supports workspaces. I can switch between workspaces. I hated that I couldn't see tool calls. I would like to see tool calls to collapse them, to uncollapse them, to see loading spinners. There's buttons for stopping the thing. I don't need to use slash commands. The cron jobs are predictable, and when you get a cron message, it actually reads from the entire conversation, and it labels it as cron. So it's not like, where did this come from, and why is the agent kind of lost? There's UI for managing agents, which is like, for my brain, I really need it. When I chat in a topic, on the right side, I see that the agent is like Chandler, and he has this model and this capability. So it really helps me to know who am I talking to and just tweak and be like, no, you don't need that capability. Boom, it disappears. I would have included screenshots, but the app didn't work because it's on my Mac Studio at home. It's a long story, but imagine the screenshots. It's kind of cool. And I like that you can, like, there's like a knowledge base and documents that you can write markdown documents in the thing, and you can add them, because in Discord you can only add other members. There's no dynamic add to mention something else. And here, I can mention, for example, hey, let's fix the landing page of Benji, just like, and then I would add the landing page of Tinkerer Club, for example. Or I can add a knowledge base or a password or a skill, so I can combine multiple adds, so I give it the right exact context that it needs for the actual thing. What I think is going to happen next, because this is definitely not going to be a mainstream thing, what's going to happen next in the entire agents and industry, and what are people going to do? This is my prediction. I think the way we use computers right now is absolutely insane. Does anyone agree with me? And have you finally got this? Like, when you open your computer, like, computers shouldn't be this way. One person, two, okay, we have a lot of people. Like, I open my computer, after a few hours, it greets me with 17 updates for apps I haven't used in a while, and it greets me with like tabs that I had open since yesterday. Like, how I imagine in the future, it would need to ingest all the information about my life, like notifications and emails and everything, and to-dos and everything that's happening in my life. And depending on how far away I've been from the computer, it should greet me with the next task to work on, and then the next one and the next one. And it should maybe give me a break and be like, hey, enough, let's do this, let's do that. So in a way, I think the role of AI is going to inverse. So the way we prompt the AI right now, I think it's going to inverse. And the fully productive people will be the one who delegate 99% of the stuff to the AI, and then the AI prompts you. It's like, hey, you didn't send me a picture of your passport, or hey, what do you want to do? You basically do decisions, and you basically click like forms, or you answer questionnaires, or whatever it is, but in the background, there's something constantly working for you instead of you prompting it all of the time. I agree with this sentiment. People are like, but my grandma will never vibe code. That's 100% true, because I think where we're going, we're actually not going to need most consumer apps. No, your grandma or your mom or your friends are not going to vibe code, but they'll be able to sit in this new futuristic OS, and they'll be able to do any task that they want to do. Like, either the UI is going to pop on the fly or whatever it needs, but they'll be doing tasks, and they'll forget about, I need an app to do a task. They'll just do it. A small set of apps will survive, but it will be software for like specialists and people, I don't know, who are doing like color grading or some movie making or music making where they actually need a software. But normies will just chat to their computer, and their computer will do things, and the UI will generate on the fly. I also think it would be the funniest thing if Apple wins all of this, because local models are getting insanely good, and they're going to get even better this year and next year. And I think for most normies and for most people, they'll be completely fine with a local agent like Siri, getting tool capabilities from all of the locally installed apps, not wasting any credits, their data doesn't go anywhere, and their phone magically is doing things. The latest Google Pixel can already launch your apps in the background and order coffee and do a bunch of things for you. So I think that's where everything is going. So I'm over time. Thank you for listening to my rant. Hopefully we can discuss afterwards, and thank you very much. Thank you.
In the age of AI, do software fundamentals matter anymore? Our next presenter argues that they matter now more than ever. Please join me in welcoming to the stage engineer and educator at AI Hero, Malte Ubl.
Hello, everyone. Having a good conference so far? Are you having a good conference so far? Good. Wonderful. I have a message for you that I hope will be a comforting message for folks who believe that their skill set is no longer worth anything in this new age, which is, I believe that software fundamentals matter now more than they actually ever have. And I'm a teacher, and I've been recently teaching a course called Claude Code for Real Engineers. Nice and provocative. And in the process of kind of working on this course, I had to come up with a curriculum about AI coding, which is a bit of a nightmare because things are changing all the time, right? AI is a whole new paradigm. We need to chuck out all of the old rules, surely, so that we can bring in the new stuff. And there's a kind of movement that has come up around this, which is the specs to code movement. And the specs to code movement says that, okay, you can write a specification about how an application is supposed to work. Then you can use AI to turn it into code. If there's a problem with the application, you then go back to the spec. You don't really look at the code. You just change the spec, you run the compiler again, and you end up with more code. Raise your hand if you've heard of that. Keep your hand raised if you've tried it. Okay, I've tried it too. You can put your hands down. And what I noticed was I would run it, and I would try not to look at the code, but I would look at the code. And I realized I would get code out, first of all, and then I would run it, I would get worse code. And then I did it again, I got even worse code. And I got it again, I kept running the compiler, and I would just end up with garbage. Raise your hand if that's happened to you. Yes. I don't think this works. The idea that we can just ignore the code and just have the code let it manage itself is just sort of vibe coding by another name. And I didn't believe that back then. I thought, okay, how do I fix the compiler? How do I make it so that it doesn't produce bad code each time, or worse code? And so I thought, okay, I need to explain to the LLM in English what a good code base looks like. Let me dig out one of my old favorite books, which is A Philosophy of Software Design by John Ousterhout. Go on Amazon, get it. And he has a definition for what bad code looks like. He calls it complex code. Complexity is anything related to the structure of a software system that makes it hard to understand and modify the system, right? So a bad code base is a code base that's hard to change. If you can't change a code base without causing bugs, then it's a bad code base. Good code bases are easy to change. So I thought, ooh, that was good. Let's try another book. Let's try The Pragmatic Programmer. Go on Amazon, get it. They have a whole chapter on something called software entropy. And this is exactly what I was seeing. Entropy is the idea that things tend towards disaster and floating away from each other and collapse. And this is exactly how most software systems behave too, is that every time you make a change to a code base, if you're only thinking about that change, not thinking about the design of the whole system, your code base is going to get worse and worse and worse. And that's what I was seeing. Everything inside the specs to code idea that you just run the compiler again and again was making worse code. Now, there's an idea that sort of drives the specs to code movement, which is that code is cheap. Raise your hand if you've heard that phrase before, that code is cheap. Yeah. Well, I don't think this is right. I think code is not cheap. In fact, bad code is the most expensive it's ever been. Because if you have a code base that's hard to change, you're not able to take all of the bounty that AI can offer. Because AI in a good code base actually does really, really well. And this means good code bases matter more than ever, which means software fundamentals matter more than ever. That's the thesis of this talk. So let's actually get into practical stuff. I'm going to talk about different failure modes that you may have experienced or you may not have experienced yet with AI, and how you can avoid them by just going back to old books and looking at good software practices. Sound good? So the first one is that the AI didn't do what I wanted. I thought I had a good idea in my head, and the AI just did something totally different, or it did some like specs that it just made something I didn't want. Raise your hand if you've hit this mode. Cool, okay. Well, this is what they say in the pragmatic programmer, is that no one knows exactly what they want. Is that you and the AI, there is a communication barrier there, right? And so when you're talking to the AI, that's kind of like the AI doing its requirements gathering. It's basically working out from you what it is that you need. And I realized that there was another book, Fryderyk P. Brooks, The Design of Design, and it talks about this idea called the design concept. Is that when you have more than one person designing something together, you have this idea sort of floating between you, this ephemeral idea of the thing that you're building. And that thing that you're building, or the idea of it, is called the design concept. It's not an asset, it's not something you can put in a markdown file, it is the invisible sort of theory of what you're building. And so I thought, okay, that's what's going on. Me and the AI don't share a design concept. So I came up with a skill. This skill is very, very simple. It's called Grill Me, and it looks like this. Interview me relentlessly about every aspect of this plan until we reach a shared understanding. Walk down each branch of the design tree, which is another thing from Fryderyk P. Brooks, resolving dependencies between decisions one by one. This skill is like, the repo containing this skill has like 13,000 stars or something. Like, it just went nuts, went viral, people love this thing. These couple of lines means the AI asks you like 40 questions, 60 questions. I've had it ask people 100 questions before it's satisfied they've reached a shared understanding. And it means it turns the AI into a kind of adversary, where it's just continually pinging you ideas and trying to reach a shared understanding. And that means that the conversation that you then generate, you can take that and turn it into a product requirements document or something. Or if it's a small change, you can just turn it directly into issues. And then your AFK agent will then pick it up. And don't at me on this, but I personally believe this is better than the default plan mode in the tool that I use, which is Claude Code. Plan mode is extremely eager to create an asset. It really wants to just create a plan and start working. Whereas I think it's a lot nicer to reach a shared design concept first. So that's tip number one. Now, failure mode number two is that the AI is just way too verbose. It's like you're almost talking at cross purposes with the AI. Raise your hand if you feel this, if you ever experienced that failure mode. Yeah. It's kind of like the AI is like talking, just using too many words to try to communicate what it's doing. It's not like you're talking using the same language. And this, to me, felt very, very familiar, right? If you've ever been a developer for a long time and you've worked with, let's say, domain experts, someone building an application, let's say the domain expert wants you to build something on, I don't know, microchips. You have no idea what microchips are. You need to establish some kind of shared language, right? Because otherwise, they're going to be using terms you don't understand. You're going to be translating that into code that maybe you don't even understand, and certainly the domain expert won't. And so there's this kind of language gap between you and the domain expert. And so I went back to domain-driven design, DDD. This is something I'm still kind of on the edge of exploring, but everything I'm reading about DDD is just music to my ears. I freaking love it. And DDD has a concept of a ubiquitous language. With a ubiquitous language, conversations among developers and expressions of the code and conversations with domain experts are all derived from the same domain model. It's essentially a markdown file full of a list of terms that you and the AI have in common. And you really focus on those terms, and you really make sure that they're aligned with what it actually means, and you use them all the time in the code, when you're talking about the code, when you're talking to domain experts, or in our case, when you're talking with AI. So I made a skill. This skill is the ubiquitous language skill. Basically just scans your code base, looks for terminology, and then creates a markdown file. Creates the ubiquitous language markdown file, a bunch of markdown tables with all of the terminology. And this, then I pass it to the AI, and I'm able to read it too. And I actually have it open all the time when I'm grilling with the AI and planning and that. And what I noticed by reading the thinking traces of the AI, it not only improves the planning, but it allows the AI to think in a less verbose way, and actually means that the implementation is more aligned with what you actually planned. So this has absolutely been a powerhouse. It's been unbelievably good. So that's tip number two, create a shared language with the AI. So okay, let's imagine that you've aligned with the AI. You know what it is you're supposed to be building. The AI has built the right thing, but it doesn't work. Raise your hands if that's happened to you. Yep, just doesn't work. Well, there's an obvious thing that we can do to make that better, which is we can use feedback loops. We can use static types. You know, if you're not using TypeScript, that's crazy. If you're not using, if you're building a front-end app and you're not giving it the LLM access to the browser so it can look around, absolutely needs that. And you obviously also need automated tests. And one sort of thing I notice here is that even with these feedback loops, the LLM doesn't use them very well. It doesn't kind of like get the most out of its feedback loops in the way that a veteran developer would. And so it does, what it tends to do is just does way too much at once. It will produce like huge amounts of code and then think, oh, I should probably type check that actually. Or I should maybe check a test on that, or maybe do something like that. And this, in the pragmatic programmer, they describe as outrunning your headlights, as essentially driving too fast, because the rate of feedback is your speed limit. The rate of feedback is your speed limit, which means that you should be testing as you go, taking small, deliberate steps. And the AI, by default, is really not very good at that. And so, skill number 3 is TDD. You should be using test-driven development, because TDD forces the LLM to really take small steps. You create a test first, you make that test pass, and then you refactor the code to make it nicer and consider the design. But the issue here is that testing is really hard. Testing has always been hard. And the reason for that is there are a ton of different decisions you need to make when you write a test. You need to figure out how big a unit do you want to test. You need to figure out what to mock. You need to figure out what behaviors do you even want to test in the first place. And all of these decisions are dependent. So if you are testing a really big unit, like an entire massive application, then it might be quite flaky. You might not want to test that many behaviors. You know, if you only test this unit, you need to mock this unit. You know, it's all interlinked. And I've been thinking about this for years, for my entire development career. And what we notice is that good code bases are easy code bases to test, right? So here we're starting to get back to the idea of code being important, is that the better your code base is, the better your feedback loops are, because you're able to give better feedback to the LLM, it produces better code. And so I thought, what does a good code base, what does a testable code base look like? Again, we go to John Ousterhout. He talks about having deep modules in your code base. Not shallow modules, not lots of modules that expose like kind of lots of functions. They should be relatively few large, deep modules with simple interfaces. Let's compare them quickly. Deep modules, lots of functionality hidden behind a simple interface, hiding the complexity. You can look inside the deep module if you want to, but you don't need to. You can just use the interface. Shallow modules, not much functionality, complex interface. And I'll just wait for you to take the photos. Shallow modules in a code base kind of look like this, where you have a ton of different tiny little blobs that the AI has to walk through and navigate. And this is really hard for the AI to explore, actually. And so often what you'll see is if you have a code base like this, which AI is really good at creating code bases like this, is that you'll have a situation where AI doesn't understand what your code is doing. It will attempt to explore the code, but because it's poorly laid out, filled with shallow modules, it doesn't maybe get to the right module in time, or doesn't understand all the dependencies, all that stuff. It doesn't understand your code. And so what does a code base full of deep modules look like? Well, it looks like this, where it's the same code, but it's just structured inside boundaries, where you have these interfaces on the top. And these interfaces, you should probably have a lot of control over them and design them really well. Otherwise, you know, AI might mess up the design. But the implementation, you can kind of leave that to the AI a bit. So how do you turn a code base that looks like this into a code base that looks like that? Well, I've got a skill for that. Improve code base architecture. Turns out this is not, it's quite complicated to do this, but it's like a set of steps that you can reusably do again and again. You just sort of explore the code base, look for opportunities where there's code that's kind of related, and wrap all of that in a deep module. And this is a testable code base because the boundaries around this code are so simple. You test at the interface, you verify using that interface, and you're good to go. And so this is a code base that rewards TDD. But how about failure mode number 6, which is okay, let's say your feedback loops are working. Let's say that things are kicking into gear. You're able to ship more code than you ever have before, but your brain can't keep up, right? Raise your hand if you felt more tired than you have ever before in your development career. Yeah, me too. It's knackering. And I think that this is a code base that actually makes it harder for your brain, because you, as well as the AI, need to keep all of that information in your head. Whereas this, not only is it simpler for you to read and understand, it also means you can kind of treat these modules, or these deep modules, as gray boxes. You can kind of say, okay, I'm going to just design the interface, but I'm not going to worry too much or not review the implementation too much. You can do this, obviously, with things that are less critical in your application. You can't do this with various things like finance or whatever, but in many modules in your app, you don't need to think about the implementation too much as long as you have a testable boundary outside the module and as long as you understand its purpose and can design it from the outside. I have found this has really saved my brain because I can just go, okay, the AI, I'll let you handle what's inside the big blob. I'm just going to test from the outside and verify it. So that's tip number 5. Design the interface, delegate the implementation. But this means that whenever we're touching the code, whenever we're planning stuff, we need to think about and be aware of the modules in our application. We need to know that map really well. It needs to be part of our ubiquitous language. We need to build it into our planning skills as well. So my write a PRD, inside the PRD, I'm specific about the module changes and the interfaces inside those modules, how they're being modified. I'm thinking about them all the time. And this comes from Kent Beck. Invest in the design of the system every day. And this is the core of it, right? Because specs to code, we are not investing in the design of the system. We are divesting from it. We're getting rid of that. Whereas this, I think, is absolutely key. And so, code is not cheap. That's the message I want you to take away. Code is important. And if we think about AI as a really great on-the-ground programmer, a kind of tactical programmer, a sergeant on the ground making the code changes, you need someone above that. You need someone thinking on the strategic level. And that's you. And that requires software fundamental skills that we've been using for 20 years, for longer. Now, if you were interested in any of the skills I put up here, it's in the GitHub repo, Matt Pocock skills. And if you're interested in the training that I do or any free stuff, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitter, but I'm also at aihero.dev, where I have a newsletter that you can check out. Thank you so much. I hope that this gives you confidence in this new AI age, that you can actually make a good impact. Thank you.
Our next presenter created PartyKit, the open source tool for real-time multiplayer apps. For his day job, he builds AI agents at Cloudflare. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Sunil Pai.
Uh, 20 minutes to the pub. Hi, my name is Sunil Pai. I work at Cloudflare. I build agents over there for the Agents SDK. I'm trying very hard for this not to be a Cloudflare talk, but I think we are on the sponsor board, so that's nice. This is a talk about something we call code mode. I've been wearing the hat, and there's some prior art to it. We don't claim to have invented it, but this is a talk about the implications of something new that we're discovering. So, you guys have built AI applications, and tool calling gets weird at scale. When it's just a couple of tools and very short runs, it's fine. But the moment you start stuffing in your Google services, your Jira, your Wiki, etc., and you have like hundreds of tools filling up the context, it starts breaking. And the composition is weird, and there's this back and forth that you have to do with the model that's really slow. We decided to take a different tack. Instead of doing this JSON back and forth thing, we asked the model to generate code, usually JavaScript, that we could run against an environment. And some of the benefits seem a little obvious to us. With code, you get a typed API, you can do type checking, there are syntax errors, models are trained on gigabytes, if not terabytes of data already in the training set. And instead of doing this back and forth, you could write code that executes it all in one run, just one execution. So this is what I mean. Like, there are fundamental capabilities of code. You're able to do looping, you're able to hold state, you're doing sequencing, parallelization, things that you would normally do with code anyway as an engineer. So the first place we applied this, my colleague Matt Carey, who's actually going to be speaking about this a little more tomorrow, you should watch his talk. The Cloudflare API surface is about 2,600 API endpoints. If we exposed a tool for every single one of them, it's about 1.2 million tokens in your first call. Like, it just blows. There's no way to create an MCP server for the entire Cloudflare API surface. And he had a very clever idea where he exposes just two tool calls, search and execute. Both of these endpoints accept code as an input, literally a string of code. For search, the input to the function that you pass to it is the entire OpenAPI JSON spec. And once it does that, execute gives you a whole bunch of functions that you can call against the things that you call. And it reduced that 1.2, 1.5 million token thing down to 1,000 tokens. Kind of unheard of. I think it's like 99.9% reduction. This is going to be scary. I actually have a live demo of this, and demos don't usually do me well on stage. But the point being that we were able to take a wide, super wide API surface and make it incredibly fast. The prompt itself can be fairly generic. So I should have kicked up the font size on this one. The prompt here is, as a customer, you come in and say, we are getting DDoSed. I want you to find every offending IP that's like attacking us and block them. In a moment of panic, when your website is going down, you don't have the time to do menu diving. The Cloudflare dashboard is famously a little cumbersome to handle. And you just want the thing done. And you can't even get an AE. It's like 3 in the morning. With a regular MCP thing, and this isn't even talking about stuffing 1.2 million tokens, it would be about 8 round trips to do each of those API calls. Instead, the model can generate this string of code, run it immediately right next to the API surface, and do it in one shot. And it's just running JavaScript. It's just functions and just things that you're exposing on the API surface. Okay, live demo. This is a demo of our mythical server. I hope I'm logged in, because if I'm not, I'll need all of you to close your eyes while I enter a password. Let's say I just want to like list my workers. Oh, there it is, list my workers. I say send. Okay, and there's no password required. Okay, fine, that's fine. Okay, I give it only read-only access for this demo. Do the thing, yes, allow, sure, whatever. Nice, okay, it comes back. And you'll see it'll start executing tool calls. I should be able to open this up. It has sent saying, hey, find me all API endpoints that just say the words list workers or something like that. It then runs code, which, hey, yeah, it's like one single request for the API endpoint to get all the workers. It must have received a whole bunch of these. It's actually going through JavaScript errors now. This is going to be fun to see if it actually succeeds. Yikes. Oh, is it trying to do it like per page? It's trying to paginate through the thing. assume that this worked anyway, and I'll keep talking while it does this. Love that this is happening to me on stage, because I did test it 10 times before coming on. I need to pay for the Mythos model to make this work accurately. By the way, you can actually see it is actually like listing workers over here. It might just be having trouble rendering it over here. The point being, we are able to shrink that down. Now, if this was a talk about optimizing MCP servers, I would be done and dusted. I was like, hey, you should throw this, and trust me, it works when you're not staring at it and have 800 people looking at you on a stage. But it did give us an idea that there's something deeper going on here. The ability to like run this code, and it feels like there's a new way of interacting with systems, with LLMs. Here's what I think, like everyone here is a programmer. And I give you a problem statement like, you have 200 photos on your desktop. I need you to categorize and rename them. First thing you do is you're going to open up an IDE. You're going to write a little script. Maybe you're going to pass every image to a vision model now because you get a nice caption for it. Rename it, and you're done and dusted. That is how you interact with systems. My mother's not going to do this. Her options are to, well, call me up, or usually like buy an app, either desktop, phone, and no one's made an app that does exactly just that. There's going to be like lowest common denominator apps for photo management, and it's $7 a month. And for some reason, you have to install a daemon, which is stealing your crypto, or some such stuff. And there's been this dichotomy, and it's fine. Like, until now, this has been an acceptable trade-off, that non-technical people will have custom-made interfaces built for their needs and desires. LLMs are breaking this boundary. Every human being on the planet now has access to a buddy that can spit out code that can interact with systems. It takes a line like, rename these files by date and location, and generates code and can run it on whatever system you expose to it. I say execute it safely here, and that's the bit that I do want to talk about in a minute. The other example I have, so this is Kenton. Kenton is the creator of Cloudflare Workers. Famously, so he does the work, and I like taking credit for his work. This is our relationship in the company. So he had a thread a little while ago where he's built a little vibe coding environment for himself, because no one else does that in the world right now. So unique. Build your own little vibe coding thing. The thing he asked it to generate was a canvas, one of these TL-Draw, Excalidraw style canvases. And it did a little canvas with little brushes and colors, and the first thing Kenton did was draw a tic-tac-toe board on it with a little X in the corner. This is the finished state, and I'll get to that in a second. He did that, and what he told the model then is, I want you to play tic-tac-toe with me. The model, as you can guess, it started generating a tic-tac-toe app, okay? Kenton stopped it immediately. He's like, no. You have access to the entire state of the system. And the state of the system here is an array of strokes. You know, like just a whole bunch of points, grid line, X stroke, etc. It said, inspect that and play it with me. Immediately, the model started, it output the state into its own context, and it's like, I recognize what this looks like. It looks like a tic-tac-toe board, and I can see that you put an X in the top left. Let me draw a perfect circle in the middle of the app. To be clear, there is no tic-tac-toe code anywhere in this system. The emergent behavior is that the model has, like, sure, I now know how to interact with the system with a set of strokes. Also, it lost. By the way, it lost the game, and then when we saw the reasoning traces, we noticed that Opus let Kenton win, which is a whole other weird area of alignment we're not talking about. Anyway, so this actually generated a lot of conversation internally. And that's why like this talk is a little weird. It's a little woo-woo. I'm not even sure where we are going, and I want to like spread the idea to you and have you folks like integrate it. So the phrase we have started using is, it stopped generating a program, and it instead started inhabiting the state machine. There's a ghost in the shell reference here for anyone who's over the age of 40. You need ibuprofen. You should go back home. But no, like it was a very strange thing for us not to have a separate app generation stage that you then like interact with. That is entirely the part of the thing. So what does this new software architecture look like? Everyone's building what they call a harness. It's because over the last 3 to 6 months, everyone has realized that these coding agents are great general purpose computing machines. It's why they're running they're running Pi on a Mac Mini, which is the wrong machine for this, by the way. You don't have to spend $400 for a thing that makes API calls. It's been driving me mad. If you check, all the secondhand prices of Mac Minis have like shot up. I got one before it, but I bought it because I'm special that way. Everyone's building this harness, and this architecture of the harness is not just that it can generate code, but it has a safe space to execute this code into which capabilities are exposed. And there are some attributes to this sandbox. We're calling it a sandbox, which is, again, another completely overloaded term. And I have friends in the industry. Everyone's building a different kind of sandbox. We have a sandbox SDK which uses containers and VMs, but that's not even what I'm talking about right now. There are some capabilities to it. Unlike a container, which comes with all sorts of features that you surround with security, you do a bunch of things from the outside, you start with something that has no capabilities. The only thing it can do is execute code. It can't do fetches. There's no exposed APIs, no nothing. And then you grant capabilities to it explicitly. We have something called dynamic workers. I told you, it's not really a Cloudflare code. Someone else build something better if you think it's better. It's fine. But this is what we use. We use V8 isolates because they start up really, really quickly, and it's about 10 years of security hardening. It's in our DNA. We care a lot about that. Anyway, so you start exposing capabilities as APIs, and we also can control all outgoing fetches and any network connections. In fact, the default way we recommend you use this is no outgoing fetches, only APIs. It has to be fast, and you need absolute full observability into it. You need to know why last Tuesday it made a trade for $2.3 million for, I don't know, man, like llama poop or something, right? You need to go back to that code. You need absolute observability on these systems. It can be V8 isolates like we use. You could use, I don't know, a WebAssembly, a custom JavaScript interpreter. That's not the main story here. You just want something that's able to execute, that you're able to expose capabilities to and run really quickly. From here, you can start getting really ambitious. The example that I showed you was a one-off, take some code, run it on an API, expand. Now, what if you could generate long-running workflows that run for days, months, years? What if each of those instances has some state that it can carry with it through its lifetime? What if in this world of generative UI, you can start generating perfectly custom UIs for every single user that you have? Everyone who does e-commerce knows this problem. The more popular you get, the more UI becomes this bland thing that has to work for every single user. And then you bring in the ML people and like, oh, what if we change the color button this way if it's somebody else? No. You can go absolutely custom. So I like the fact that I got Opus to generate generative UI for a slide where I'm making a point about generative UI, and it still looks a little bit like shit. But the idea is everyone, like let me talk about that e-commerce. Like you have context about everything about the user, the things they like, the orders they have in their cart, the things that might be making them mad. You can surface these things as actions. The UI doesn't have to be a blank chat box. Though, honestly, blank chat box e-commerce might be a lot of fun. Here, I have two different use cases. In the first one, it's I need to return these shoes and find something similar under $100. If the product engineers have not implemented this, it's going to kind of suck, but you can generate something on the fly, versus what is happening with my delayed order. Point being, we are now in a world where we can generate completely different programs backed by a system that you built on your backend for every single user. It's a new kind of software we're building. And this harness idea isn't just built into the product. A lot of people are finding power by running the harness closer to the user, simply because then they get to start mashing up all their different services. This is an anti-Cloudflare talk at this point. I'm like, you should be running the software on your iPhone, like not so much on our servers. Please run it on our servers. But there you start getting to stitch together different systems in this safe environment. And you get to do it on a task-by-task basis. I put this in here because I'm a React programmer, and I don't want to freak out the React people by saying no one really wants to build UI anymore. But really, it's a harkening back to rethinking everything that we have thought about UI and for this new age. I keep thinking about it as part of the tech tree we have not really explored for 30 years because eval wasn't around, but now we have a safe eval, and we have these things that generate code for you. But you do need to be in a place where you understand that your next billion users are these little robots that are generating code for you. To be clear, your customers are still humans. The things interacting with your systems, if you really love your users, you need to find out where they hang out. And they don't hang out in the pub, they hang out in registries. They dream in types and syntax errors, you know? You need to be thinking about what is the developer experience for these agents. This is something a bunch of companies are already doing really well, by the way. You know, docs which are marked down, errors that let the agent know what to do next, discoverability via search. The big one that I do want to that I want you to embed in your head, I guess, is this idea of capability-based security. This isn't even a JavaScript talk. It can be in Python. It can be in Wasm. I hope it brings a resurgence of Lisp. It's how I kind of learned how like ASTs work. It kind of breaks your brain. But the attributes are still very much the same. Events, sandboxing, capability-based security, embeddable so that it's really fast to start up and run ephemerally. React programmers UI programmers simply because they have so much, they've been so close to users, I suspect that they'll do particularly well here, and that feels really good to me, by the way. I feel happy about it. So, to end, for the longest time, programmers like us, we got code. We had infinite power to interact with any system that we could and complain about it on Twitter because our documentation doesn't have the right CSS or something. JavaScript programmers, super entitled, by the way. Everyone else got buttons and forms. That distinction in breaking. In a world like this, you need to let the code do the talking. The code is the thing that interacts with all your systems. Come talk to me about it at the pub. Like, this is like, it feels like it's opening up a whole new area of research for us. And we have a lot of ideas. And I get to finish my talk and the day with 6 seconds left. How good is that? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage, Phil Hawksworth.
Okay. You thought you'd seen the last of me, and you almost have. That's it. That's day one of the conference done and dusted. I hope you've enjoyed it just as much as I have. I think it's been amazing. Tomorrow, I'm not emceeing for you. I'm out of your hair. You have the rather wonderful Tejas Kumar, who's going to be emceeing. He's fantastic. You're in safe hands. Cherish him. He's great. A couple of little things that you might want to know about before you jet off. Tomorrow we're going to be starting, I think it's the same routine as today. 8 a.m. out there, there'll be breakfast and nibbles and what have you, and 9 a.m. we'll be getting started in here in the safe hands, as I say, of Tejas. And then we'll be off and round again. I would like to say before I say goodbye, what a huge day it's been. So much incredible content. Should we have a round of applause for all the incredible speakers we've seen today? My brain is quite full now. I've been challenged by a lot of things. I've been really inspired by a lot of things. The last two talks, just because they're fresh in my mind, really have landed very nicely for me. They've been very useful. So I hope you've taken away something incredible. I hope you've had good, interesting chats with your fellow attendees and people at the stalls and the speakers and all alike. There is a chance to do more of that now because we're not getting kicked out. We get to go and enjoy the space there. There are refreshments. I hear whispers there might be beer for those that like beer. Other things are available as well. So go and check that out there. I think it's until 8 o'clock we have the space and we can continue our conversation. Also, just keep in mind there are various side events around. I know they've been happening already, and there's more tonight, and I think there might be some more tomorrow. Keep an eye on the website for details about side events. The various sponsors and partners have put those on. I think typically they're free, but you usually have to register, so keep an eye out for those because there might be other things that you might want to get involved with. Okay, I think that's it from me. I hope you've had a good time today. I hope to talk to you out there in a few minutes. Enjoy your day tomorrow. Thanks very much. Thanks.